Peace and salute to everybody, man. Let's get it. Hold on. Trying to fix these settings. I don't know why there we go. Alright. So I got a few things, man. Been doing some research yesterday, and I definitely heard about this in the past, but it's not just about the pigeons. It's definitely about a lot of stuff. It's about how they use certain events to implement laws, and surveillance is nothing new. They just have more of a wide range of surveillance. But check these videos out.
I know I'm not the only one who thinks that there's something fishy going on with birds. I'm to the point where I don't even think birds are real. I am convinced that birds are drones from the government and they're using them to spy on us. Let's watch these two videos.
He ain't even moving, bro. He's just... What the fuck?
I mean, look, it makes sense. Cameras, antennas, CPU, batteries, even the charging coil on the feet. When they're on these wires, they're literally recharging their batteries. From 1959 to 2001, the government practiced bird genocide. They were putting stuff in the sky that killed every single bird. And since then, all birds have been replaced. In the 1970s, people even figured this out, and there was a movement called Birds Aren't Real. But of course, it wasn't put on the news or the media because all this stuff is controlled. Birds aren't real.
Then I'll play this one. Yeah, that's odd. My goal now is to catch me a pigeon. Now, I'm not saying all birds are fake. But I definitely do know some are. And I was, the guy made a lot of good points. A lot of birds have disappeared, especially with the video I seen of a factory that when I was researching C8, the coating on Teflon. It's a Teflon coating called C8. And the birds that would fly over this factory would die. Right, I mean, as soon as they got near that smokestack, they were dropping out of the sky like freaking. So not that, only that, but a lot of the stuff they spray is killing birds. And, the guy made a good point, man. He says, when do you see pigeons in rural towns or in the woods? Never. And I could attest to that. I've never seen no pigeons in the wilderness. Only in cities. And they do like to hang out on wires. But I wish I could show some of these videos, the longer ones, but unfortunately But the Surveillance Act of I think it's 2001, just 6 weeks after. It's the U.S. Patriot Act. It's very long. People should go read it. It says 6 weeks after September 11 attack, the Congress passed the U.S. Patriot Act, an overnight revision of the nation's surveillance law that vastly expanded the government's authority to spy on its own citizens, while simultaneously reducing checks and balances on those powers like judicial oversight, public accountability, and the ability to challenge government searches in court. It says, I want the actual Patriot Act. Okay, the Patriot Act increases the government surveillance powers in 4 areas. Record searches. It expands the government's ability to look at records on an individual's activity being held by a third party. Section 215. Secret searches. It expands the government's ability to search private property without notice to the owner. Section 213. Intelligence searches. It expands a narrow exception to the Fourth Amendment that had been created for the collection of foreign intelligence information. Section 218. Trap and trace searches. It expands another Fourth Amendment exception for spying that collects addressing information about the origin and destination of communications as opposed to the content. Expanded access to personal records held by the third party. I'll tell you who wrote this article. I'll give him credit. But I thought it was interesting and worth sharing. This guy did a good job. This article is by, doesn't say. It says surveillance under U.S. Patriot Act. Let me look at the bottom. Don't say. That's crazy. Anyway. One of the most significant provisions of the Patriot Act makes it far easier for the authorities to gain access to records of citizens' activities being held by a third party. Maybe they are the third party. At a time when computerization is leading to the creation of more and more such records, Section 215 of the Patriot Act allows the FBI to force anyone at all, including doctors, libraries, bookstores, universities, and internet service providers, to turn over records on their clients or customers. So much for, doctors was the first thing said. That's supposed to be personal. So they can get your doctor records, know your chink in your armor, what makes you sick or what you have. This is crazy. Unchecked power. The result in unchecked government power to rifle through individuals' financial records, medical histories, internet usage, bookstore purchases, library usage, travel patterns, or any other activities that leaves a record, making matters worse. Now, when they say library usage and book purchases, it all makes sense now why they said in that story that the guy who flew the airplane was reading books on how. That's how he learned how to fly. One of them. By reading a book. Come on. And they want to know, like, who's reading military training books, and they can find out who's looking up laws. And, the government no longer has to show evidence that the subjects of search orders are an agent of a foreign power, a requirement that previously protected Americans against abuse of this authority. That's crazy. The FBI does not even have to show, a reasonable suspicion that the records are related to criminal activity, much less the requirement for probable cause. Damn. That is listed in the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. All the government needs to do is make the broad assertion that their request is related to an ongoing terrorism or foreign intelligence investigation. It's almost like that law when they say, I smell marijuana. It's the same thing. So all they got to say is you're a terrorist, and they could where was I, man? Yeah, so all they got to do is say you're a terrorist. Now they just say you look suspicious, or they smell marijuana. These excuses now. So they create a law to make you believe you're free, and then they counter them all. As years go on, they start countering all these laws. Where was I? Okay. Yeah, all the government needs to do is make a broad assertion that their request is related to an ongoing terrorism or foreign. That's crazy. Judicial oversight of these new powers is essentially non-existent. The government must only certify to a judge, with no need for evidence or proof, that such a search meets the statute's broad criteria, and the judge does not even have the authority to reject the application. Surveillance orders can be based in part on a person's First Amendment activities, such as the books they read, the websites they visit, or a letter to the editor they have written. A person or organization forced to turn over records is prohibited from disclosing the search to anyone. As a result of this gag order, the subjects of surveillance never even find out that their personal records have been examined by the government. That undercuts an important check and balance on this power, the ability of individuals to challenge illegitimate searches. Okay, the law before the Patriot Act, the law under the Patriot Act, and when can the Patriot Act be used? To gather foreign intelligence or investigate internal terrorism. To gather foreign intelligence or protect against international terrorism. Now, this stuff I'm reading is important now, because people who speak out, you've got a target on you already. I'm just letting people know. So make your decision on what you're doing. They could very well call us terrorists for speaking truth and trying to open people's eyes and put a dent in their agenda. We could become political prisoners. I already know that. So I accept that. What can come with it. So what can the FBI demand to be turned over? Records, any tangible things including books, records, papers, documents, and other items. That's why your best bet when you go for books, like even the library tracks everything you buy or take out. Everything's tracked. Come to think of it, unless you borrow a book from somebody. And even then they'll track it because they're listening in on your phone, your TV, your laptops, your video games. You know, your PS what? 1, 2. PS1 was the internet too, no? Or was it 2? I think PS2 started with the internet connection in the back of it. So these people went overboard. So basically, so it's been 21 years. Who can they demand it from? We already went over that. Why is the Patriot Act expansion of record searches is unconstitutional? No, why the Patriot Act's expansion of record searches is unconstitutional. Section 215 of the Patriot Act violates the Constitution in several ways. It violates the Fourth Amendment, which says the government cannot conduct a search without obtaining a warrant and showing probable cause to believe that the person has committed or will commit a crime. This is why it's important to learn this stuff. The next one says violates the First Amendment's guarantee of free speech by prohibiting the recipients of search orders from telling others about those orders, even where there is no real need for secrecy. 3, it violates the First Amendment by effectively authorizing the FBI to launch investigations of American citizens in part for exercising their freedom of speech. 4, violates the Fourth Amendment by failing to provide notice, even after the fact, to persons whose privacy has been compromised. Notice it also a key element of due process, which is guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment. More secret searches. For centuries, common law has required that the government can go into your property without telling you. It must therefore give you notice before it executes a search. That knock and announce principle has long been recognized as a part of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. The Patriot Act, however, unconstitutionally amends the federal rules of criminal procedure to allow the government to conduct searches without notifying the subjects, at least until long after the search has been executed. This means that the government can enter a house, apartment, or office with a search warrant when the occupants are away, search through their property, take photographs, and in some cases even seize property, and not tell them until later. Notice is a crucial check on the government's power because it forces the authorities to operate in the open and allows the subject of searches to protect their Fourth Amendment rights. For example, it allows them to point out irregularities in a warrant, such as the fact that the police are at the wrong address. We see a lot of that today. For sure we do. Or that the scope of the warrant is being exceeded, for example, by rifling through dresser drawers in a search for a stolen car. Search warrants often contain limits on what may be searched, but when the searching officers have complete and unsupervised direction over a search, a property owner cannot defend his or her rights. Anyone remember seeing the video of the police searching through a person that had a good amount of money's house, and they're pocketing the people's stuff? I seen a video on that. These two officers, they were fired. They were doing the search warrant in these people's houses, and they were pocketing $5,000 pair of glasses, jewelry. You know, these officers are hired, I think, for an agenda. They just hire anyone. Not only to have more boots in the streets, but they hire low IQ people because I think they want these officers to fuck up, right? And then they're going to introduce a robot that makes no mistakes, that will know the law, right? I think that's what they're going to start pushing. Because we can upload the law in the computer and program it, and it will know the law, and it won't make a mistake, right? So they do things for a reason all the time, you know. And plus, qualified immunity protects these cops anyway. And when they fuck up, we pay for their fuck ups. We pay for their criminal actions. You know, if you want to be a criminal, do what you want. For the most part, just go be a cop. Finally, this new sneak and peek power can be applied as part of normal criminal investigations. It has nothing to do with fighting terrorism or collecting foreign intelligence. 3. Expansion of the intelligence exception in wiretap law. Under the Patriot Act, the FBI can secretly conduct a physical search or wiretap on American citizens to obtain evidence of crime without proving probable cause, as the Fourth Amendment explicitly requires. A 1978 law called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and I was going to go over that too, FISA, created an exception to the Fourth Amendment's requirement for probable cause when the purpose of a wiretap or search was to gather foreign intelligence. The rationale was that since the search was not conducted for the purpose of gathering evidence to put someone on trial, the standards could be loosened, in a stark demonstration of why it can be dangerous to create exceptions to fundamental rights. However, the Patriot Act expanded this one narrow exception to cover wiretaps and searches that do collect evidence for regular domestic criminal cases. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act previously allowed searches only if the primary purpose was to gather foreign intelligence, but the Patriot Act changes that law to allow searches when a significant purpose is intelligence. That lets the government circumvent the Constitution's probable cause requirement, even when its main goal is ordinary law enforcement. The eagerness of many in law enforcement to dispense with the requirements of the Fourth Amendment was revealed in August of 2002 by the secret court that oversees domestic intelligence spying. It's called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act Court, making public one of its opinions for the first time in history. The court revealed that it had rejected an attempt by the Bush administration to allow criminal prosecutors to use intelligence warrants to evade the Fourth Amendment entirely. The court also noted that agents applying for warrants had regularly filed false and misleading information. Not surprised. 4. Expansion of the pen register. exception in wiretap law. Another exception to the normal requirement for probable cause in wiretap law is also expanded by the Patriot Act. Years ago, when the law governing telephone wiretaps was written, a distinction was created between two types of surveillance. The first allows surveillance of the content or meaning of a communication, and the second only allows monitoring of the transactional or addressing information attached to a communication. It is like the difference between reading the address printed on the outside of a letter and reading the letter inside, or listening to a phone conversation and merely recording the phone numbers dialed and received. Wiretaps limited to transactional or addressing information are known as pen register / trap and trace searches for the devices that were used on telephones to collect telephone numbers. The requirements for getting a PR/TT warrant, a pen register, a trap and trace warrant, okay, are essentially non-existent. The FBI needs not to show probable cause or even reasonable suspicion of criminal activity. It must only certify to a judge, without having to prove it, that such a warrant would be relevant to an ongoing criminal investigation, and the judge does not even have the authority to reject that application. Nationwide pen register warrants. Under the Patriot Act, the PRTT orders ensued by a judge are no longer valid, only in that judge's jurisdiction, but can be made valid anywhere in the United States. This nationwide service further marginalizes the role of the judiciary because a judge cannot meaningfully monitor the extent to which his or her order is being used. In addition, this provision authorizes the equivalent of a blank warrant. The court issues the order, and the law enforcement agent fills in the places to be searched. That is a direct violation of the Fourth Amendment explicit requirements that warrants be written, particularly describing the place to be searched. So, does anyone remember all these people that were from the Middle East that were Americans? They were having their house raided just because of where they're from, and they were labeled a lot of stuff. They had their houses destroyed, raided, everything was torn apart. They were imprisoned, tortured, like kept up for days, and questioned. Some were beaten. I mean, and then come to find out, we all know who really did that. Bushy D. Bush there. So, okay, pen register searches apply to the internet. The Patriot Act applies the distinction between transactional and content-oriented wiretaps to the internet. The problem is that it takes the weak standards for access to transactional data and applies them to communications that are far more than addresses. On an email message, for example, law enforcement has interpreted the header of a message to be transactional information accessible with a PRTT warrant. What's the PR mean? I know it's trace and trap, but I forgot the PR. Pen register, trace, and trap warrant for those who want to know what PRTT warrant is. But in addition to routing information, email headers include the subject line, which is part of the substance of a communication On a letter, for example, it would clearly be inside the envelope. The government also argues that the transactional data for web surfing is a list of the URL or website addresses that a person visits. For example, it might record the fact that they visited www.aclu.org at 1:15 in the afternoon, and then skipped over to www.fbi.gov at 1:30. This claim that the URL are just addressing data breaks down in two different ways. Web addresses are rich and revealing content. The URLs or addresses of the web pages we read are not really addresses. They are the titles of documents that we download from the internet onto our computer where it's displayed. Therefore, the list of URLs that we visit during a web session is really a list of documents we have downloaded, no different from a list of electronic books we might have purchased online. That is much richer information than a simple list of the people we have communicated with. It is intimate information that reveals who we are and what we are thinking about, much more like the content of a phone call than the number dialed. After all, it is often said that reading is a conversation with the author. Web addresses contain communications sent by a surfer. URLs themselves often have content embedded within them. A search on the Google search engine, for example, creates a page with a custom-generated URL that contains material that is clearly private content, such as, whatever you're looking up. It says here, he put www.google.com search, sexual orientation, whatever. Similarly, if I fill out an online form to purchase goods or register my preference, for example, those products and preferences will often be identified in the resulting URL. The erosion of accountability. So I'm not reading too much more, about another paragraph. Attempts to find out how the new surveillance powers created by the Patriot Act were implemented during their first year were in vain. In June 2002, the House Judiciary Committee demanded that the Department of Justice answer questions about how it was using its new authority. The Bush/Ashcroft Justice Department essentially refused to describe how it was implementing the law. It left numerous substantial questions unanswered and classified others without justification. In short, not only has the Bush administration undermined judicial oversight of government spying on citizens by pushing the Patriot Act into law, but it also undermining another crucial check and balance on surveillance powers, accountability to Congress and the public. Non-surveillance provisions. Although this fact sheet focuses on the direct surveillance provisions of the Patriot Act, citizens should be aware that the Act also contains a number of other provisions. The Act puts CIA back in business of spying on Americans. The Patriot Act gives the Director of Central Intelligence the power to identify domestic intelligence requirements. That opens the door to the same abuses that took place in the 1970s and before, when the CIA engaged in widespread spying on protest groups and other Americans. Creates a new crime of domestic terrorism. The Patriot Act transforms protesters into terrorists if they engage in conduct that involves acts dangerous to human life, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion. How long will it be before an ambitious or politically motivated prosecutor uses the statute to charge members of controversial activist groups like Operation Rescue or Greenpeace with terrorism. Under the Patriot Act, providing lodging or assistance to such terrorists exposes a person to surveillance or prosecution. Furthermore, the law gives the Attorney General and the Secretary of State the power to detain or deport any non-citizen who belongs to or donates money to one of these broadly defined domestic terrorist groups. Allows, and this is the last paragraph, allows for the indefinite detention of non-citizens. The Patriot Act gives the Attorney General unprecedented new power to determine the fate of immigrants. The Attorney General can order detention based on a certification that he or she has reasonable grounds to believe a non-citizen endangers national security. Worse, if the foreigner does not have a country that will accept them, they can be detained indefinitely without a trial. Interesting. That's. I know people don't want to hear it, but I suggest you look into that, because now a lot of that makes sense to me. How they're calling people who put their foot down for their so-called rights and are against their agendas terrorists. Fuck them. Of course it does. Peace, Kimba. Faceplant, Mind's Eye. Peace, Salama, Christos. Yeah, there's agents infiltrating everywhere, man. Even on the internet here. It don't matter. There, people could be infiltrating me. I don't know, and I personally don't care. There ain't nothing to infiltrate. What? Because I speak some truth and stand for what I think is right. Come get some. But what was the other law I was gonna look into? The state of mass surveillance. People should look into that pigeon and stuff, because they made some great comments, but they also made some stupid ones. So I don't think all birds. These people are saying all birds, and I've seen babies on birds, so not all birds are fucking government drones. Give me 1 second, everyone. What song can I play? Let me see. 1 second. I don't know. I'm not gonna play no. Be right back. I need 2 minutes to do something for my roommate. I'll be right back. My bad. For those that waited and truly showed me love. Anyway. I bet you YouTube isn't sending out my notifications. I can guarantee that one. People are complaining they're not getting my notifications, but there ain't nothing I can do about that. Well, since there's barely anyone here, I'm just going to keep reading this law to complete my video. The NSA, National Surveillance Agency, down to one person. That's sad. People don't even like chilling no more. But I get it. Not everybody is good with law. Most people don't give a shit. What's up, faceplant?
Hey. Yeah, when I saw that picture, made me think of this partridge that was hanging around my place for a while. It was even looking in my window, sitting on my windowsill, looking in my window.
Huh.
And
Possibility, man.
it had a band on its leg, and it really behaved kind of weird. And I was wondering if it was a robot or something. Or yeah, I don't know. It was weird. If you look up chukar partridge, they're supposedly a bird that they use to train hunting dogs. I've got some video of its strange behavior. It's like it wasn't scared. For a while, it was coming to my yard first thing in the morning every day, and I was feeding it. It's almost like it was being remote controlled, like it would be at my back door sometimes on the deck.
Yeah, I did. You know, I seen this a while ago about the pigeons, but you know, in 2001 when that thing happened, you know, people. I'm trying to make this video to people that want to speak truth and stand their ground need to know what they're in for. Uh, you know, they could come after any one of us and call us terrorists. Uh, and I'm not trying to scare people. You just need to. People need to know, man. You know, when you speak out against their agendas, you're putting the mark on your back and your forehead. But I already know this. I'm not scared.
Apparently, they've even got like mechanical dragonflies and everything.
Yeah, they could. I never seen one, but it's a strong possibility.
And we know that they've admitted to mosquitoes.
Man, I got caught in the rain today. Holy fuck! You want to talk about rain? It was pouring down so hard, an umbrella didn't even matter, man. It was coming through the umbrella, put it that way. That's how hard it was coming down. Everything was flooded. The streets, my feet were so wet. And then I was trying to cross the street, and then in the city, there's so many potholes. My foot went in a pothole. I thought I was going to drown. I had to swim to the surface. That's how deep these potholes are.
Yeah, the weather's getting more and more bizarre. Like here, when they have those heavy rainfalls, it could be raining get 3 inches of rain on one side of the road and next to nothing on the other side of the road. It's like they time it and plan it to hit certain crops, hit certain farmers, and spare others. Or, you know.
So what do you think about these laws? You know, I know you're in Canada, but
Well, it's the same thing here.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just they just tweak it a little different, you know. But
I didn't know.
The principles
just,
are the same. The same objectives and the same, you know what I mean.
like, I didn't know that the law was bended to the point where they could just kick in your door, search through all your shit when you're not home. They don't even need to show you a warrant. And there has to be no evidence of saying they could just make something up. They don't even need to make nothing up.
Or they know where you are, they know when you're home, and they can just pay a lowlife to break into your home.
True. Well, they don't need to now.
They can plant, and they can just plant listening devices or whatever, you know, and then that's it.
Well, they don't need to plant them no more. They'll just hack your phone. As simple as that. Your TV.
Yeah.
And that's what these laws are giving them the ability to do. They could. There's no more privacy, man. Anything you do on your phone, they could find out anything, man. All they got to do is hack your phone, which is so easy. And they're in. They got you. They could listen to you 24/7, record you. This law that it was implemented, they don't even need evidence. They could just go to the judge, and the judge has no say. Like the judge, that's crazy, man. I didn't even know the law went that deep. And I've done something on the Patriot Act before, but it was more about the militarization of the police. I wasn't making it for the surveillance part. I was just doing it for how they militarized the police. After that September event, the police are like a military. They walk around like they're a fucking soldier. They have bulletproof vests. They got M14s, I think, in the trunk, whatever they're called, automatic weapons, fucking shotgun. Like, it's insane, man. And there's so many cops now. They'll hire anyone. They'll hire someone's grandmother just to put someone in uniform. It's getting ridiculous, and I know people don't like to hear me read and stuff, but I'm trying to open people's eyes to how real this shit is. I personally don't think people really, you know, they really don't understand when you're speaking against these people, what they can do to you. If you really have a voice.
And a lot of these so-called terrorist cells, they're started by the government, and they to draw people in to
create laws,
to create this thing.
Yep, and to create laws. Because look at when that event happened in September. Look at all the laws, a whole packet of the And look what they call it, the Patriot Act, like a slap in the face because it goes against the Constitution, and Patriots stand for the Constitution. So they created the Patriot Act, which disrespects all our so-called amendment rights. So they created a law. Now they got laws that counter your freedom laws. Like, it's a fucking joke. That's a slap in our face. Calling it the Patriot Act.
The Taliban and the Bushes, they were big friends, eh? Before all the shit kicked off.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
I mean, in the 80s, they were like partners, and then on the world stage, they pretended to be enemies for the play.
That's how they always do it, just like Russia. Now, like, you know, a lot of people seem to think there's stuff going on behind the scenes. And the best excuse I heard, which I can agree with, is they don't speak on it because they can't blow their cover. I get that, man, but I don't know. I just don't see the evidence. I used to watch Citizen Man. He's good at what he does. You know, I don't agree with everything he says, but he's very intelligent. And
oh, was that the MAGA hat guy who used to be on Bro Sanchez?
yeah, he probably still goes over there. But I don't know. I don't really watch Bro anymore. So.
No, me either. I haven't watched him in a couple years.
And I don't hate him. He introduced me to a lot of stuff. I'm not with the debating and shit, man.
It just is what it is, eh?
Yep. But I already know that if my voice was louder, which I think it could have been, if YouTube didn't have such a pushback on me, I've noticed even my comments I leave on channels get 1 thumbs up, and that's my thumbs up. And the person ahead of me will have like a 680 thumbs up, and then you see me, I got 1, and then the next person got like 6,000. So I'm like, what, they just skip over me? No, they shadowed my fucking comment.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Chuck. I would leave a comment like, I'd leave a comment, something relative. I would leave a comment about on the video, and there would be other comments there just saying some bullshit, you know, just greetings or whatever. And they would have a whole bunch of thumbs up for some non-information comments, but mine would have like 1.
Yeah, they're shadowing it. And if you put your stuff on incognito and then go look at them, you won't see your comment. Only if you're on your channel and look for it, you'll see it because, you know, they know that you're looking. But if you go incognito, your comment won't be there. So, yeah, man, they and I don't ever put negative comments. I'll either speak something truthful about the police and be like, yeah, the tyrants are spreading like cancer, the tyranny, because it is. Lackluster.
Sometimes I'll leave a comment if I disagree about something or the whole premise of a video. Sometimes I will.
Lackluster doesn't hide my comments. He does a good job. And he actually, I asked him, he actually did a live stream for his 1 million subscribers. And I like Lackluster because he'll get the camera footage, which costs money sometimes. You know, sometimes they charge these people $1,000 to get camera footage. And then he'll write up a piece like he points out the laws that the cop overstepped, and he's showing how, you know, it's important for you to always record. You're getting pulled over, and, you know your rights, your so-called rights. Even don't be one of those people that, oh, I'll just give them if you're walking down the street and the cop demands your ID, you didn't do nothing wrong. Don't just give it to them. For what? They don't have a right to do that. Me, I'm standing my ground. I'm not making. You know, my gramp would be the type like, oh, just show them it. Makes everything easier. And then the cop says the same thing. Oh, if you would have showed me your ID, you could have been. You know, they use that reverse psychology on you. Peace, Lapis Blue.
Yeah, even one of the big grocery stores close to me where I go shop for food quite often. A lot of times there's cops in there, like they're standing and staring at me right when I come in the door, like one or two of them, and they just keep staring at me. And then when I'm at the till, there's another cop standing by the door staring at me while I'm at the till. And like I said to a lady who was in line, I said, this is why things are so expensive here, because we have to pay for these clowns. And she says, what? You mean the police? And I mumble comments when I walk by them. I say, seems kind of useless. Something like that.
You know, like, look in California, how people are just running in stores and just grabbing whatever they want off the shelves and running out. Like, it's these people in these positions, man, are they do everything for a reason. It's just to implement more laws.
How's my mic, Chuck? Is it a bit high
good.
or?
No, it's perfect. But yeah, the Patriot Act, man, is some serious shit. Like I said, I didn't look at the surveillance part today, but I was into the militarization of the police because I noticed that. I remember when cops drove around and they just had a pistol and a baton and cuffs. Now they got like, they could tase you, mace you, shoot you, decapitate you. These fucking, and you have the most non-IQ motherfuckers too that are cops. Like, they don't care about your rights. They don't even know the Constitution. It's just a joke, bro. It's dangerous. These cops are dangerous.
It's almost like they've had something removed out of them, like
empathy. Yeah. Their intelligence has been removed, the little bit they had. What's up, Christos?
Hey guys.
Hey.
Yeah, Grand Rising, man. I figure I should hop in here. I've been waiting for another show to go live here, but he keeps pushing it back. So I saw a faceplant, hopped on. I thought I should add on to this. You know, it's always, not that it's like you or others can't do a solo show and it be good, but I think there's just always more potential for novelty. The more people you get on a panel, like when Mind's Eye hops on here, Dark Chameleon, Marcel, Faceplant, the regulars here, Sir Drop coming in, dropping gems. The more panelists, it's just like the same idea of like two brains is better than one. The more brains, the more brain power for that brainstorm.
Yeah. Wow. And
yeah,
staying on topic's a hard thing too, man. Like somebody's trying to get, and then, I think people think I'm an asshole when I say let's stay on topic for a little while.
No,
I'm trying to at least have an hour or two.
Bro.
Yeah, I know. Why one of my faults is being a scatterbrain. Like one thing, I'll have one thought and I'll put it in the chat, and then I'll have another thought about something completely irrelevant to the first thought.
I do the same. My so-called ADHD kicks in. My mind's everywhere all the time, but I at least want an hour or two with the topic, and then after that, I don't care if people.
I'm glad you that so-called ADHD, because that's another thing. All these labels like schizophrenic or hyperactive or whatever. It's just labels
Yeah.
so people can slot other people, their friends, into categories. Yeah, like paranoid schizophrenic is just a diagnosis. It's not what the person is. It's just a label that a doctor's going to lump you into some kind of category.
And then fill you up with food, chemical food. What do you think about these pigeons, Christos? You ever looked into that? Or have you looked into the Patriot Act, the surveillance laws? They basically can do whatever they want for the most part. Which
Yeah.
I know they look in everyone's phone, especially people like us who stand against and want to stand for our so-called freedom and rights. I'm talking real rights and freedoms we should have, not this fake law shit where every time we stand for our rights, they have counter laws, that bullshit game they play. But I know they look through everyone's phones and they're watching everyone and they know, but
Yeah, just check your phone settings, go into your application manager and click on the running apps, and in that you can click in the top right corner to cached processes, and you can see all of this shit that's running on your phone, and it's unbelievable. You shut one off and you watch
another
the
one.
RAM. Yeah, you watch the RAM, it bumps down and then it bumps up a couple notches. Like it by you doing that deactivate, that activates another one of those apps to kick in, sort of thing. It's weird.
Yeah, your phone always wants to update. It always wants to update because they're collecting information. They're collecting what you are looking at, your phone calls, your text messages. None of that's private. Your emails, they can get into anything, man. None of that. From what it says here in the Patriot Act, none of that's private. They can look through all that, no problem. They don't even have to ask or show proof of anything. It says that's crazy.
Yeah, like you download an app and then uninstall it, but it always leaves something behind.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Yup. And you have to go in there and take that out too.
Yeah, and eventually you get to the point where you can't remove it.
Well, you can. You have to do you have to take everything out that you want saved, put it on the chip, and then redo the entire fucking phone.
Yeah, what do you call that? Or
it's called
factory reset.
There you go, factory reset.
Default reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I've noticed that one day when I erased an app, and then I'm going through my cache, and then I'm trying to erase all this leftover stuff in the phone, and then I'm like, I thought I erased this app. How is this still in there? It was something I was left behind by it. When I tried to erase it, it wouldn't let me. I had to I had to re-download the app, go to the app, and unsubscribe, right? In order to get rid of that thing in my phone. It was weird.
And a lot of times when you do download an app, there's an extra attachment they want you to download as well, and you have to keep rejecting it. Every time you go to the app, this fucking thing pops up. Like the MX player has like a little thing, or the Sketch app has an Evernote thing. Like the apps I first downloaded were apps that I could use offline. You know what I mean? Like sometimes your tablet or phone won't play a video on a SD card. Like you can put a SD card in the camera and then stick it in your phone or tablet and do editing or something. Yeah. like the phone or the tablet just factory won't play that video, but if you download the app, it will. Like the one I have is called the MX player. But it always has another attachment that it wants you to download with that MX player. I have to keep rejecting it.
My bad. The nurse wanted to speak to me real quick. Anyway, what the hell were we talking about? Oh, apps. Yeah, they. I think a lot of these apps are designed to track whatever we're looking at and all that stuff.
Even stealing your ideas.
I got something I could add here. I was going to say it earlier. So you just had that moment of silence. Well, first of all, yeah, you're right. We could touch on that in a second, like how it's able to read our brain waves basically and suggest things based off what we were just thinking about, going a step beyond just listening to what we speak about, and then using that data. But what I wanted to say is, what you notice now, I've taken a screenshot of this. I might make a little video or something about it, just mention it. What apps now do, it wasn't like this before, I don't think. I think it was more clear and you could draw a line more with the options it gave you of yes or no. But now it says, with apps, it will say, ask to not allow. It will be like, app wants to track your location, for X, Y, Z. And now it's ask to not allow or allow. And emphasis on how the phrasing there is so disingenuous. It's not don't allow, it's ask to not allow. So, and someone had mentioned this, and I took note of it. I'm like, they're right. And, that simple little wording there, a lot of people don't even look at or notice, but it's basically telling you, yeah, you can ask the app to not allow, but that doesn't mean they have to honor your request. It's just this dumb little power play again to the words, playing everyone.
That's why I don't even.
It's a non sequitur.
Like,
that's what the correct term is. Yeah, go ahead.
What's with the cookies? The cookies thing too.
And then technically, it's catching you in a lie, right? That's another thing about it.
A lot of these apps have that cookies too, man. I don't accept that cookie shit.
Hey, bro, I just thought of some pretty dope bars there from what you were just saying. I'm not even gonna say anything more. You might know what I'm talking about. You do a lot of wordplay with some of the stuff you were talking about. Let me just say this, bro. I started opening the can. Let me just open it enough to let some beans out so you guys even know what's there. That's hella funny sounding. But, I was going to say, yeah, we're talking about cache, right? CACHE. And cookies and these terms, these computer technology terms, right? Well, you could like make some dope lyrics and bars off that, do a little triangulation where basically you do double entendres with cache and cache. Or cookies, like, there's a lot of different cannabis strains with the name that have the word cookies in the name. So it's like, you can do something. You can mix up some bar, and my mind was just kind of starting to brainstorm.
I'm already thinking it.
Yeah, smoking, cashing out, clearing cash, smoking cookies. Just different ways you could really play with those things, since there's kind of a layered meaning, double entendre, potential, a lot of wordsmithing you could do. That goes
The only,
for computer terms in general. You got it.
I stack presidential cash. The only cash you stack. No, I'm joking. I don't know, but I am gonna think of something because the cash does collect in your phone. You gotta fucking. Anyway, that's a good one. I haven't thought of that cash, and uh, that's what's dope about the English language is you can definitely, if you're a poet or an MC, you can definitely, and that goes for all the writers out there, not these rappers who have ghostwriters and they, fuck that, man. That what talent is that? How is that talent? Like writing, flowing someone else's rhyme. That's not talent to me. Back in the day, you had to write your own lyrics. I remember when like rapping over other people's beats. I didn't even really like doing that. I remember when you had to buy the tape to get an instrumental. You had to buy the single. The single always had instrumentals, but I never liked flowing over other people's beats because if I'm flowing over the Liquid Swords beat, I'm thinking of the fucking lyrics in my head as the beat's playing, and it'll fuck my writing up.
Right.
That's just me, but
I feel that way about a couple instrumentals, but actually a lot of instrumentals years ago when I would like freestyle with friends in college or high school, a lot of the freestyles actually had never heard the original song except a few of the 90s like Nas beats that I was doing. Like I knew the lyrics and the song, but I guess it was songs that I really like are the only ones maybe I'd have a problem because I'd be thinking about the actual lyrics. But yeah, man, I definitely know where you're coming from with that, Chuck. I got a lot of stuff I could share actually. Not right now, but some other time maybe we could actually like do a stream about like lyricism and wordsmithing and poetry and basically just from rap to spoken word and everything in between. We can kind of just talk about some of our own stuff we've written and just the concept of rap because there's a lot there, bro. And I like that you've written things down over the years, even if you don't like officially make music. One can still
I'm
have
trying.
a lyrical prowess, and I have multiple people that could attest to my ability to actually rap. So I'm actually just gonna do that to y'all here one of these streams. I'm just gonna drop a freestyle video or something because people ain't ready. People don't get it, man. Like I only show like so much of myself out here on the metaverse, man. That's why ultimately people that want to, I'm not talking about anyone specifically for real, and I'm not trying to make it about drama, but anyone that hates on me per se, and it's water
Fuck
off a
'em.
duck's back. It's I don't care ultimately, but it's funny though because I stop and think. I stop and think about it. I'm like, people that want to hate on me or act like they know who I am and this and that. They don't know the slightest, bro. And I actually do have some things in my tool belt. It's just like a superhero or like the protagonist in a movie, right? They're like a
makes you
Jedi in
wonder.
hiding, like Yoda does, or like Nielsen, Liam Neeson in Taken. It's like a retired CIA secret agent. He has to put his skills back into use that he hasn't been using, but once he gets back into the groove of it, it's quote unquote back in the saddle. So
What do you think
anyway, I'm gonna
motivates?
drop a rap on y'all just to fuck up y'all's heads.
What do you think motivates people to do that, Christos? What you're talking about? Like, that's what I don't get. What do they get out of it?
What? Out of what?
Oh, my bad. I'm messing. I'm. Hold on. I just started changing the font.
Yeah, I
What do
was
they?
reading
Resolution by
something.
accident. He's talk. You mean just like people just being negative or just hating on other people? You mean, or
Yeah, just what you were talking about. What do you think they get out of it?
I think there's some type of like validation for the false ego, for lack of better words. I don't even like using that terminology, false ego, because I don't know, some people. I've heard some like quote unquote corny people use that, but that doesn't mean that term is then corny just because some people may use it rashly. Um, yeah, man, I really just think it comes down to propping up some type of false sense of confidence or aggrandizement or whatever that word is. Self-aggrandizing, I
It's
think
some
maybe you would
kind of
call it that.
jealousy, right?
Yeah, no, there is. I think I think it comes back to spiritual warfare. Honestly, bro, like
Okay, yeah.
the beings can. There's beings out there that can recognize when another person is real or has a certain energy or light to them. And it's
They
just
want to
like
bring you
a
down.
like lesser being, quote unquote, demonic being jealous of the higher angelic being because they, uh, us as like beings as souls have something more than yeah, I'm kind of like jumping here to deeper stuff, but yeah, I mean, metaversely or in real life, when it comes to people just hating on others, usually not to keep it so simple into like Freudian, Carl Jung psychology of like, oh, it's just projection, even though that it does seem to be the case. A lot of the
They're
times, just
working in
people are
creating
projecting,
this.
and there's a cognitive dissonance, and their ego doesn't want to accept that the reason they're acting the way they are is there's a sense of inadequacy. And I've even had to reconcile that within myself on here and see where I've fallen short at times and acted just like the people that I, felt I was above or had an awareness to not act like. And I found, oh, I have stooped to that level times here on the metaverse. And, I can admit that. But ultimately, here I am talking with y'all. And, if I wasn't saying what I was saying now, I wouldn't have that level of awareness. So yeah, man, I think it comes down to a certain type of energy vampire archetype and dynamic, and then just building up one's ego. Because there's something deep subconsciously, more often than not, I think people are acting from a place of trauma, and that's why they'll be in their middle ages feeling the need like it's high school again to prove that they're cool or they're hot shit or they get bitches, all these very surface level, superficial things. Like we hang out, number counting. Yeah, yeah,
It's to
it's
cause
crazy, man.
division too. It's to cause division too, right?
For sure, for sure.
Demons of division, I call them.
Yeah, man. And I try not to be self-righteous, but I see how a lot of people just like are completely unaware of self out here on the metaverse. They're just totally playing into the whole dynamic of what the whole social media egregore is doing to people. You're all stars, it really plays to the self. You're the star of your show. You have your audience, your people, your following, you know.
What was that
But
song?
anyway,
We're all now in the dope show. Sang that.
what?
I don't know if you've heard that song. I don't know who it's by, but the lyric is "We're all stars now in the dope show."
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's like an older song, right? A couple decades ago.
Yeah,
I don't know who what it is or who it's by, but I recognize those lyrics. Yeah.
Might be Marilyn Manson or something.
Yeah, man. And Charles, I don't know if just feel free at any point if you want us to get back to surveillance or you know Patriot Act stuff we were talking about earlier. Hey, I wonder where Bex is. Has she been in hibernation ever since she was doing the back-to-back streams and whatnot? I don't have notifications on anymore, so I actually tend to miss when people are live. In fact, I'm gonna go check right now. I actually
Yeah,
manually go in and look and like filter, search through all my subscriptions and see where the red dot is to go see who's live rather than. And that's something I'm trying to do in
yeah.
general is just clean up my notifications and like all the nonsense and other apps I don't need. It becomes like digital clutter.
I had
And I don't need
notifications.
that.
I had notifications, and I would get a thing up in the left corner, top left corner, that, and I would hear a sound. But now it didn't do it anymore. They changed something, and then I went into my settings and I turned on no browser, and I still don't get the notifications. And I didn't do anything to stop getting notifications. It just stopped. And when they tweak it, the YouTube, they change something, like they change the font in the top left-hand corner. The YouTube icon turns to calligraphy writing now, and so that's like they're showing you, telling you that something changed.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Well, you know how one day you'll turn on your YouTube, and the little icon and where it says YouTube in the top left corner, like
Yeah.
now it's different now, right? About a week ago or so ago, it changed from regular font to like a calligraphy where it says YouTube, like where YouTube, the writing is
Yeah,
different.
they do that. What about it?
Yeah, and every time they do that, they change something else too. They tweaked something else.
I mean, I haven't noticed them tweaking other things, but I know they do like seasonal stuff or like certain holidays, different themes.
I mean, even Google, just before the faded kind of pastel, uh, like muted colors. It's like, get ready for the new reality. You know, it's,
Yeah, gray. It's like The Giver,
yeah,
a gray
and
world.
yeah, and pinks and like dull pinks and greens and
Ugh.
yeah,
Yeah,
ugly.
gross postmodern nonsense. I hear you. Yeah, it's just like brutalism. Postmodern architecture. It's disgusting. It's literally it's just boxes everywhere. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
it's like a core symbolic representation of industrialism, as if like buildings are just these mass produced things off this factory line of reality.
yeah.
It's very bizarre.
That happened in town here. I just happened to, by accident, see a picture online of the Grand City Hall in Winnipeg, and I didn't even know about it. And apparently, it was demolished in the early '60s, or covered over with this, or partly demolished and then covered over with exactly what you're talking about, brutalist architecture, just the big stones just stuck on the outside square. And before it was like red bricks and domes and arches, and it was like one of those old world, what they're calling Tartarian, if you want to call it that. And I didn't even know this thing existed. And I actually have some. I worked on some jobs where the downtown, and I found some old bricks on the ground from the old building that used to be there. The old bigger sized bricks, and some of them have a glazed surface on them.
My bad. I had to make some coffee. But
Yeah, we're having a good convo, bro.
about what? What I miss?
Well, we were just talking about architecture and something that like made me jump to the symbolism of. Oh, we were talking about like postmodern art, how it's ugly, and how like architecture is just rectangles and boxes, and how that's done on purpose.
Well, that's how I
Yeah.
treat
Like
my poetry.
It's like a
I
symbolic
treat-
representation
Yeah,
of
like
like
the
the
art,
factory
like
industrialization of the world is what we're
Well, look at-
Picasso, Jackson Pollock. It's like celebrating mediocrity. Like, what's this shit? Like they'll have modern art sculptures in front of the
Right.
It's
law,
garbage.
in front of the law courts buildings and stuff like that.
I've showed the art. We have about 4 blocks up from where I live. There's an art museum. It's horrible. Just like the architecture nowadays, horrible. If you compare it to, that's why I say we've gotten dumber and lazier. If you look at the
Sure.
look at hip hop. Look at hip hop. You had to be versatile and speak. You had to, make a story or be versatile with words and stuff. And look how it is nowadays. It's trash. They're not even saying nothing versatile. They'll repeat the same word 1,000 times, and people love it. It's fucking a joke.
Mumble rap. It's just like celebrating mediocrity.
It's dumbed everyone down. Like, if I was to rhyme with any of these newer people, they would call me old. When
they don't want they don't want you to be creative. They just want you to drone along like
they clone along.
like a zombie. What's that was that song by I think it's Megadeth, just like marionettes?
I have no clue. I know who Megadeth is,
some
but
Megadeth. I know a couple Megadeth songs, or not a couple. I know more than a couple. I like Megadeth. That sounds right, but I can't be 100% sure. It might be a different band, but it sounds like a song or album title or whatever they would do with the concept that they make music about.
Yeah, it is Countdown to Extinction.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. I like a lot of Megadeth, dude, for sure. Oh man, I'm gonna go bowling this weekend. Oh, you got it.
Supposed to get windy as a bitch here today.
Windier than a bitch. Yo, there's something
Well,
about wind, man. Yeah, as long as it's not like tornado level winds. Wind can be nice, bro. Get that perfect breeze on a nice sunny day, you know, offsetting any type of temperature and making it just perfect.
Man, these people are still doing flat Earth globe debates and all this stuff. Like, I'm so past that, man. I've elevated way. I don't even think there's really anything new to learn on that. I mean, there always is. Don't get me wrong. Let me rephrase that. But what? um, someone else's point of view. Um,
yeah, I'm still
we need.
stuck at the point of being asked to debate and just wondering, okay, if this is bullshit, then what is it? That's where I'm at. And what is it then? Like, the fucking sun is an unexplained aerial phenomena as far as I'm concerned.
True.
And the
Right.
moon. Like, if it's not this, if it's not a rock in space, or if it's not a burning ball of physical gas 93 million miles away, then what is it? And that's where
Some
I'm still
sort
at.
of something. And I think it's coming from the North Pole. That's my whole. I wish I could prove it.
Yeah. And then what is the North Pole? Like, can
Right.
you actually go there, or is
Well,
it
look
the
at this video that I got, and this is like the first. This is some good evidence that this guy presents, and
But
to tell you
again,
the truth,
where is that for real? Like, how
I
can
don't
you
know,
prove?
but
Is
this
it
evidence is the best I've seen. Right here, watch.
Do you know what this place is? It's located in the center of the North Pole. And it's the center of the Earth magnetic field, known as the Taurus field. That black thing in the center of the whirlwind is the tallest mountain on Earth, far more taller than the Mount Everest. It's so tall that even it peaks reaching out the clouds. It's the Rupes Nigra, or the Black Rock, also known as Mount Meru. Some people also called it Mount Zion. You wouldn't find this massive mountain existence in mainstream science and media because it's deliberately concealed. Because if the world knew that there is such a huge mountain in the center of the Earth, it would change the course of history. This includes the true nature of our world will be rewritten, and that will undo the globe-shaped Earth theory and the entire timeline of the Earth from the beginning, and they don't want that. Look how the wind stream passes through that mountain. It blocks the wind stream because of its height and size. The Rupes Nigra, or the Black Rock, describes by Mercator as 30.
Oh, now we gotta get. He could have been anywhere. He could have been anywhere on the fucking map showing that. So now we have to look ourselves.
It almost looked like a hurricane, the first part of it, and it looked real, and then it went to some CGI stuff.
Well, there was definitely a mountain in the middle of that. But I personally think there's a mountain there, like the movie Dark Tower.
And for me, alarm bells go off when I hear that dramatic music when they're presenting something.
Yeah, that music's there for a reason. Where's this one I want to download? Here it is.
Like, if it was really real, does he need that dramatic music? For me, the music detracts from the content. Like, when you watch the History Channel, they've always got that music. Or could it be the aliens? And it's always, the guy's always got to have some kind of a weird accent to it to trick you into thinking he's intelligent. Like if it was a guy or here you got a vortex in the middle of Mount Meru. It's not going to be a guy with a voice like that. I still see these objects in the sky in the at night and early in the, not stars, and you try to photographs of it
Huh.
or put a camera, an old digital.
I booted myself out. Now you're borging.
Binoculars, and you can, and then you can put it like oculars on a board. That way, you know, put it under it or something, and tilt it, and then you can zoom the camera.
You're borging a lot. Faceplant.
I'm almost.
Oh, I knew it. You started borging. You were borging real bad. I don't know. Now they took your avatar away. Yeah, you're borging real bad, Faceplant. I don't know what you were doing before, but I'm gonna play this video. This J Dreamers is somebody everyone should check out.
This is the trunk, and that's why they call it the trunk. The tree part is the plasma, which will shoot out of many, if not all, of our inner Earth entrances, whether they be in the forms of volcanoes or caves or things like that, right? So when the plasma comes up out of the world, right, it shoots up out of these locations and creates a pillar or a column or a beam of light, which I believe, and I have a theory that it is ionized oxygen. Okay. Regardless, these bluish beams of light, which are talked about throughout history. Okay. They are worshipped. There is pole worshiping, pillar worshiping, rod worshiping. There's literally a god called Rod. The rod god. This is the reason for Christmas trees. This is the reason for all of these various decorative poles, maypoles.
I talked about that god Rod the other day when I was reading. Literally, you got to get somebody up here, start a real deep conversation on something. Like yesterday, the video I played with the cathedral, and he said the cathode. And a lot of cathedrals have the double pillars, like the Masonic pillars. The sun, the moon, the negative, the positive, the devil, Jesus, man, woman, light, dark, on and on and on with the duality. But it's coming from one source, and it's split into two. And you know, I've heard a lot of people ask that question. Well, why do they split it into two? I have no clue. That's a good question. I want to know myself.
That's Yakim and Boaz, the Freemasonic pillars. Like the black one would be the black squares in the checkerboard, and the other would be the white squares on the checkerboard. And the two pillars get their charge, their power from the people in between. the people taking the white squares or the black squares, and it the divide and conquer thing. That's where the two
But
pillars
it all
collect.
comes from one source, though. Why are they splitting the source?
The people divide and conquer.
Order out of chaos.
The power comes from the people, but the two columns draw.
You're Borging, faceplant. You're Borging real bad. I can't even hear you now. You gotta fix your position there. Damn it. Yeah, you're Borging out bad. Maybe you gotta, like, I don't know. Huh. But this whole, if we create the energy in between the sun and the moon, I remember Old Dirty Bastard said, I keep the planets in orbit. And I never understood that. I thought he was like just explaining because they call each other gods. And I thought he was just like using that as a term to explain how powerful he is. But I've heard a lot of people say we do keep the planets in orbit and the sun and moon and all that. Let's see. Hopefully, faceplant won't be Borging. I took some pictures. Like, I'm into law too right now. Nobody has come up to really go into these laws. I gotta find somebody that's like master in law, like somebody that really like has mastered these laws. Somebody that's very intelligent in that area because if these people, if I right, the Constitution was created, it should have not been altered. So I had heard from somebody that the Constitution was created, and it was created, and it could not be altered. It's not supposed to be. You can bear arms, but you're supposed to be able to bear arms, and that's it. All these counter laws were created by people who want to take our freedoms because they don't like that somebody that's been to prison is bearing arms. You know, it's all on feelings, a lot of these counter laws. And it was created and put into play by people that live in a country that doesn't have the laws we have here. So they're like haters, you know. Maybe someone killed their family member. And even though their family member started that problem and it became a permanent example, now they're mad. So now, through time, they created these counter laws. Now, I think if that's the case, and all these laws they're creating are fucking void. What's up, Bex?
Hi, Charles. Nice to see you. I woke up. Yeah, I woke up, and I just woke up as I heard. I was being asked after, so I thought I'd come up and say hello. I've been listening for a while. That's all I'm trying to say. I didn't mean to be away and estranged. I missed you guys.
No, it's all right. everybody needs their time and space.
But still, it can be concerning. It can concern us as also some communication usually is all that needs to happen. And I haven't been doing that. So,
Did you hear what I was reading on the Patriot Act and how as I'm reading, because I've done a video on the Patriot Act and the militarization of the police after that September event 22 years ago, or 20, yeah. And I didn't see the surveillance part unless I wasn't paying no mind to it. But man, what I was reading earlier is it's insane. It's unconstitutional. How they use that event so they're able to not only militarize the police, they're able to spy on their own citizens, or shall I say, just people. You know, they don't need warrants. They can just do what they want when they want, basically. They don't need evidence to prove. They can just say, well, you know, we don't like these people that are standing their ground. There's a group of them, so we'll call them terrorists. And, you know, at that point, they can just do whatever they want. That's very alarming. You know, by them using the terrorist, it reminded me, say, people are protesting or labeling them terrorists, and this is exactly what's happening. And it reminds me of the police when they say, "I smell marijuana," even though they didn't, right? That gives them the right. They can search your car, pull you out of the car. In some states, that's all they got to say is, "I smell weed." And it's the same thing as, well, we don't like, you know, it gives a racist person, or a person that's in their feelings a reason to fuck with people. You know, it's like a free pass when they say, "I smell weed," or, "Well, I don't like them protesting against my laws I want to put out, so we'll call them terrorists," right? It's fucking crazy. And I used the pigeon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
See what I put in the chat? That's what I got on the StreamYard now. My StreamYard is in Thai. I went out of the StreamYard, and then when I came back, it was in Thai, and I can't change it back to English.
What?
Did you see the comment I put in the chat?
Man, that makes me think the government is just watching. They have nothing better to do, these people.
Now my StreamYard is all in Thai language.
You know, Canada's doing it. I don't like Canada's prime minister at all. I don't like that guy. They treat their people like garbage. They're going to regret it. They're going to fucking regret it. Because there is going to be a time where the people, we're working on it. People are slowly waking up. They're going to regret it.
Can you hear me, Chuck?
Now I can. You borged out for a minute.
All my rating on my StreamYard now is in Thailand language.
It looks like alien language, like Dominic says.
That's what my StreamYard is now, completely in that.
That's not good.
Yeah, like where it says mic and camera and chat and all that at the bottom, it's in Thai language, and so is it up where my in the top right corner, it's all Thai.
Huh.
Fucking bizarre. I even went back into the
Borging
chat,
out.
copied the link, and damn.
It must be a language setting somewhere on your phone, perhaps. Is anything else in Thai?
That's what I'm looking for. Try to. Yeah,
Is it just your keyboard? Is it your keyboard?
Yeah, I go to general settings and there's nothing for that. You probably have to go into the actual website. But I put that pigeon. I've spoke about this before. The pigeon that I have for the cover, and I watched part 1 and part 2 of these guys who are talking about all birds are drones in the government. Now, I don't believe that, but you know, I've never seen a baby eagle. I think about this now. I've seen big eagles flying. I've never seen baby eagles. Not saying there isn't. I've never seen a baby pigeon. I've seen like baby, I don't know, baby bird eggs and stuff, but I'm not saying all birds are drones, but crows, I seen a crow yesterday. Come to think of it, it was wobbling left and right on the roof, trying to walk to the edge. It was huge, seemed like the size of a fucking vulture, this crow. I'm gonna catch me a fucking pigeon, I'll tell you that one. I'm gonna find a way to catch one. Let's see. If I catch me a pigeon, it's a fucking drone, I'm gonna shit fucking flip out. You should research that, Bex. You'll find a lot of videos. A guy caught a pigeon and he cut it in half and there's no blood or guts. Now, I don't know how real that is, but it's a possibility.
I appreciate the.
Huh?
I said I appreciate the. I'd never heard that before. I'm definitely interested, just of people actually checking birds out and finding them to be different. I'd often thought that, you know, that in this interrupted, in the interrupted function of the world, this might offend people, but I've often thought that especially crows were designed to clean up garbage. You know, they have this. They're like the only. Like, what if in a perfect world they were programmed to actually like pick up your stuff off the ground? Not that you're supposed to throw it on the ground. It's more like, oh, you lost something. Something blew away in the wind, and the crows know to bring it back to a specific place, you know, a gazebo or something. I don't know. I just know they have this thing with carrier pigeons, which I call bullshit. I just call bullshit because I'm sure we had the internet, and that's how they convinced people that messages got around. Because like, how did you know that happened? You know, it's like, oh, the carrier pigeon flew ahead of the bomb. You know, you're like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, now they're coming out and saying the underwater lines for the phone and stuff was 1850s now. Now they have to push it back because people are putting pictures out there and figuring out that they're full of shit. 1920s, 30s, my ass. More like, this stuff's way older than they're saying.
Mm.
I thought about cats too. Like, think about, you know, we don't know when you're buying birds and stuff from these places, like, the government's capable of anything, but now they really don't. Maybe back in the days, but now I just can't see them really putting drone birds out too much, because why? When they could just have our phones. There's your new drones. You know, your new drone birds, right? By them giving out free phones and all this shit was, you know, it's like a free invitation to them, listening to everything you talk about in privacy. Through your TV, through your laptop, through your fucking. I seen a video where it was the video with what's his name, man? That guy that left this country, Edward Snowden. It was disturbing on how, or even in the movies, there's a guy listening through the TV, this thriller movie, and it just, you gotta watch Edward Snowden's thing, man. That Patriot Act really just lets them do what they want, when they want. They don't even need evidence. I just read it earlier. So, that's disturbing. And I told people, you better know what you're getting into. You know, I know a lot of people want to speak truth. They think it's, but are you willing to take what can come with that? Are you willing to sit in prison? Are you willing to maybe lose your life at some point? It could get worse than it is now. They could start coming after people, which they probably are building cases on people now. Who knows? I don't have a powerful voice. I don't have, the most I get is 7 people in my fucking chat. They don't give me the time or day. People don't share my videos. I don't have that many people that come here. So I'm not opening many eyes at all. So I'm not too worried about me being in danger. And the only way I can get a powerful voice is if I do it in person. Start standing at street corners.
Well,
that's about it.
Like you've said before, though, that you're happy. You're happy when one person comes in the room. You do it for just one person that comes in the room, and I think that's what makes your voice powerful. Is that you do care, like what you're doing. You're doing what you're doing because you care, and I think it. I did that 18-hour stream, and yeah, it was stuff has happened, and just to leave, it's made me really realize how just how this YouTube stuff works, right? And that's just me letting some, I engaged in discussion and engaged in the idea of, I allowed us all to watch someone present their fight. Let's just see, I did something really shitty, and it's been a week of figuring out how that made me feel and what I should do about it. So yeah, just keeping everything out of my mouth, you know what I mean, of my own stuff. It just is a lot more to all of this, and I know other people will be like, oh yeah, you're just hosting people. Of course, it's easy. You just be a good host or do this. But, I engaged in, I engaged in dialogue with someone who had a beef with someone who I had no beef with. Right. And we entertained that person. And, yeah, it's been a week of figuring out why I did that. And, anyways, doesn't matter. Like, that's all down. It's a lot of lessons out here it's nice. It's, I just started a channel, right? We had a party, and, I allowed someone at my party to talk badly about someone I don't even know. I even engaged in the conversation, and that's where I've been, is just looking at that, seeing if I should do anything about it, or, and and why I would do that publicly, right? So, it's nice thing about you, Charles, is you have created yourself a really solid space here where people can come and be themselves and share with you and chat with you. And whether it's 3 people in the chat or 12 people in the chat or 15 people in the chat, because all of those things happen, it's a safe place to be. And I wish I'd been here more this week, but I've just been really reflecting on how easy it is for me to, or how easy it was for me to do that in my own space, let alone being in someone else's room and committing a faux pas, whatever that might be, it just had me really reflecting on how comfortable I'd gotten at just hanging out online, So I was trying to focus a little bit on figuring out if I was going to do anything about how I felt about that. And then as I did that, more, the people, that I entertained, and engaged in with that, it doesn't, anyways, they've disappeared. Like, it just feels like a setup, So it doesn't, anyways, just I want to, it's hard to say without speaking vague and then having someone think that it's something else going on, but it's no one close to, it's no one close to us. It's a couple that had helped me I'd done a couple shows with them, and I just I think I like what you have here, Charles, and I appreciate that it's here, and it's here for me to come back to. But I had my own stream, and then stuff happened, and I was been pondering all that stuff. So I didn't mean
It's
to just
hard
dump.
to run
It
a
is.
stream,
Yeah.
keep people on topic, and arguments, and I've been through it all. Arguments, shit talking, and I don't step in usually because I want to see how people are, and if I don't like the person, I just won't let them up. That's rarely happens. Like, I kicked that guy out the other day when he was asking for me. I subbed to his channel. I thought he was trying to porn bomb me and shit. But then I went and looked at his channel, and he wasn't lying what he said. So I ended up subbing to him. But,
Was that someone new in the room?
Yeah, somebody came here. His name was something Looney Tunes. I let him up, and all he asked was if people would sub to his channel, and I'm like, damn, Probably just shows up to people's live streams. But what's up, Dominic? What do you think about that Patriot Act? Have you looked into that?
Not sure about that, actually. If you give me a quick oversight on you're saying the Patriot Act. You guys are from America, obviously, so actually.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you're from Canada. That's right.
I'm pretty sure I could probably cross-relate maybe with something you hear in Canada, but maybe give me a quick overview how you feel or what you get from the Patriot Act. Is it favorable? It's not favorable?
I think it's tyranny. It's fucking tyranny against. They created the Constitution, so we have set rights, right to bear arms, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, all this good stuff that kind of like people that came from Europe didn't want communism. So they came here, so-called free land that was almost like stolen. But I don't know. I didn't live back then. I'm not trying to always talk about the past. I mean, it's a good thing to know the past, but we didn't live then. All we can change is now and the future. But, yeah.
Charles, who's capable? Okay, when they say it, because always there's a caveat. Who's permitted to bear arms? Like literally bear arms. Put aside the guns and all that, but bear arms. Who's allowed to arm themselves or protect themselves in America?
Us.
Okay.
Us.
Who's us? The citizens? The peasants?
Yeah, anybody.
Okay, so now let's backtrack it. Who was the Constitution written for?
It's supposed to be the people.
Okay,
We
who
the
are the
people.
people? And who's we the people?
People. Everyone. Everyone's the people.
I'll change the person. There's the 13 families that wrote the Constitution. We the people, our prosperity. We the people, the nobles, and our prosperity, our bloodlines. So now follow backwards now, or go forward now, and think about who are all
That's
the
what it
people.
says.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Well,
So
that's how
as
they
a,
flipped it on. That's how they flipped it on their heads. I'm sure. Like, the only thing that allows someone to have dominion over another person is at least from what I would understand here, is my willingness to accept them as having dominion over me, right? So I totally agree that 13 families have done that. Dominic, I'm not arguing that they haven't, but they also tricked us into thinking they were better than us, above us. They have enlightenment. Do they have enlightenment that they told us we can't pursue or something? Like, it's like these 13 families, it seems to me that people think that somehow they aren't human. They're above us, right? I don't believe it. I think
the
that's
misleading
the trick,
that
right?
the
The
misleading
misleading is that they've convinced us we're not nobles. We're the nobles. They're the thieves. They're the
okay.
criminals,
If you can put
in my
aside
opinion.
your likes and dislikes, they're
Oh,
not
I have
talking
put
about
aside my
you.
likes and dislikes. I'm telling you, I've heard this. I appreciate the conversation. I'm gonna hop off and have a coffee. I'm not leaving because of anything. I'm just telling you that it's a major premise that you make when you come in and you say 13 families do this, and they're the nobles, and we're not.
I'm sharing
You
that.
know,
I'm
I'm just
sharing
telling
that.
you that. Yeah, I know you're sharing, and I appreciate it.
Beck, please, can I continue sharing? Beck, I love you dearly, but I'm not talking about the citizens right now. That's an assumption. Okay, thank you. So, Charles, at this point, what I'm saying is when they wrote the Constitution, they weren't thinking of the servants, the peasants, and all that. They were making a policy for themselves. It's like me and you. If we work in a business, I'm not thinking about the people down the street. I'm thinking about our community. So for them, and every time they've added on to it, it's for their favor. So now when we start including the citizens, if they work for us, then they can bear arms, hence military and police. The misleading is done from each person, assuming that they're talking about them. I mean, about us. They're not. Now, once a person sees it, then they see the game, how it's being played, opposed to having it from a very unfocused and a clarity of how it's being told. So when people talk about the Constitution was written for us, the people that wrote it and the people that follow it are kind of still giggling. I said, you guys are in Europe talking about what's happening here in America. And I get it. A lot of people will break down and understand what is Washington, D.C. Are we talking about all of America? This is why they like the 13 things that were on the flag, the Patriot and all that. They've been consistent in what they're doing. It's like me and you talking about business and somebody else is trying to sell us something else. That has nothing to do with our business. But thank you for presenting it to us. So this is why when you hear other countries and their prime ministers, their chancellors, they're talking with a script that's been handed to them. We're here to represent the people. The masses are assuming they're talking about them, but we have to understand their game. They classify themselves as people's nobles. They classify us, whether we agree to it or not, as citizens or aliens, meaning that you don't have a citizen in that country. That's why we have passports. Once a person realizes that, then and only then they can say, okay, is there something to fight? Then they start realizing, oh, so this is why the G8 does what they do. This is why when in America they do things like false flag, they're just admitting that another nation took over this particular landmass, which is the German race. I get it. People want to reinforce what they've assumed, but actually not done all the work. I said, but that's their game. Whether I agree with it or not, that's their game. Hence, when they do. Go ahead, sorry, Charles.
No, I'm just want to say the more I read, the more I agree with what you're saying. The more I read, the more it's like the freaking Bible. There's so much hypocritical stuff, or I don't want to say hypocritical. I want to say what's the word I'm looking for? Contradictory. It's like they'll say you have a right to bear arms, but then now if the laws are constantly changing to make it harder to have anything, right?
Yep.
To bear arms, there's so much. If you got a felony for fucking, or not a felony, if you get arrested, you can't do this, you can't bear arms. If you're on Social Security and you got mental disability, you give up your rights to bear. Like they're so, it's crazy. It don't even make sense. It's like I think that was purposely designed. It made all these people think, oh, you're free, and then they, in their evil minds, they're like, we're gonna slowly just strip them from everything. This
Well,
whole this whole land was created by the British, or the Queen probably sent these people over.
they did. That's why we have a standing army here in Canada. We have a standing British army. If there's ever actually martial law, we wouldn't have a foreign nation over top of us. But America, they would have a foreign nation. So they would send, let's say, Russians over there, and the Americans would be sent their military over there, and you'd be hearing stories, oh, they're beating up our people. And that's what we do here. People forget. It's a trick on words, but you have to see how it is strict, how it was strict.
We got a standing army. I mean, we don't have, there's people armed to the gills here.
Okay, are you talking about the citizens?
Yeah, we'll fuck a military up.
Okay, so but the thing is, how dependent are this? I'm not talking about the people that live out in the country. How much are the people in the city depending on food and everything being shipped by outside nations? It would be almost like watching the zombie.
That's true.
Yeah, they would.
That's
shut
where they
them
got
down.
us.
That's right. In about 3 weeks, they would turn around, sending all their drones everywhere. Okay, anybody here that brings their military stuff, bring us guns with bullets in it. We will feed you. This is what they used to do even in German time, where people were stealing guns from other people so they can give to the foot soldiers, because if not, they would get beat up. It would be such a quick, swift motion if they ever did that. But they're trying to avoid doing that because it takes generations to correct all that crap. So now here in America, it's an easy sweep. Where do you get all your bullets from? Somewhere else. The Americans think that, and no offense to the American people there, the citizens, but the rest of them, when you go to another country and you're saying that you're, not you guys, but when you're saying you're defending your nation, but you're in somebody else's country, that's called an invasion. And a lot of countries throughout the world fucking despise the Americans to no fucking end. The only reason why they like that is because they're forced to use their. That's what happened to England. That's what happened to Rome. That's why they moved to Yorkshire, England. Then they went to New York. When they blew up the two towers, they were telling all their people, it's time to move. No different when you hear about the word pandemic. In Greek, it means all people. They're not talking about the citizens, the peasants. They're insignificant. It's like me and you having a gang war. We don't fight in our own home. We fight in some other person's nation, and everybody else is just casualty. Even the term bear arms, they're not talking about guns. They're talking about the citizens are allowed to bear their arms. So now back in the days when you were a farmer, yeah, you can pick up your pick and your shovel and fight for the king. Why? Because he made you a promise. If we win the war, I'll give you more stuff. But who's the first person fighting in the war? The king. The reason why he's fighting in the war, because if he wins, he has to pay up on all his promises. If he loses, sucks to be you now. Because the other king says, but did you not fight against me? Yes. Then all your shit is no longer yours. And this is what happens in America. America's $300 trillion in the hole if you factor in pensions. They're done.
I don't believe that.
Well, you don't, but then they're factoring in pensioners.
That's the excuse they used. They squandered all that money.
Yes, but yeah, you're right. But a lot of the stuff have never been factored. So how does a nation that's a capitalist nation, no offense to the American people, they're a capitalist nation. They're only about under 400 million people. If China was
This is what's going to separate the men from the children when this country falls.
Yeah, but they'll both be sitting in the pit, both dead. But another story all by itself, because to bear arms in a nation that's been supplying most of their resources from outside sources. If the United Nations really was what they are and said, listen, we're going to shut everybody's nation's door for a year, you would see how all the developed countries would start suffering. Because that's the only reason why capitalism works, if you take advantage of all the other isms. Now, Russia
capitalism is just a form. They turn everyone selfish with capitalism.
Yeah,
it's all me, and that's by design for a reason. Because if you work as a unit, you're more powerful and unbreakable.
Yeah.
They've created weak links in the chain. There is no more chain, actually. It's just links. Everyone's their own link. There's no unity. There's no working as a. I tell people want to buy their own land. You can make it easier. How much more land can you buy if each person puts $1,000 in or $1,500? We could buy a nice chunk of land that we will own. Fuck buying a house. I'll live in a fucking tent, so therefore there's no taxes. I'm not gonna build nothing on the land. Maybe dig, get me a well, and that's it. I just want to plant food. I don't know how that works as far as tax, but
well, that's the thing. Once you know that you have to pay taxes, that means you don't own the land. Very few people have outright no titles whatsoever on it. They might have an allodial title, but for most people, they're thinking, well, in America, it's no, the American land's still being ruled by the state called the British Empire.
Yeah, now, the crown.
Yes, and then for them, they might try and say, but what about all those people who have all those house rises throughout all those cities? They're in the housing business. What do you mean? Because most of them might be Freemasons and they have titles like an allodial title. They're not going to have a title like a duke or a baron. That's why the Queen's husband, he gave up his opportunity to become king because the German nation had taken over the England, what you call it, the monarchy of the Windsors. So what they end up saying, okay, no problem. You strip your title, but we'll allow you to have all your land titles. That's why he's still a duke and a baron, or he's no longer with us, and who knows what the fuck he did when he was around everywhere. But
look at the Mr. Trumper there. He had on his Instagram, I think it was, he put I'll call it a text or whatever. He quoted I'm being indicted and going to jail for the people, for you, right? For you, he says, I'm going to jail for. And he's excited, right? Like, what a joke. They're gonna use this fool because he's part of it. They're gonna say, you know, it's gonna make people in psychological war when they see Trump supposedly go to jail because they are gonna indict him. It's gonna break the people that think they could stand up and speak against. It's going to show that even the president don't stand a chance of speaking against their agendas. It's all part of the game of psychological war.
Charles, it'd be like me and you getting a bunch of little gangsters, and we tell them to rob a whole bunch of banks throughout the city, but they're little banks. But meanwhile, me and you are really after the main bank. So what they do is with Donald Trump, if people really did their research and realize when they're doing the impeachment and all this other stuff, how many rules, how many laws are being, or in this case, policies are being changed while everybody's being distracted by the media talking about Donald Trump. Lots.
Right.
When they were doing all those things with the Boston Marathon, Boston bombing, and the Parliament, and all that, they were passing martial laws in each country.
Yeah,
because
they got us already. I just want to say you were right. They control the food, and that's where we're fucked. We don't even grow our own food to go to war. We're probably going to feed ourselves. Yeah, you know. So they got us by the balls.
Mm-hmm. And America, since after the Second War, they've been standing army in most nations' land. You just don't see them. And when you do see them, you got to feed them. So again, this is one of those things where people are still getting caught up being a nationalist when these people have been a globalist for the last 25 years, if not longer. So they're already talking United Nations, they're already talking credit system, all that. They're maneuvering major nations like China and India. But meanwhile, the American, no offense to the American, only because that's everybody's being held hostage to play around with their currency. That's useless at the present moment. And that's why Russia and China were forced to, well, they were forced, they're all in the same team.
I knew this was coming.
Well, it's ultimately, it always happens. We just happen to be in it. And at the same time, there's an age shift. So whoever's working for these people understand that you don't do a certain research unless there's a good environment. Everything's going to be lined up. But for most of us, we're just thinking, I don't like it. Okay, so who cares if it's your likes or dislikes? I don't like fucking hurricanes, but I'll be in its way if I choose to build a house in it.
Yeah, well,
you know, that's people's
this
feelings.
Is the get-backs, man. America has done too much to other people, and this is the get-backs, man. America's going to get a huge get-back when that dollar's worth nothing.
But I'm sad for the citizens because for most of them,
so,
they're just
we got to pay for their shit. We didn't do none of this. They did. Now we always end up paying the fucking price for these people. And that's what I'm trying to tell people. Fuck these motherfuckers. Like, fuck walking away. Annihilate these pieces of shit so we don't have to ever deal with them again. Them and their whole fucking bloodline.
But you would have to know who they are because a lot of these people that are families, Charles, are getting our own people, citizens, to work for them. A lot of people, you put enough zeros after at the end of a one, you'll see how quickly most of us, maybe even me, not directly or indirectly, be helping them. You know, I get it when people talk biblically, you know, the father shouldn't pay the sin. I mean, the son shouldn't pay the sins of the father. But if they're reaping from their booties, then they deserve the punishment. So in this particular case, how many people have become billionaires living in America, let alone millionaires? Same in China. You know, I get it.
Yeah, they
Whoever
buy people out. You're right,
on
but
a regular basis.
they can't buy me out. I don't
Yeah.
care, man. It sounds good.
That-
All that money, you'll be living it up. But I know for a fact, even the people that say, "Oh, I'll take the money, you know, my life will be better." When you're sitting home all by yourself, you'll be thinking about that, how you fucking shitted on your people to take that money. It'll eat them up. As much as they will lie and deny it, it'll eat them up in the end.
It could, but most people are good at being ignorant to themselves, and then they quickly put their likes. But it doesn't hurt me. I'm like, okay, poverty doesn't exist to anybody if they don't look at the media. And when it hits them home, they're expecting what other people to care for them. You have to be your own, regardless if we're no longer knowing what a sovereign being is, but you still got to be your own sovereign. And in that particular case, people should at least be aware. That's all I share. I don't tell people to do anything. I just share awareness. And then and only then, if they feel, oh, Dom, you told me many different variations. Yes, what you do with it is up to you. Don't worry about who I am. This is why when people want a name to it, I said, you can't apply discernment to a name. I don't give a shit if it's fucking Jesus, Muhammad, fucking Socrates. Those are just names. What can you apply discernment?
Characters in the book.
It could be, but even like Donald Trump, he's a character. You can only apply discernment to what's being spoken, whether or not it's a script written and they read it, but you can apply discernment to what you're hearing. And then if you go inwards and say, yeah, that doesn't serve me in any way, that could be very selfish, because most people are very self-absorbed. That's why it's all about their likes and dislikes. It's all about them, and then their feelings get hurt. Why did they get hurt? Because you're thinking because you learned a little bit. Fuck, this picture's pretty fucking big, and I spent a lot of energy looking at only small little captions of it. Now, that might sound very arrogant, but fucking most of us are arrogant.
I've been in that position where I try not to put my feelings in anything, unless it's like a friend or something. Then it's different. But I've been wrong a lot in my life, and I used to get my feelings wrapped up in it. And then I realized there's nothing wrong with being wrong. That's part of learning. So, it don't. When if I'm wrong and someone like schools me or puts me in my place, it don't even bother me no more. I'm like, if someone says something that they're right, I'm not the type that will deny it just because of my ego and I have to be right. If I'm wrong, fuck it, I'm wrong, and I just learned something.
Even that, I'll say jokingly, tell them to go to England, do 4 of them, do 4 rights, you're done and run. But that whole idea of right or wrong, it's just possibilities for each person. I get it. People want answers. But how do you get an answer when the equation is so fucking big and it has many different fucking webs to it? Most people are stuck thinking, well, I'm going to force it. Okay, but how does that work for you as you're working or in a city that a lot of it's being manned by so many other factors, and most of it's not even in the city? That's the person living in a glass bubble unaware. So you drag all your diplomas in there. Okay, so what does that mean? So a couple words that they tell you: Illuminati, Enlightenment ones, G8s, foreign affairs. Those are just fucking words. Now, if a person goes inwards and says, okay, so how does that affect me?
More control sectors, that's all they are.
It could be. And the only way people can be controlled is if they think that they can actually harness control. The whole ideal of telling people that you're free is eventually then, if you believe in that fucking shit, then they can take that away from you.
I'm going to be full up honest. I know people are too fucking far gone. We're outnumbered. People are so fucking hard-headed, stuck in the materialistic, in their egos and all this stuff. It's a far fucking shot for us to wake any more people up. We're running out of time. Probably time already ran out. Fucking, they own all the food. They control everything. And I see how it's designed. That's why they started these schools to keep us dumb, the poor people, and just working slaves. And the rich people go to the good schools where they learn and they keep getting the high positions. It's all by design. But you rarely see any poor people getting to be fucking governor, or you got to sell out through the fucking or these lodges and all this shit. You got to you're controlled. You're not gonna go get up and be a mayor and do what you want and start fucking helping the poor out, giving them land and shit. You'll be shot at sight, or worse. Who knows? But
Charles,
the only way we're gonna win is if we fucking annihilate these people.
It could
Violence.
be if you think it's about winning
Walking
or losing.
away, why walk away? This still exists, and they'll start it again.
No, it's about
Look,
being
these
aware.
people didn't care when they killed my mother with poison. They didn't care when they killed babies, millions of other women. You know, they're not walking away. They're going to continue to do this shit no matter what. So why should I fucking care and be nice and walk away? You know, I'm hoping to fucking take at least 80 of them with me. Fucking
Well, care for the ones
bullshit.
that you can't care for. You know,
when they're slaughtering
It
and
is.
poisoning people, they don't give a fuck. They just care about money and getting their mansions and stuff. When they're riding their ski boat they bought when they from money people spent to try to save their life with chemo because they're dying of cancer from eating fucked up food and drinking fucked up water and breathing in all the poisons in the air. As long as they get their boats and they don't care about nobody. So why should I fucking care? You know? And I don't care about their life either. They didn't care about mine or my mother's.
I'm sorry for your
so-
loss, and you're probably, you know, in the correct energy by saying about your emotion. But when it comes to all that other stuff, that again, that's the feelings. Worrying about what other people wouldn't even understand. Yeah, you can spend time understanding and realizing, you know, when people talk like the metaphor of the chess game, most of the Masons are the checkerboard. None of them are going to be the fucking pieces. Now, the ones that are called citizens aren't even on the board. So now when people realize
we're under that motherfucker.
probably not. That means that they actually consider you, and that's the whole thing. This is not about just one person, but when it's affected by one person, in this case, your mother, regardless of what poisoning and all that, it affects you. But to lash out to other people, that's where we keep on getting away from the concept of peace. Peace is silence, both in words and hearing, and then you can direct it towards discernment. But most people are in conflict because their feelings aren't developed yet. That's the part
It's
that
not just about me, though. I just want to make that clear.
Right.
It's not just about me and my mom. It's about all these children that suffered and all these other people, you know?
Okay, and then there's people that are benefiting from it. So the person that actually can keep their feelings in some sort of awareness and say, okay, so what are these people doing benefiting from becoming billionaires? If you realize they're a puppet like the next person, the only difference is they've settled for a different kind of reward. So
I've kept my feelings in check for my whole life. I keep my feelings in check, but
no, I get it, Charles. You know, like for me, I kind of came on hoping to talk about the drones and how energy works or receivers work, but you brought in the Patriot Act, and I know.
Oh, we could talk about that too. We could change it.
Please. Yeah, please. You know, like, because I know we talk about, you know, people talk about, like in this case, drones with birds, or I said about cats. But what about the receivers that we could all be, like, we're all receivers. Hence why we have Kabbalah. Kind of, we're receiving from within, and we have many receivers. So we could be getting messages or some transmission from somewhere else. So when I look at my cat and I'm like, yeah, you could be a drone, you know. But we think a drone is something mechanical. No, it could be something flesh. So we're in a form, and it could be receiving information from somewhere else, because there's times when people come home and my dog's waiting for me or cat's waiting for me. Hi, Bex. So at that point, there's a chance that there is messages surrounding us.
Chuck, do you think you're a god?
I don't think I know I'm a god.
Exactly. Dominic, did you know that in this, I mean, again, I'm not trying to cause, I'm just starting conversation. Did you know that in this room, one of the things that someone's drawn to is the fact that Chuck knows he's a god?
Yeah, we've had that conversation.
Yeah.
What part
Yeah.
does he
Do you
play
think
as-
you're a god, Dominic?
I'm going to be reserved on that.
Yeah, but it's just interesting because, like, it's fine. I understand you're a citizen, right? You're a citizen.
No,
That's
no,
what you.
I'm not a
That's what
citizen.
you told us. You're a citizen, right? I'm just saying you're a citizen.
Bex,
I'm
ask
not.
me.
Yeah,
Bex,
it's fine.
ask me. Bex, we're going to get
Okay.
into this. And
Are
I'd
you
rather
a
do this
citizen?
privately.
I'm not here to fight with you, but you
They
came on and you shut
classify
me
me.
down. So, are you a citizen?
They classified us as citizens.
Okay. Well, they classified it, and you seem to come into conversations and want to convince people they're not a noble and they are a citizen, because that's how they've been classified. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong, right? But it does seem to be your message, right? And I'm not trying to put you out. I'm trying to tell you one of the reasons why I hopped down is that I just happened to be in a room with a friend who I sit with because he considers himself a god, you know, and without being arrogant, you know, I sit here because I understand that message is something that resonates with myself, you know, and not being, I'm not better than anyone. It's just that I've heard that, oh, blah, 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 13 families, blah, 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 citizen noble, blah, 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 you know, and I appreciate it. Every time you hear something, there could be a new person in the audience, but I'm trying to have a dialogue with you. And if you don't attribute yourself to the citizen class that you claim to espouse, then why are you trying to convince other people that they belong to that class? Let's have a dialogue beyond that. Why do you talk about something you don't even believe you qualify for? Let's talk about that instead. Like, and I'm not trying to make it about you. I'm just saying, let's reshift the dialogue to say, okay, I don't fit that class, right? Like, you know, so if you don't fit that class, but you know you're not a noble, or if you know you're a noble and not a citizen, I'm just trying to like, let's shift the dialogue on that conversation, because, you know, I feel like having a conversation with you about this stuff is like you trying to convince me I'm a peon. And I know that's not the case, right? I know that's not the case. And then whatever energies, because we've had conversations, seems to me that you can come into a room I've just come into for the first time in a week to just say hi to my friend. You've been out here hopping around up and down panels all week. I just came in to say hi to my friend and have a conversation. I'm happy it's his room. All three of us can talk. But the way you spoke to me to tell me what your agenda was, which I've heard 15 fucking times already, pardon me, I'm just trying to change the dialogue, because I'll never be convinced by you that I'm a citizen and not a noble. I'll be convinced by you that I can be treated that way. Yes. That they've made policies that way. Yes. I gained so much insight from you, Dominique. But I'm not going to be silenced or treated like I can't get what you're saying simply because you want to have the same talking point, you know? And you claim you're spreading awareness, but your awareness is so great that you don't even, you're not even in the classifications you're talking about, but you're trying to force them on me. So I'm just trying to shift the dialogue. I don't mean to be confrontational, you know, but the way, if you were to go back and listen to the way you tried to shut me down after, if you'd been here long enough to see the conversation I was having, you know, I don't think it was appropriate. So I went and got my coffee. I came back. I heard you were having the same conversation. And I just thought I'd ask, if you're not a citizen and you don't attribute to that class, which you just said that you don't know, it's a classification, then why are you telling us of classifications you don't even fit into? What's the point?
I always tell people to never think less of yourself, you know, like religion tells people they're born into sin, and the system tries to classify and label people. You know, I've always said to always stop thinking less of yourself, you know. It's all psychological warfare. That's basically, I talk about that a lot, psychological warfare. It's all to beat people into submission using words. Shit, but go ahead. I didn't mean to jump in, but I don't know if you want to answer what Bex is saying, Dominic.
Probably not, because it's the typical, it's you know, it's learning how to internet for me. You know, I'm a woman, right? And I know that shouldn't make a difference, but it kind of should. We're all different. You know, he can challenge me, but then he can choose, because I'm using a tone that isn't like, oh, hey, by the way, la, 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 which I could, oh, hey, excuse me. Sorry, do you mind? You were a little bit rude when you came up earlier, the way you spoke to me, you know, but I'm not trying to make a scene. You know, I tried to have a dialogue, you know. How many times can I hear 13 families? Oh, it's for a citizen, you're not a noble, you're a citizen. And he doesn't even consider himself either classification. Go find a new talking point then. And I'm not trying to be rude. I am being rude. You were rude to me. And I'm going to leave it at that. You know, I'm going to get out of your room, Charles. It's fine. I meant to be, you know, I came up here to have a nice dialogue. You know, someone joined the conversation who wasn't even listening to the conversation we were having when he joined. You know, I'm guilty of doing this. I'm guilty of doing the same thing, you know, and I'm trying to talk about having, you know, I wanted, one of the things I wanted to do on my channel was have these internet etiquette, right? Internet etiquette courses where we could discuss, you know, what we do and how we approach different people's panels and channels. And you know, and I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of not listening to the presentation beforehand. I'm 3 hours away. from other people. So sometimes I'm guilty of all sorts of stuff. I'm guilty of being rude. I'm guilty of being angry. I'm guilty of reacting at the chat. I've done it all, you know. But what seems to be interesting to me as an assertive woman who's supported very much in this room, you know, that I get a situation like this where someone can just come in and then act like, anyways, it's with the back chat. It's the way I was spoken to. It's the way I'm not being spoken to now, you know, and then it ends up being, oh, look, we'll just paint another woman to be irrational or something, because we're all just here. You know, I didn't come out here to hear myself talk. I came out here to have dialogue with people, right? Not to tell someone else that, oh, hey, by the way, here's for the 15th time, I'm going to tell you the only thing I want to talk to you about. And if someone wants to challenge me about it, right? Someone wants to challenge them about it. Oh no, it's the woman being a bitch. Well, you know what, Dominic? You know what? I'm tired of your one-sided conversations. I'm being honest. And I'm sorry to be saying this to you in your room, Charles, but I was sitting here talking to you. Now I'm telling Dominic, I would be very happy to try and engage in conversations because I've made these mistakes in front of Dom. I'm doing it right now. And I'm sorry to do this to you, Charles, but it happened here. You had just been like, hey, where's Beck? I'd heard people saying multiple days, hey, where's Beck? Not where's Dom? Not to be rude, right? So I came in and I was like, oh, I'm going to go tell my friends where I've been. But someone comes up and tries to shut me down like I'm the problem. Well, take it. I'm just dishing it out a little bit here. Because I'm tired of being either a too strong woman, right? Or a pushover because some man's told me to, you know? And I'll tell you, Dom, right? If you're just here spreading awareness with a bunch of like verbal salad that you can't even back or espouse as part of your own personal philosophy, right? Then you're just actually telling a bunch of people to not believe in themselves, you know? And it's kind of sad. Right? So I appreciate it, Charles, but I'm not having this conversation about being some, I can have a conversation about how these fuckers think they're better than us, right? How they've, and many, many families that I totally see the picture that Dom has painted. I'm not saying I can't see it, but I'm not saying that we don't get used to convince ourselves that that they're better than us, that they're higher than us, that they're more noble than us. Everything they have, they've stolen from us. Everything. We need to ask ourselves, why do they feel like they need to have dominion over us? What is so valuable about us? It's not like, oh my goodness, we're cattle and we're just going to always be cattle for these people. You know, it's about getting to the root cause of why. Why do they have dominion over us? And it's because, Dominic, and because we're valuable, right? Because whatever Dom's espousing here, it's, in my opinion, it's actually the safe thing to say when he knows in his blood, through his heritage, that people have been after his fucking eggs, his family's eggs, and his family's semen, his entire fucking existence, his whole family's existence. They want something from us. I'm not sitting here talking about being a cattle or anything. Anyways. Beautiful, AK.
Man, I'm jealous, AK. Wow, look at that,
I got
man.
perfect service right here. Perfect fucking service. I can't believe it.
Why would you want to leave such beauty? Look at that. There's probably not a neighbor in sight. Oh, well, there's somebody over there, over the lake, but...
Plane outfits. They take off right here. They go like that way. But normally they fly through the valley, but, you know, they can't fly right now. They're getting ready, though. I come down here and watch them take off right in front of me right here. It's awesome. I'm going to track right here on this little bar. This is where I'll launch my boat.
Is that a train track?
Yeah, I've watched the train trucks go through here too, like the trucks on the fucking train track.
Don't they deliver stuff to people like that? I've heard trains stop and deliver packages to people that live in the middle of fucking nowhere.
They got a station over here, bro. See that? Oh, I got good service.
Man.
It's awesome. The fog's coming towards me. I could see the mountains over there, but it's been fogging it out. I'm getting fogged out. This over here's tight though.
That's the fire smoke.
No, it's fog, bro.
It's been raining here for 3 days. The sun's just squeezing through the fire smoke.
I come down to get my morning cup of coffee, and I see who was online.
These people are burning down Canada, bro.
They I'm from Kelowna. I don't live there anymore. It's the Okanagan Valley. It has a very long, skinny lake and a very deep lake, and they
Why is
actually had a
everyone
fire.
borging out?
The fire, is it me? Am I borging out? Mic check.
You're fine, Bex.
Okay, good. Yeah,
Yeah,
the fire jumped the lake last night. It's a big lake. Like,
yeah, it's pretty decent.
So is that fog or fire? I might have missed that. Or neither. Missed.
It's fog.
Picture. It's fog, yeah.
Fog. It's a nice foggy morning. It's beautiful. The sun should come over here. The sun will rise over here. I love it.
That's 7:30 where you are, right?
Yeah. It's morning time.
I'm trying to imagine how long how wide because the narrowest point of the lake is where they have the bridge. One of the narrowest points is where they have the bridge across the Okanagan Lake. And the fire was on the west side, but further out from what I saw in the picture. And for it to jump the lake, like, for us to believe it can jump the lake, you know what I mean? Like, seriously. I mean, I get it's a huge fire. It's huge. It's scary. But I just don't think they can jump the lake.
Fires don't fucking jump lakes. Don't like, jump goddamn lake, okay?
I know.
I'll never believe that. Fucking heck.
I know. It's just it's the first message I woke up this morning to was my former sister-in-law being like, the fire jumped the lake. And I mean, she was messaging me because siblings are across the lake from the fire, a couple siblings. And I'm like, well, that's what serves you for buying lakefront property in fucking Devil's Country, I guess, you know?
Have you ever heard of a fire jumping a lake?
No, not till I have now this morning.
I think it's a load of shit. That's a cover up.
Yeah. Especially since where it jumped from was like uninhabited, right? First Nations land. And with actually former habitation on it, right? You can see there's a little, cul-de-sac with empty homes and stuff like that, right? In that region where there's next to nothing. But where it hopped the lake, it's, it's people with estates and stuff like that, right? So there is kind of some forestry. You gotta find out what development plans you're in projects, what development plans you're in operation there. Exactly. I have a friend with the first fire in 2003 that actually, did the whole valley, right? Their family had been sitting on land with an old house on it for 30 years. And the fire saved them clearing the land, right? Like, I know that's the obvious, but and people built, right? And they had the money to clear the land, the people, not that they started the fire, my friend, but if that whole region was out there owned by people that, plan to develop. Yeah.
Well, it's also a lot of nitrate they had in their soil too that way. It's like the old slash and burn method, basically. Of farming.
Dom's asking a question. We have questions. We have questions of an Alaskan. Well, one is, do you have a drone and could you show us pictures of cool things sometime? And two, do you have? Oh, he's gone. Birds that. Have you ever seen a baby eagle? Have you ever seen a baby eagle? He'll be back. It's exciting. AK's the gold mining and stuff after that fire. Good news there.
So, what do people think about surveillance drones?
I think if you've made birds look like if they have us convinced that it's totally plausible. It's very plausible, and they've probably had birds watching us since we've been born then. Not all birds,
because
but just yeah.
they make a lot of good points in these videos. I sent you some on Telegram, and they make a lot of good points. Like, I've never seen a baby pigeon. You don't see pigeons in rural areas. Like, you only see them in the cities. I've never seen a pigeon in the wilderness. And the pigeon population has dropped. Like I've said before, under this bridge over here, there used to be hundreds of pigeons are all gone. I see maybe 5 the most. And, you know, they make a lot of good points. And I wouldn't doubt if they've been watching us through pigeons, but they don't need pigeons to watch us really no more.
There may be like what if
they got our cell phones.
That's making me think, bro.
Have you ever, you know, the old pictures you look at? I know you find the super interesting one, Charles, but have you ever come across the black and white ones that often show a bunch of like trench-coated men with their with their casual hats on, leaning around weird little bits of land. Let's just say leaning around weird little bits of land that don't have grass and stuff on them in the city, where pigeons are like, it's like they're watching the pigeons, right? It's pigeon watching.
Wasn't pigeons kind of semi-domesticated by we making them message carriers, though?
I got a picture of this crow.
I don't know. Was pigeons made by man? Like, did we like breed those birds to be message carriers, or where did they even come from?
But what if the one pigeon that was a carrier, right, was always a drone? You know. And so they had their real pigeons to fly around, and then they had one trained, you know. So yeah, they have been domesticated for sure. In that process, no matter what, people had they're called, what are they called? Apiaries, you know, on top of their castles and stuff, and the birds had their homes and they were fed. But whether that bird actually sent messages, or whether those ruling elite were just convincing us that the little bird, the same bird with the thing on its foot, was the same bird from the same aviary. To me, it feels like all comes to the talking point we're doing today is that, do they have some birds as drones, right? That look so real that we don't know it, you know? And then the chances of you, and maybe are they so real that they've actually been able to domesticate a flock of pigeons to accept that one, you know?
Well, it's like the 100 monkey thing, right?
Yeah.
You remember that, you know, it's like the 100 monkey thing but with birds.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it could literally be if they have this concept of mind control that we think is going on and in humans, then wouldn't they have likely tried hacking animals too? You know what I mean? Like, see if you can't keep a bear in a certain region just to scare the people off, not to make the bear do anything. You know. Have these birds that you can hack that fly from one place. Again, I'm just speculating that I would think that in learning to hack a human's mind, you might have started with animals, like making a pig.
With mice and cockroaches.
Yeah, or like, you know, the little the neural net or whatever.
Popular science 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Excuse me.
Very interesting though, because they've shown us, you know, they're at the point now where they're showing us different tech, right? Like insect tech, let's say, where you can go online, and we've talked about this here before, and look up the little mosquitoes that clearly look mechanical. Yet
they got little robots they can put inside your body now. They're like it's a worm robot, but it goes in your body, and it's like a nanotech bot, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. Mm-hmm. So basically, what the graph in right? Okay, that stuff is like nanotech. That's what I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I recently was listening to some really interesting stuff on the natural. Let's just call it natural.
Yeah.
Natural metals in our brain.
Mhm.
I guess in our brain we have these things called magnetosomes, and they're made from magnetite. And they're these little
Wow.
And they're like little crystalline pyramidal structures. They're actually, they can be 4-sided, 6-sided, 8-sided. But they're not active in a lot of people. In fact, the paper that we were listening to, they actually were saying that in some people have more of them than other people. But I would say that and that it's something that they have linked to consciousness, that they think that consciousness manifests from this magnetosomes. And so technically what they're doing, more so than putting these viruses, these robots that they might put in, say going with this neural net or whatever to make a pig that couldn't walk again or something. It seems to me that what they might be doing is, we always think of these things as tangible, when in fact, like even the robot going into the brain to insert something so tiny, it might just really be putting a little piece of metal in there that allows all this magnetism to actually become patterned again somehow. I don't know if I'm making sense there.
All they gotta do is fucking, your brain's like a circuit wiring. All they gotta do is put a little piece of metal to interrupt that circuit, that flow of energy.
Mm-hmm.
You have a fucking seizure. Probably shit on yourself.
And all this stuff is getting a signal from where?
But I got a picture of over 100 pigeons on these new things they're putting up everywhere. Those gray, they put them on all the buildings. They're like, I don't know if they're for 5G or what, but there's like 100 birds sitting on it. And I'm like, man, it reminded me of the picture I see where pigeons are always on wires.
You just found their charge station, bro.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I got the picture. I was just looking at it. Why else? I thought birds don't like towers that are shooting energy out of them, but these birds love it because they were all on it. I got a picture of them flying off of it. So who knows? We have to catch some pigeons, man. Thank God where I live, there's a bunch of like pigeons downtown. I'm gonna try to jump on one and catch it.
You're like an evil scientist in your lab in your basement dissecting pigeons. Yeah. Looking for the robot one.
They're hard. Those fuckers are quick too, bro.
Hell yeah. Any bird's quick, man. Shit. Except for baby sandfinches, they're slow as hell.
One of my brothers is a geneticist. He was a geneticist. He doesn't practice as one in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, exactly. When he was doing his master's thesis, though, he did his master's thesis on fruit flies. And they were looking at how something in the fruit fly affected humans. Like, it was still related to humanity somehow, right? I never asked because I'm not a geneticist. But then when you look at these illnesses that can be transmitted by mosquitoes and bites, right? Then we can also understand that it's not necessarily the bite of the mosquito that has to be the method of affecting your human program, right? That makes sense. They're like, oh, straight into the blood. They're doing something to me or taking something from me. But with these fruit flies, I never thought about how they might administer something through fruit flies. But I think it has to do with the fruit fly eggs. Like, I don't want to be gross or anything, but I don't have bad practices in my fridge. I don't keep the cleanest home, but I also tend to clear my plate. And
but we only have 2 pair of eyes.
But it's weird sometimes these days, occasionally, because I'm blessed to have a lot of fruit and vegetables around me from where I get it. And I go and I get them from a place where they're going to get rid of a lot of it, right? but it doesn't
Yeah.
mean that these things,
It's
these,
bad.
these things they're just been sitting aging longer.
Mark
And now
does
I
that
have
with
fruit and
clothes and chips. He
I
drops them
swear
off.
that I swear they dust these fruit and vegetables with eggs, fruit fly, you know what I mean, with some sort of case to make sure that those eggs stay with the fruit. Right? Because I have the odd fruit fly in my fridge. And it seems so strange that this fruit fly would evolve in my fridge. People be, oh, it flew in there from out. No, it's
He's surviving in here?
yeah.
What?
You know?
Roaches are evolving too. Roaches, they don't even get bothered by roach spray.
I had roaches in my place with my neighbors, and they sprayed it, bro, and it almost killed Moose. He had 2 seizures because of that shit. He ate a couple of them like an idiot. About killed him. I fucking hate roaches, dude.
Dominic, what were you gonna say about Dominic wanted to talk about drones. Something about the receivers. But how the fuck would they get a drone, like a bird drone, to just, you know, how would that thing know where to fly and just stay
dual telemetry
around? Stay droning around with no one droning it, like no one controlling it. It's just like programmed to probably just stealth everywhere, just do what it wants, I guess.
I wonder though.
It has an operating system. That's why.
I wonder if they can program it to follow other pigeons though, because those animals.
Well, yeah, I like this train of thought, but think about it though. Think about this. Look how we can take. Look at our man-made drones, right? We take those and we make our drone shows, and then with the light shows and stuff like that. And that's like after we've only had them for fucking 10 years. Well, how long have they had these fucking pigeons, right? So they've had a long time, if this is the case, to like develop their tech and modify it and make it better. So I mean, these pigeons could be these drone pigeons could be hundreds of years old. You know,
there has to be real pigeons. I mean,
there's real ones. There's definitely real ones because you can go fucking find one and dissect it, and you're gonna find a fucking dead bird. You know, if you killed it.
Where are they coming from? Because I've never seen
gotten to the point now, bro, where they're
ever.
still mechanical, or are these motherfuckers getting to the point now where they're making biological ones like they're trying to do with us? They just went and got rid of those ones. They're just letting those things die out, basically.
But look at the stuff you buy from pet stores. Who knows what they're doing to those fucking birds, you know?
I don't even buy
if they really want to spy on people. But like I said, they don't need to do that no more. We got
they don't need it no more. That's probably why you don't see them over either. You don't see like them thousands like you were talking about. You can't at that bridge.
Think about it.
It's old tech now. They don't need it.
Well, hold on. Let me make a point. I'm going to make a very good point. So I was just thinking about this.
Yeah.
They passed the Patriot Act law where they can spy through all your emails and shit back then. They made that law, and then what happened? Cell phones were everywhere within the next 7 years.
And that they fucking rapidly evolved to be better and better at a very fast pace.
Yep.
We went from flip phones to these.
They created that law where they can terrorize their own so-called citizens or whatever fucking label is put on us. People, I'll say. And they could just, it was like purposely designed to where they passed that law, and then within 10 years everyone got a cell phone. Then they started giving them out for free. The government in Connecticut gives out free phones. I don't know about any other state. And they've been doing this since the Obama phones. Back in whenever he was in office, we called them Obama phones in Connecticut. They were these. I wish I had one still. I threw them out. But this is before the screens like this. They had like buttons you press to dial, and we called them Obama phones. He started giving out free government phones, and it's all by design. And that's how a lot of these, you know, when I was in prison, a lot of these drug dealers were getting caught because all their phones are being watched. It's so easy. That's why you might think, you know, there's cameras everywhere nowadays.
Everywhere.
To be a drug dealer outside on the streets,
you're a moron.
Yeah, it's an idiot. We can just stand on the corner. I don't care what corner you stand on. There's cameras everywhere. They're not traffic cameras. They're personal cameras. They're everywhere.
Ring doorbell. Every
Yeah.
Tesla you walk by.
You got a camera up your ass for all you know.
Every Tesla has cameras all around it in every direction.
That's
Every
horrible.
fucking Tesla out there is watching everywhere. They're like
Fuck
Google's
those cars.
personal eyeballs.
Yeah, fuck them cars.
I hate Teslas.
I hate
They're just spy devices, man. They're just fucking spy devices that roll down our roads.
all them electronic cars are horrible, bro. They're horrible.
Garbage, bro. Ivan's trying to look into the new Kia one coming out, the XV9 or whatever the fuck it's called. Piece of shit, that's all I call it. I told him, I was like, man, them batteries up here are gonna be zapped in the wintertime, and you're gonna spend $4,000 to change your batteries alone, dude. It's not worth it. Every fucking winter you'll have to get new batteries. Fuck that.
Dude, check this out. I picked up a stack of cards. One fell out. I was just going through them real quick. One fell out and fell on the ground. It's the same fucking card that was on the top of the deck. What the fuck chance is that, bro?
That's pretty rare.
I had two of the same cards. One was somewhere in the deck. When I flipped through it, it fell out by an accident. It was the same card as the first one. I'm like, yo,
it's funny how life does little things like that to you sometimes.
I put that bitch back on the shelf. That scared me.
You should let stuff scare you like that. It's just it's a sign.
I'm joking. It's a sign to buy Alan Trammell rookie cards.
Oh, yeah? You got it signed?
No. I do got a Rafael Devers autographed rookie card.
What? Oh, that's fucking badass.
The third baseman for the Red Sox.
Yeah, that's cool.
I used to have, I got a lot of autographs, but like I said,
Really? That's
I had a whole box of all plastic cards, Kobe's rookie and all that, and a lot of them I gave away, man. Like when I found out, I started researching sports and just looking into the Roman circus, and I got kind of like pissed off, and I almost gave all my cards away.
Hey, doesn't the face of that mountain there look like a face, like looking up? Like you see the nose and the lips?
No.
I'm just stoned.
Peace, Candy.
This one
Bill. Who else came in? Mark.
Oh,
Marcel.
Jay. Phillips, I seen you were in chat, bro. Hi, bro. I hope you're doing good, brother.
Left.
Man, every day.
I asked Dominic to talk about fucking what he wanted to talk about, and he left. I don't know, whatever.
Jay asked me if I was going fishing in chat. I did notice that when I hopped on an accident a minute ago. I don't go fishing here, but I do fishing, bro. Not here, though. It's too, like, murky. I fish down by Seward in the ocean for salmon, and then for my trout and stuff, I go lower some, like, my last claim I was at, where the cabins are by the lake and stuff. Because it's real clear. You can see the bottom of that lake. Hope you're doing well, bro. Hope you're healing up, man. We all love you, brother. Stay strong.
Oh.
Jay Phillips. He's in chat.
Oh.
I ain't seen him on anybody's channel or chat in a while, so I had to say something to him.
He said he was coming up, but I guess not.
Was he?
I don't know.
Jay, come on up. You're listening, brother. Please come up. I like to bullshit with you for a minute. That'd be awesome.
Hold on. Trying to find my
swing through and see Jay too.
What am I doing, man? I'm trying to find something here. My channel.
Totally looks like a face over there to me.
One day, man. One day I'm gonna have a live stream. As much as I talk shit about my channel growing, one day I'm gonna have a live stream where 60 people are watching. One day, my voice is gonna become powerful. And I'm gonna start somehow getting people to dismantle the system quicker.
You can't, bro.
Well,
I got too many drones already. Human drones. Just droning on along, feeling the vibe.
Yeah, Dominic, I asked you a question. You didn't answer me. I said about the drones. I started to talk about it, but nobody wanted to talk about it. So it's hard to keep everyone happy, man. That's one of the hardest jobs.
Just focus on
running
making
a
you
channel.
happy, bro.
Yeah, I could.
That's what you should do.
There's people that have channels that don't ever
And if people
open
care
the
about
chat.
it, they'll come in and enjoy your focus of you being happy.
But
Right?
you ever notice all the people that are monetized, they don't have open panels. None. I rarely ever see monetized people open a channel. I mean, open the panel ever.
I haven't noticed it myself.
Yeah.
Being open like you're talking about. Everybody's always white.
I smell cologne. It smells like that old pimp cologne.
Jay! He's here! Buddy! Hey, bro!
Damn, it's just morning time for Jay, I guess. 8 o'clock.
Hey, look, your head looks normal again, bro.
Yeah,
Hell
man.
yeah! Fuck yeah, you're getting back to normal again.
What do you think about
Yeah,
drones, Lucid?
Pretty good.
You look normal again, bro. Like you didn't fucking even have an
Oh, dude,
accident.
they're
Wow.
everywhere.
No fucking ways, dude. They did a good job.
Yeah, man.
Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah,
You're walking
dude.
around? Fucking hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm glad you're doing good, man. I haven't seen you since the surgery, so.
Been pulling weeds.
Fuck yeah.
Weeds this morning.
Yeah? Oh, you're not
Trying to get
working?
my fucking
What?
bed.
Fucking hey, dude. Man, you're gonna heal right up, Jay.
They fired me, bro. And they got rid of me. My FMLA ran out, and it's been a change, dude. I was making 50
struggle.
grand a year and fucking having money for anything. And now I'm fucking struggling to get a fucking gallon of milk and shit. It's been weird. But, that's life. Oh well. I'll figure it out. Once I get back to work, hopefully, here soon.
Well, you're up and about and able to move around.
Right.
But shit. Now you can get to work.
Yeah.
Now you feel your strength back?
I'm working on it. I got to do a lot
strong
of.
again, bro?
What's that?
I don't know.
Are you starting to feel strong again?
Oh yeah, getting
Good.
stronger every day, man.
Fuck yeah.
Doing my PT every day and
Hell yeah, man.
fucking
Good job, bro.
do about
Fuck
40
yeah.
push-ups a day.
That ain't bad.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, dude.
Yeah.
That'll build you up.
For being able to not be able to, it's been a ride, AK.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching, brother. I've been watching, tentatively watching, hoping everything's gonna go good, and you've been doing good. Dude, we're amazed, bro. You're a walking goddamn miracle. Excuse me, Lord. You're a walking freaking miracle.
For real. Anybody? I've talked to a lot of people online. Just trying to spread awareness, about firearm safety and shit. Don't sleep with your fucking gun on your pillow, guys.
Yeah. Jay's the ultimate example of that, for real. Listen to this guy.
Liable to shoot yourself in the head.
God, man. I'm so glad you're alive and you're back to normal almost,
They only
bro.
do that in the movies, man. That's the only time they do that is in a movie.
Right?
Yep. Sleep with their gun under their fucking pillow.
I don't sleep my gun on my pillow.
That's my problem. That was my problem, man. Trying to be Mr. Badass and
Sorry.
I think I'm going hiking. I'm gonna go hiking in a couple of weeks. Fuck it. I'm gonna go up to the Blue Trail.
Bro, go hiking. You'll find something. I went hiking the other day and I found
You
a
got any
shipwreck.
hills over there?
Huh?
Yeah. You got hills over there?
Yeah. Hell yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
hills. To get to the Blue Trail, I gotta go up a big ass hill, which sucks. A long, long hill.
Jay, you want to see where I am?
We used to ride our bikes up the hill.
I'm
And
out
then
here.
riding down the hill is fun. Riding a fucking wind. Who's got the wind? It's windy
it's
as hell
probably
over
me.
there. You live in a valley, right? You live in between two mountains. That's why.
Fucking.
Damn.
I got mountains 360 around me, bro.
Damn.
Big mountains.
That'd be
14ers and shit.
If they surrounded you, it would suck. They would have the advantage over you. If they surrounded you, you would suck. Oh, here we go with the double voice.
Yep. You going
with the double voice.
You going fishing, bro?
Not here. This is where I just came here to drink my coffee and get online because I got perfect service here.
I just came here to drink my coffee and get online. Oh, fuck yeah. I got perfect service here.
I'm going to be diving.
Yeah, I woke up and fucking was on OTWs for a minute listening to their bullshit. And
I got on there for 1 second.
Charles hit me up.
Patriot Warrior was on there and bounced.
Bounced, yep.
Bounce with the fucking quickness.
Bounce with the fucking quickness. See you later, dude.
There's certain people online that I just can't stand anymore, bro. I don't even give them any of my time. So if someone's on someone's channel that I can't stand, I'm not giving that whole fucking channel time for that moment.
Yeah.
That's just how I am.
No, I feel you.
Small online now too. It started off big, right? You're part of that. And I've narrowed it down to people I like. They actually give a shit about me.
Yeah. Yeah. Ones that ain't gonna talk shit every time they see you.
Yeah, or just drama like this show.
Yeah.
Get a liar.
Yeah.
We're trying.
For real. trying to make this place a better place instead of fucking.
I think this is like a dream world, bro. We come back each time, bro. We're stuck in a dream loop. We come back each time in a different body, a different person's life, but with the same soul.
Straight up.
Listen to the song by Ziggy Marley, I'm in a room, man. You get it.
Ziggy Marley, which one?
Dreaming at Home.
All right, for sure. I've been listening to a lot of death metal these days. Have you heard that? There's this band, Slaughter to Prevail.
No,
But yeah, dude, I think there's drones everywhere, man. It's like fucking, dude, if they can make fucking delivery drones for Amazon, yeah, they definitely got some drones watching us.
Right.
There's cloaked crap. There's cloaked time.
We lose Charles.
ፈቃድ በሰማይ እንደሆነ እንዲሁም በምድር ትሁን። የዕለት እንጀራችንን ስጠን ዛሬ፣ በደላችንን ይቅር በለን የበደሉንን ይቅር እንደምንል፣ አቤቱ ወደ ፈተና አታግባን፣ ከሁሉ አድነን እንጂ መንግሥት ያንተ ናትና፣ ኃይል፣ ምስጋና ለዘላለም። ምስጋና
That one, bro.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah,
I
I'm
want
down
to
with
play it all
Ziggy.
with Charles in trouble, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, that song, bro, I've been bumping it hard lately. I dropped it to Pat. Like, I'll be driving through the mountains like this. And bumping that shit. It's no see, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I got Ziggy Marley CD, the Melody Makers. Conscious Party,
Yeah.
that CD. Yeah, that one is fucking tight, bro. I'm gonna get some more of his music, but I'd
You
like to
get
get
down
some more
with,
of his CD. Oh, yeah, bro.
you get down with Peter Tosh?
I don't know who that is.
He's another reggae guy, but he's fucking dope.
Who that is? Boys hanging out with me. It's chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Get down and smoke
I
one
love
real
it, man.
quick,
It'd be
dude.
so cool from kicking a guy like that. Man, just listen to him.
What up, Chuck?
I'm going.
Chuck's back. Yeah.
I'm going.
Huh?
What?
Hey, Charles, you're back.
What?
What'd you say, Chuck?
You're back.
I keep hearing myself. Double, man. So somebody's got to fix that, man.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I bet you I got my YouTube open, bro.
I think you do, Jay, because it didn't start until you came back. You know? He'll fix it.
Dominic asked me what part of the Blue
How's that?
Trail
Is
am I
that better?
doing. Yeah. I'm doing.
Is it
I
fixed
don't
now?
know. I know the Blue Trail is near the reservoir here, and it goes. It starts in Canada, if I'm not mistaken, and it goes all the way down to Florida. But I'm only gonna hike a little bit.
Here's one of the dash that didn't fog up. Is that where the fucking phone is?
Because I don't have someone to pick me up on the other end.
When do you plan on doing this? Charles?
Holy old London. Chucky.
Foggy in here.
Fuck. I have this old buddy, Ben Sanchez, bro. He's one of my
Man, I'm
best
so glad
friends,
you
dude.
up
And I
your
just
block,
found
dude. It's fucking good news. I haven't seen you since your surgery. I seen you was like you were going in the surgery and shit. And I know you've been busy and I've been busy. I mean, you know, I've been busy shit. Yeah, I'm out here leading the whole operation now, Jay. Ivan's in town. I don't think you got a fucking landscaping job.
Oh, yeah.
I got 3 guys up. I'm running right now.
So I heard you're coming down to the States, huh?
Yeah. Maybe.
Lower 48.
But high possibility. I just don't know when exactly. But yeah, I will eventually this winter.
Cool, dude. Yeah, roll through, bro.
I have to make sure I got some legal stuff in Tennessee cleared up first. My father and my uncle are on that. And then after that, that'd be good to go.
Yeah.
Gotta finish
Yep,
getting out of their
fucking
system all the way, you know. Dumb shit. Old shit when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Still gotta pass that I gotta deal with.
Yeah.
But the float planes take off right here in front of you, man. They take off right here in the middle of this lake, bro. It's sick. This is Moose Pass, bro. My fan boat and everything's over there. No shit. Like over there that's where Wes's old house is. It's like you see that house over there, if you can see it. His house is like left of that. Like hang on. Alright. I might be able to see Wes's house from here, maybe. Almost. You see that green, those the red building there, and then like between that green one and that house that you can see is Wes's house is in the middle over there. But it's like the lake's trying to eat it over there. It's like the band's flooded and shit, and it needs to be completely demolished. I mean, and we need some land brought in, and then to build a new home there. But that's where all our like a lot of our my fan boats over there, and so is my V-hole boat. They're both over there. So that's why I always talk about them because I pass them all the fucking time. They're sitting on the side of the road over there on that property, you know. So I pass my boats every day. I go to mine's 4 miles that way. I mine on the other side of that ridge there. My valley's on the other side of that ridge. Skiing like near mine. You'll look it up. I don't care. Good luck getting up there and trying to get anything. I'll tell the fucking world. And I got a security. I got a fucking vet there at my camp right now with fucking 2 shotguns as disposal and a pistol. So I have a security detail. So anybody want to come up to my mine and try to rob me? Well, people handle that for me. And also, my neighbor here is also a fish and game person. So, literally, the house next to my claim is a fish and game guy. His name is Jim. It's awesome. I got a buddy that works for those people. Doesn't that mountain look like a fucking face to you over there? It does to me. Kind of. Oh, now it doesn't really look like a face because the mist isn't. When it was all misty, that mountain right there, that looked like a face to me. It was trippy. Who else still here? I'm on big screen by myself. Man, the fog is cool. I've never seen the fog on the lake right here like this. It's pretty killer.
the hell were you
Listen to
doing?
that song, Carl.
Dude, they're
Listen
probably
to
gonna
that song,
copyright me for that.
No, that's just a part of it.
Man, you could play a fucking centimeter of. I've had shit in the background. They hit me.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I didn't know. Really? Just a part like that? Just a little bit
Yeah.
will get you?
I don't care
Oh,
about copyrights. I mean, I did, but
What if I showed them
damn,
like who it was?
everyone
What if I
hauled
did that in
ass.
the video?
Everyone backed
Yeah, they're
out.
all left.
There's an argument. People left. I'm about to stop going live every day.
What?
There's really no
There was an
point in
argument?
it.
I can't see chat right
Yeah.
now, bro. Fuck. I didn't
Oh.
know. Dude, check it out.
People don't want to build. People don't, you know. Maybe I should start a debate fucking channel. People can yell at each other.
What
I
luck,
don't know.
huh? But look, at least you get this. You get to join this moment with me. Check this out, bro. It's fucking rad. Wow. Oh, I love trains, man. That's fucking sick. Dude. Haha. Yes.
What? That's a train?
Yeah, bro. Fuck. Dude,
It's gone.
that's so cool.
It's gone. It's gone now.
It's a passenger train. They got passengers in there. That's the tourists and shit. That goes all the way
Man, what
to
happened?
Whittier's. Wow, dude. Can you still see it, bro? It's over there.
No.
Oh man, a whole train just went by here, bro. That was so cool, man. That was tight, bro. There was what argument was in chat, man?
Huh?
What argument was in chat?
Not an argument, but more or less a fucking disagreement. There's,
Well,
it's always
we're all gonna have
disagreements.
arguments.
It's bound to happen.
Mhm.
I may go back to making videos again. I got lazy. I got lazy and I don't know.
I uploaded a new short last night.
I lose all my hope in this fucking shit, man. I just get tired and realize people don't want to make a change, man. All the
Some
power
people
moves,
do,
all the power moves we can make, nobody wants to do it.
you can't expect everyone to have the same mindset as you. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to like. You got to leave it really open minded and like you expect them to think like you're thinking, but they don't. You know, and that's what I had that problem too, bro. And it was hard for me to get over that one and figure it out. But everyone don't think the same, and that's basically what you got to remind yourself to help get over that one. And that thing will maybe help you. You know, just keep remembering everybody don't think the same, bro. You know what I mean?
That's true.
You know, that was the problem I had too, man. I did, bro, and it was like a chip on my shoulder for real for many years, bro. And it made me angry, and it made me depressed and shit. So, you know, I feel you, man. Like, I feel you, bro. I went through that. I went through that one, and that's what helped me though, was remembering that everybody don't think the same. So you gotta reevaluate your mindset of people. You know what I mean? Like, think about them differently. Okay, well, then you gotta start thinking about, well, how does that person think? Then you're playing like a psychology game in your mind about other people you see, but it's kind of neat. It broadens your mind significantly. Jay's back. Hey, buddy.
What's up, bro?
Oh man, I'm stoned there.
I thought it was over. Said it was ended. I tried to come back in.
Oh, he was going down.
I dropped my phone and fucking the memory card got loose somehow, so I had to fucking take it apart, get that little thing, stick it in a hole to pop it out, and
Yeah, I know that routine.
I had to reset it when I set it back in place. I don't know. I got caught in the rain earlier today, pouring rain. It fucked my day up.
You got a bad day.
I
Sorry,
wanted to
brother.
go
Hope
for a
you
walk,
get
and my shoes are like, man, I fell in a pot. I didn't fall in the pothole, but my foot went in a pothole that was like an inch and a half deep. It was so deep, I was about to drown in that bitch.
People so deep.
Fucking soggy
I hate
sock.
that. Fuck,
hate
that
soggy
sucks, bro. Yeah, me too, man. I'm sorry you had a bad day, Charles. I hope you get a better day, brother.
What were you saying, Lucid?
I was saying I hate soggy socks.
Yeah, my shoes are fucked.
What kind of heat does your place have?
Me?
You got baseboards, or do you got like the thing on the floor that blows the heat out, or what?
I got these.
I mean, the heat for your home, bro.
Right here.
Oh man,
radiators.
Bro,
Yep.
I put like put a couple bricks on top of that bitch and put your shoes on top of the bricks upside down.
Yeah, I don't control the heat. The people, the landlord does.
Yeah, but how often does it come on? All night? Well, it would be good like to put there every night.
Not now. It's summertime, but
yeah. Well, in the wintertime, it's a good idea. Just if you have anybody ever, yeah, those are good. I would just put like the thin bricks, boom, boom, a couple of them, put your shoes right on top of them upside down. If whenever it's raining, I mean, anybody can use that trick. Oh, the sun's coming out. Check it out. Wow, hello.
Wow, why is this down here? How could I move this?
I told you to come up over there. It's like, damn it, Brad. Woo! It's gonna be a good day dredging.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm gonna be underwater all day, y'all. Well, fucking fish. Okay, now everything's blurry.
There you go.
Not blurry, but at the spot.
Is there salmon over there?
Not in this one. There's lake char, golden tip, and rainbow trout in this lake, but it's hard to get them out of this lake because it's murky, like silty from glacier shit. I go like 30 miles north to go fishing. It's called my last claim I was at. It's called Lower Summit Lake. 25 feet deep at its deepest, so the water's really warm in that lake. Like if I fell in, I'm not, like, I might be able to even swim in that lake. But I can see the whole bottom, bro. It's so clear. I mean, it's the clearest lake I've ever seen in my fucking life. If I don't sell that claim over there, I'm gonna put a lake cabin over there. I'm gonna permit a skid cabin and put a small cabin over there that I can put on a bed on a fucking trailer later if I need to move it. And we're making a deck out, making it nice with a nice stove and shit, having fucking solar cells and all that shit.
Fuck yeah.
Or it'd be a real nice place for a fishing cabin. That's what I want it for. I even want a fishing cabin over there because that lake is, and you can see the fish that you're casting at, bro. I mean, you can put your shit right in front of them because you know where they are. It's amazing. It's the most beautifulest fucking lake I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. Yeah. Yesterday I found a shipwreck, bro. It's called the Alice J. It's from Juneau. I made a couple shorts on it. That was cool. I found it south of Seward, like a couple miles south of Seward is where it is. I was going hiking. I went hiking yesterday.
Yeah.
Not yesterday, before yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, that was the day before yesterday. And then I climbed up the fucking mountain, bro. Trying to go into this hard rock mine that Ivan told me about. I was also trying to fruit that I needed to know because it's my secondary nuke shelter. This nukes are real. And but it's also a mine I wanted to check out. I was going to film it. I was going to make a short of going into the mine and stuff like that. I was going to make a cool short. I was trying to make cool shorts, you know, the other day. And at least I found the shipwreck. That was tight. And I got some other footage too. I could make a video, but I just haven't done it yet. I'll probably make one while I'm down here. But anyways, I like making the shorts. That's what I've been doing lately. Just been making a lot of shorts. I've been having a lot of fun at it because I feel like I'm getting better at them and I'm having fun, you know. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing me, doing what I makes me happy, and I hope you guys enjoy it. So it's also from my memories, man. I go back and watch my own shit all the time. I probably got more views on my own shit than everybody else's viewed it.
Straight up.
My last two videos though that I've done, my last two shorts are like my two favorites right now. It's just stunning. Out there in the fireweed, man. Oh my god! And there's bees all around. There's bees all around me and shit. They're everywhere. There's bugs and shit and bees and shit everywhere. But and the last one I made last night, the way I got the music to go with it, and I edited like 3 or 4 different clips I had together, and then I had this badass fucking reverb music that I found. And I put it on there, and when it played on the fucking video, and it was like the first song I picked too, dude. I went through the songs. It was the first one I picked back out on the video, and it was so sick. I was like, no fucking ways. Oh man, because it's like the music goes perfectly, like it's like bug landing on the fireweed. It's like perfectly with that little bug, and then I pan over, and then the music goes perfectly with the way I'm panning. And then when I slow it down and pan left back over the fucking ship, the music went into like reverb, dark shit. Like it was like all low and shit. I'm like, man, it sounds like they're underwater. Whoa! And then when it comes back to the fucking fireweeds perfectly, at times so it goes back to like loud music, normal music and shit. It's sick. It was tight, man. I was like, man, this video was just like, I can't believe I just made this video like this just in like, 15, 20 minutes. I enjoyed it. It was fun.
Oh, yeah.
Because it all timed perfectly to my footage that I had, man. It was like all the footage I did. Because I spent like 30, 45 minutes out there in that shipwreck, filming it from different angles with my phone, doing 1-minute clips, doing 30-second clips. I do 30-second clips, 1-minute clips. I'll turn my phone on landscape mode. Sometimes it gets like, I'll get like a 1 or 2 minute footage in case I want to take that footage off later and put it in a long video I make later. So I do. That's for the long videos I make, and then my shorts got to be on portrait profile. So you got to film in both fucking ways if you're rocking shorts and fucking videos in your fucking page. Fuck, you gotta learn this shit. If you want to do it, you gotta learn how to use tech. So that's what I got. I don't know how to use these computers up there, y'all. I'm trying to figure this shit out. I try to make the videos that I make as cool as I can with what I have. And I got a beat up laptop that's been half burned by a fire, and the keyboard don't even work on it properly no more. So I got to plug in a wired keyboard to it. But my lost fucking old truck and everything in fire this year, and my fucking computer. It's all still fucked up from the fucking fire.
You should have fucking kept this one, bro.
No, that was for you.
What do you want, Puma?
I'll get another one, man. I'm gonna get another one, man. Don't worry about me, bro.
What's wrong?
I'm doing okay. I'm on it. Get me another one. There's about $700 right there alone in this fucking jar. Already. And I ain't even went through my goal. This is just picking out some of the bigger shit off the top with some tweakers.
Fuck.
I got a couple of at least in my concentrates at camp. So I've already made it. I've probably at least literally already got a couple ounces this year, guys. At least. I'm still mining, so more to go. Yeah. Ain't got big nuggets yet. I'm waiting for those nuggets. I know there's nuggets right where I'm at because that's where I got my nuggets for this motherfucker. I'm like 50 feet upstream where I got the nuggets for this. I'll get it. And I got 3 out there too now. Instead of just me and Ivan. I'm running the operation, so I get to dive. Oh, I got footage of me diving too. GoPro footage of me underwater diving. It's sick. My mustache all sticks out funny and shit. My beard's like, it's like all like this, and it's like poking out of my suit like this. Because I got the hood on, you know? It's like this. Oh, goofy. Yeah, you guys will see it. I'll make a video eventually.
Back up, dog.
This is why the dogs like it, man. I get it. Oh. We're dogs too. Yeah. Huh? What timing? What are the odds? Oh shit! That's hilarious. Yeah, I hear it. It's funny, huh? Your dog's talking to me, bro.
What? Who? Mike
Who's this dog
Jones.
talking to me?
The Celestial Wheel.
I bet your dog would recognize my voice. Jay.
Who?
Jay's dog.
They do. Bubba.
He's talking. Hey, buddy. He just want me to say hi to him. Yeah. Hey, bud. I'll come see you someday. When we travel state, one of the spots we travel to for sure. Yeah, you get to meet with the boys.
How is this possible?
Well, I can't wait to meet him someday, Jay. I'm definitely gonna be traveling through to see your ass.
Oh yeah.
Got some gift for you.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, we'll come through, brother, for sure. Well, I know if we get down there, we'll come through see everybody that I like and that I love. 100.
Yeah, I got opportunities to travel, man. I never had this. I never had this many opportunities. I'm about to take advantage. Next summer, I'm taking advantage.
I might have to actually get you up here too next summer. Because we're trying to sell these. You know, you guys know about the coins. We get this coin sold next summer. I could literally fly your ass up here to work, man. I'm not even kidding. Like, you'll be set. You'll be all right. Take care of it.
Taking advantage because I never had opportunities to travel like this.
You'll love it, brother. I just gotta get the money. Get those coins sold, man. Once I got that done, bro, I'll literally be able to get you up here. I wasn't bullshit about anything I ever said, man. Like, I wasn't bullshitting, guys.
Yeah. Well, if you threw me that percentage, I'd pay my own way. I don't want a lot. 2%.
Bro, if you come and work for me, you'll get more than that. You'll get like 15%. Not even bullshit, man. You'll get paid good, bro. You'll take care of it. You'll have fun. We'll have money to go big with equipment, bro. You'll be like helping us turn the excavators and shit like that. We won't just be diving. That's chump change compared to what we know how to do. It's just a means to get to the higher fucking grade of mining. And once we get to we already have, like, I got video of my trommel and my wash plant from the other side of the claim where I'm at right now. Like, I have equipment on the other side of the river that you guys have never seen. Only a few people have seen it. Like, I have half my wash plant is over here, and then like over there, the last place I was at the lake, that's where the other part of my wash plant is. It's on the other side of the highway there. The base of it, and that's also where the drag line is. So, and I also have an ancient drag line that I can get going again, and literally get that transported down here and use a drag line and my old wash plant and run an ancient fucking drag line that ain't been ran what Google says in 90 years and run something Google says hasn't been ran in 90 years and use a drag line for mining. That would be pretty cool. He's a little bird right here.
Paula said most of the chat went poof. Of course it did, man. They've been fucking with me hard lately. And YouTube don't push live streams. So I got to start making videos.
Some of us need to go for Rumble, bro.
Have bigger builds.
I got a Rumble now too, guys.
I miss when Jay Phillips used to come in and we would have some dope builds. We got to get back on that. I know Jay's going through a lot right now. So I don't hound him. I don't hound him as much because he's going through a lot, but
yeah.
What am I doing? Oh yeah,
hanging out with your buddies. Back, just like back to good old days, back to normal. Here we are. Hell yeah.
shit.
Fuck everybody else at this point, huh, Charles, huh, Jake? Since the ones that are still here. Fuck it. Y'all want to be rude and dip? Fuck it. Just kidding, love you guys.
AK's losing his mind.
Y'all know me.
He lost it a long time ago.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
like
yeah. There goes another Skittle. My mind's a bag of Skittles. Oh, shit. Losing my mind one Skittle at a time. Yeah, I'm crazy. Maybe. Crazy for gold. I better plug in my phone thing. Hold on. I can get my power pack out of the back.
Fucking A, dude. Yeah, I got this picture and it's got all these symbols on it, and it's got a guy licking. He got his tongue out near a vaginal. It's got penises on this picture. It's crazy. It looks like Egyptian sex magic. It is crazy, dude.
Dude.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, Jay, look at this bitch.
Hold up. I'm in the comments. Oh, Paula, salute.
Why did Bex leave?
Bex
I wonder why.
Not,
Yeah, and then
what is that? AK? Is that a jumper?
Power brick.
Bex left.
What power brick in your phone, bro? Look at this shit. Oh, it's on top of my sub. Look at my sub, bro. Yeah. It's in the sweet ass 10, bro. Get it?
Yeah.
Running Kenwood deck.
There it is.
This is what we're gonna take across America, bro.
No, yeah.
We're gonna make America
always
fake
remember,
again.
you are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, smarter than you think, and loved more than you know.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's a badass quote.
I read it down.
No, Johnny, no.
I gotta read this. It's weird with this cord. I gotta find my other cords. Being lazy.
Dude, this, my friend, is so hard to put everything in order. I got so many pictures that I don't know what to do.
This thing will run my turbine heater for 2 hours, Jay.
Say what?
Yeah, I can plug just this box into my turbine heater, my jet heater, that I can put diesel or kerosene in.
I don't see this.
It'll run it for 2 hours. It's a trip.
Damn, hell yeah. Badass battery on it.
It's still like $600. My buddy Eric gave it to me, bro.
Fuck yeah.
I'm thankful. I'm gonna use the fuck. I'll use the fuck. I do use it.
Oh yeah.
I'll highly recommend Lion Energy Safari LT. These things are dope. They are fucking dope.
Yeah, my brother's got those.
I highly recommend them. If anybody's looking for a really, really good battery pack, that's like the beast. Like this thing gives you 100 hours, and it tells you exactly what it's got left, and it's always exactly what it has. It's always on point. I've never seen a badass battery pack like this in my life. This thing is the best battery pack I've ever ran into. That's it.
Yeah, my brother's all about those guys too.
I'm thankful. I want like 2 more of them, you know.
Okay.
I want to rock 2 or 3 of these bitches. I'm not even kidding. That's how cool they are. Yeah, it's badass. I don't know if it's like waterproof or anything. I don't know the specs on it. I haven't looked it up yet. Oh, here comes one of those fucking train trucks. Watch. Y'all see it. There he is.
Beep, beep,
check that out, y'all.
Beep, beep. What if when a woman's backing her ass up, you hear that beep, beep? Her ass is so
Well, I
big.
seen one yesterday on how to ask that big. God, dog. Oh, my wife ain't watching. Oh, shit. This chick had a fucking butt, man. Swear to God, it stuck out a foot from her backbone. At least.
She had a donkey. She had a dunk. A dunk.
But it was one of those ones that still look good and nice and like. How's that big ass still fucking looking firm like that? Maybe those shorts are deceiving me. Oh, it's looking nice there. I always flip my fucking camera. See, I always look at my ugly ass.
What the fuck picture is this, dude? Pilgrim's Process. I don't care about that. Fuck their process. What the heck is this? Celestial? Okay. Where's the Celestial? There we go. There we go. Johnny. Aha, the double-headed eagle. Just what I like to see. Hopefully, by the time I get my hotspot back, I'll have all these pictures in order, so then I could have real fun.
I think those are squirrels.
I don't know what to call these apps. What to fucking call this? Oh, what's this? This alchemy? Yeah, that's alchemy.
Can you hear them?
What?
The squirrels?
Yeah. They want to know.
It was a squirrel. I seen one jump from one tree to another.
How long? Oh, shit. 4
Oh,
hours?
shit.
You gotta be kidding me, bro.
So that's how.
God. As above, so below, as pictured.
Look, bro.
Micro
Actually,
to
no.
macro.
Yeah, I think it is.
They're fucking having sex, dude.
Yeah, they're right up here, this fucking tree next to me, doing their thing. I'm just trying to show you guys this fucking float plane taking off. Some cool shit to see live.
Where should I put this? Sky objects? Pyramids. Quotes and info. Bop bop bing. Baka baka boom. Standing on the crescent.
Look how easy he just did a 180 right there. Wow. He just whipped that shit right around. Weep.
Yo, squirrels.
Circle out here for a while this other plane. The other white one over here is getting ready.
They be jumping from place to place.
Yeah, yeah. They're territorial up here, though. Like, that's... I found out how they live by... Ivan taught me how they're territorial up here and shit at the last plane. It was pretty cool. Learned a little bit about squirrels this year. Now that the fog's lifted, these motherfuckers are coming out. I've seen them take off earlier. But they were waiting for that fog to lift.
Put this miscellaneous.
Hang on, bro. I'm gonna prop my phone up right here so y'all can see all this, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, I need to start traveling and hiking instead of being on the internet. Make some better videos.
Let's do it this way. For a moment. Oh,
Fuck did that picture? What? Ow. Dude, what the hell happened to that? Oh, micro to macro, okay. No, it's not.
Sorry, I had to use the restroom.
Where the
Two.
fuck?
Yeah, he's in there.
Is it way down here? No. What the fuck?
This is what I like coming down to this spot to do, is watch these guys take off and stuff in the mornings. I don't come down here that often, but it's fun.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you cock whore. Excuse my language. I've come to the conclusion that I wonder what this is. People don't even want to build. Yeah, this picture is cool. We can't even.
I think this would be my spot where I do my lives at when I start doing lives.
You should.
Well, I have perfect. You know, I got a fucking tower behind me. Literally, bro. There's a fucking tower right there. Yeah.
Do-do-do-do. What's this? Is this a giant picture I got? Yeah, these are gnomes. Dude, I got hella pictures, bro. I'm a hoarder of pictures.
I know. I see you post them every now and then. I like them. Just scrolling through YouTube and see your shit that you post.
Yeah, hopefully I'll have this in order soon. Then I got to get my phone in order. I got pictures on there I don't have on here. And I got to make my
that's my problem. I had the same problem. I got shit all over my devices, and I'm like, I got to get a better. I'm gonna get a better laptop. Is what I'm gonna do. So, and I'll probably just leave my desktop like at Ivan's or something, and have an extra computer there, or maybe at my buddy Mark's. But hey.
Anyone want me to drop the link?
Cooperate, phone.
I hear running water.
You probably hear that airplane, bro.
Huh.
It's not that loud, but it kind of sounds like running water. But also, I'm right by a lake, bro. What's that?
Why the fuck did it do this, dude?
Also, when big rigs go down that highway over there, sometimes they sound like water over there.
This is crazy, bro.
Sound echoes out here, and it's weird.
For real. No, what the fuck, dude? Between YouTube and Telegram, they're always fucking with me. I mean, YouTube and StreamYard.
Yep.
I don't know.
Well, at least I'm not dropping signal here.
What the fuck is this now? Stars. Okay. Game they want to play. I got like 50 different fucking
There he goes. He's airborne. That fast. Let's go fishing. Let's go jellyfishing. And here goes the other one. Watch him go up too.
Hey.
Hey, Paula.
What's up,
Check out
Paula?
what I'm looking at. Morning. Want to see a full plane take off? Here he goes.
Beautiful scene there. I shared your first video of the
Shipwreck?
okay.
Yeah, I made one last night, like real late.
I liked
Oh,
that
look, he's
one,
going off
but
that way.
the first one's my favorite.
Yeah, the interstellar theme is pretty cool.
Oh man, it was awesome. It looked so professional. It was ridiculous.
Thanks. I'm trying to get better at this. I'm using this stupid phone. Using a $50 phone. Ha ha! Professional that, suckers! Thanks. There he goes. Look, he's over there. He already looped and he's over there now. The first one. And there's the second one. They come out in pairs. They circle around for a while to warm up, I think, and also make sure the radio's working, and then they dip. I usually watch him from over there. Like, I'm normally like over there, like, let's see if I'm on the other side of that white plane on the beach over there in that area. Here he goes. He's taking off. Watch how fast he gets up. 8, 9, 10.
So you've been live for like 3 hours, Chuck. But I saw that's what it says anyway. Oh, and now it's 4 hours. Now that I'm actually in here. What all have you guys talked about today?
Well, I started off talking about the drones, like the bird surveillance, and then I went into the surveillance, the Patriot Act. I was talking about how the Patriot Act's like a slap in the face to the Patriots because they call it the Patriot Act, but it's really about invading our privacy under the Terrorist Act. It's sort of like when the cops say, "I smell marijuana," it's like a loophole for them to search your car and you. Or if they say, "Well, that people protesting, those are terrorists. We're going against, you know, or free speech is going to be a terroristic act. You know, oh, how dare you speak up against poison killing people? How dare you? You're a terrorist. So I was showing laws.
Not the murderers. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was telling people, you know, when you speak out, you better be willing to go to prison and a lot of stuff, because that's going to be coming next. So.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. I just can't wait until we're on the other side of all this insanity. Birds, this surveillance, and if you care about your country, oh, all of a sudden you're a bad guy. And
it's just it's not
what people think it is. You're exactly right. It's something they made up to mark them as terrorists because they love their country. It's sickening. It's just disgusting.
It's gotten bad.
I can't figure out what this plane's doing. He's still in the waterway out there on like the other side of the lake now. What the fuck is this guy doing? Is he having problems?
Yeah, those things are pretty blatant right in your face, and there's not really a lot I could add to that because it's spot on. I mean, I've done all that research too. It's like, you know, you hear the Patriot Act. That one's the most disturbing to me because the way they make it sound, it's a good thing, you know, it's something to protect patriots. But then when you get in there and you read it, you're like, your jaw hits the fucking floor. You're like, what the fuck is this shit?
It's like a slap in the face when you call it the Patriot Act.
And a punch in the gut. It's just disgusting. Man, it is just so beautiful where AK lives.
This is Moose Pass, Paula. This is the town center. It's my favorite little town. I love it here.
Say what?
Yeah, I'm gonna move here. If I can afford it someday for this. Well, I will move here someday. I'll have a home here in Moose Pass for the summertime when I'm up here in the summertime.
Well, it's a good driving distance.
I'll have me a home somewhere down in the lower 48. I'm looking at Colorado, but I'm not sure where I want to go yet. That's why I want to travel. I want to go check places out.
You don't want to drive too far away from your gold mine, do you?
I'm tired of the winters up here. I'm gonna be a snowbird because I can afford it, and yeah, I'll just come up every year and just drive my ass back up in this fucking thing. You're gonna go through Canada soon.
I'm just saying.
Me and my little Stewie over here, it's always hanging on for dear life. And my Sage.
Oh, little Stewie. And the Sage.
Yeah. Stewie held it. 2 suction cups used to stay on there, but one of the suction cups disappeared. He was like, I could put them up here and shit. It was funny. From the outside, it was hilarious. I can't find my damn covers. I got covers for my speakers. I don't know where the fuck I put them. That's been annoying.
I found a video that had a dove, like clinging on for dear life to the windshield wipers of a vehicle as it was flying down the road at like 60 miles an hour, and it was having a blast. And then when he came to a stop, he was kind of, waiting for the bird to fly away now, Nope, the bird kept looking at him like, well, why'd you stop and when are you going to go again? And then he went for another damn ride. It was so precious.
Probably because it was as fast as he's ever been.
He loved it.
They can only do like 40. That's got the bird.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing 60. He's like, holy crap, this is Mach 3.
Who else been in here today?
Bex and
Jay.
Bex and what's his name? Dominic. Lucid.
Did Lucid bounce or did he leave on purpose?
I don't know. People have been leaving. There's been a lot of attitude clashes. But I think Lucid probably lost his signal or something.
Yeah, I'm thinking Lucid just probably either his phone died or he lost signal and he couldn't come
Yeah,
back.
he didn't just bounce. It was something else. Yeah, it's all good. I'm glad I got to talk to him for a bit. That's my buddy. He's doing great. He's doing so great. I'm so happy.
All I knew was I went to check my notifications. I had a few. I quickly checked them and hurried up and got back here, and poof, Lucid was gone. I was like, well, shit. Should have waited, but I didn't know he was going to bounce. He is such a nerd.
I had a train go by too while I was down here today. Mr. Paul. Okay. I gotta go now too, though. I gotta get back to camp. It's 9 o'clock here.
All right.
Get off here myself. I'd like to hang out more, but I can't. I gotta go diving.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, I came down here and drank my coffee. Came down here and drank coffee and you know, woke up with you, bro. The essentials.
Well,
I figured finish a cigarette with you guys, though.
yo, you're gonna hit that big goal today.
I hope so. Oh, Paula, look.
What we got?
Cabal. I gotta make a fucking.
Let me get the sunlight on so you can really see it.
Didn't I make a cabal?
Oh, nice. I see. I see.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
Look, there's a nugget.
Heck yeah, I see it. Awesome.
I got a little bit more in here too.
Oh, fuck yeah. You go, boy.
I'm the one diving now. Ivan's in town. I've got 3 guys at my camp. Growing up's hard.
Demi-urge.
I just worry about your land if you move too far away.
Oh, no. It's good. Look, some ducks!
Ah, you sounded funny when you did that.
Yeah, look, some ducks.
You see them?
No.
Yeah. They're right in front of me. Right there.
Let me
3
see
of
if
them.
I can.
Hold up. Be quiet. Real slow.
Zoomed in on the screen.
Oh, they're running away now. Dang it. I scared them. They all like waddled fast.
Aww.
You see them now?
Yeah.
They were over here. See them out here by the railroad tracks. And then that's Moose Pass over there. It's a really tiny town. It's like it's all in here, and then there's like there's like a few homes in here in this area, and a post office. That's like all there is basically. Highway runs along there, along the lake.
Mountains or something else.
Aren't they?
I'd be like, climb.
My mind's over that mountain over there. Over that ridge there. On that ridge, that valley on the other side of that mountain over there is where my shit is. Well, one of them. I have more.
I'd be trying to climb me a mountain if I lived near one like that.
I did 2 days ago and got into Devil's Thorn, and I got Devil's Thorn all over my fucking finger. Look at this. That's what Devil's Thorn does to you.
Oh, that's how
Remember telling you about that fucking Devil's Thorn, that fucking thorny bush? It's huge and everywhere, and I hate them. Now you understand why. They hurt. They hurt. And I gotta go diving with this fucking hand down. Fuck.
Yeah,
I don't fish here because it's too murky. You can't, you know. The fish don't really. Fishing is not that good here.
Yeah, it is. What? In Alaska? You fucking tripping?
Not in this lake. It's like hard to catch them because they don't see the bait. There's better places. This is no one fishes here.
was too murky, I guess.
Too murky. Yeah.
Um,
It's fed by glaciers and shit up there, like wrapping around that mountain over there. This lake wraps around that mountain there. It goes around it, and it goes that way, like around those mountains too, like around that way and shit. It's a huge lake. I think it's called Lower Trail Lake, or this is called Trail Lake, I think. Just look at Google Moose Pass, and it's a big ass lake by Moose Pass. This is north.
huh.
The north, of course.
Sunrise is in the east. I was out here before the sunrise, Paula. You missed it. This was all fog. You couldn't even fucking see the mountains hardly. I've never seen it like that. I was like, oh, wow. And we get on somebody's live and show them some cool shit. Oh, Charles is on. Cool. That'll work.
Right. Right. It's always nice to
I came
wake
down
up.
here. I came down here.
Oh, Suki. I got a picture right here.
Drink my coffee. And my last 10, I made a thermos of coffee and bebop down here. I woke up at 7. I get up at
Here's
7
the
every morning.
I somehow got it on here by luck, but this is the picture I took the other day.
Oh, wow. Whoa, that's weird, dude.
I said,
Yeah.
birds. Look at those are 5G towers, I think. And they
Yeah,
were
I do
all those birds. I had another picture, but I erased it like an idiot. All of them were landed on this. All of them. And all of a sudden they just went whoosh, and took off. I should have never erased the other picture when they were all chilling on there. But either way, those might be drones. This is the top of a parking garage.
Yeah, because I would think a regular bird would not want to sit there.
Right. That's
But
my
if they
point.
need a charge or something, then they would sit there.
Very weird.
You see
Yeah.
the picture I put. Peace, Mr. Anti-Everything. Peace, Christos. Mine's eyes back.
Mine's
Bex
eyes.
still here.
Everybody.
Well, Bex kind of got mad at Dominic. Yeah. Oh shit.
Well, I can see why, but you don't remember the reason?
I'll let Bex say it if she wants to, but I mean Dominic, neither of them is ever disrespecting me. That's why I feel like I get stuck in the middle. But yeah.
Well,
that's why I used to hate when my friends would fight, because I'm like, fuck, man, now I'm stuck in the middle.
well, it does suck, but at the same time, personalities are colliding right now. You can't stop that, so you just gotta let it play out.
Yeah.
You know, I'm colliding with a couple myself, as you well know. And I'm okay with that, and I don't want you to feel bad about that. It ain't got nothing to do with you. It's got to do with just the situation at hand, which most already know that too, so I don't want to get into details. And it'll clear itself up eventually. I've been wanting to tell you not to feel bad about that, because, you know, it just is what it is at this point. You just gotta let it play out.
Was it on this stream? What happened? Dom and Bex went back and forth. I feel like that was probably an epic showdown. Was
It was.
I know, we missed
But no, Bex brilliant. I mean, Dominic he didn't say nothing.
Huh? You broke up.
I said Dominic didn't say anything back.
Oh, so it wasn't an epic showdown. Well, then we didn't miss it.
No.
Okay.
You made it sound like some type of recent big event or something that they had back and forth.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I would say it's a back and forth because Dominic didn't say nothing, but.
Bex, Pythagoras, Bex, if you're down there, what criticisms did you have for Dom? I'm curious. What stream was this? This stream or
she got
earlier?
mad. Yeah, she got mad because I was talking about law and stuff, and we the people, meaning us the people, but he was saying that don't mean us, and it means the 13 families, and
he was given a different perspective on the stuff that was being presented. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, now that I know, that'll piss you right off. Look it up. That's what that actually fucking does mean. I was talking to somebody else, and I've seen it all over TikTok as well. It actually
there's more to it too.
It means the 13 frickin' families, not us.
Well,
yeah, that makes sense.
They ain't gonna stop me from bearing arms.
If that's what Dominic said, it's true. And yeah, she should have been pissed, but not at him. He didn't fucking write that shit and deceive the world or America. He's just telling her the truth. It's sad, but and it'll piss you off, but it's true.
Fuck them. I'll never think lesser of myself like they try to teach us to. That was another reason why she got mad. Because you gotta put in a person's mind that they're nothing, you know. They might think we're nothing, but obviously we're something if they have to put us in that mind state or put labels on us that we're nothing. So obviously we're very powerful if they're trying to shut us down to make us think we're garbage. So
yeah, I would do something like that too. Yeah.
Amen. Hallelujah. That's right. That's right.
I gotta go.
Hey, Kimba.
I gotta go back and go dive. So, but I wanted to show you guys my stats real quick.
Be safe, okay? Be safe,
Be safe, bro.
Let's go.
Bring back that gold.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, we'll get it. I'm on bedrock too.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully my river's clear. I ain't looking at it today. I'm gonna go look at my river. I gotta look. I gotta look at my drink.
Bex asked me, she goes,
my mind is probably waking up right now. It's 9 o'clock here, or 9:13. So I got 3 guys at camp. I gotta see if they're okay.
Dang.
Yeah, and get back
That's
to work.
Crazy. I wish it was 9:30 right now still.
I'm saying.
I was running the mine right now. He's in town working, so it's me running the shit show out here right now. So yeah, I gotta go check on everybody and be fucking that's all.
Yep. Go check on him, bro.
Yeah, it's 9:13. That's about what time they start waking up. So I gotta go check on my man at camp.
Thanks again. What happened?
Later, guys. Much love.
Peace, man.
Peace.
Love. Peace.
Bex said, "Do you think you're a god?" And I said, "I don't think I'm a god. I know I am."
Yeah.
What, just now in the chat?
And no. This was when, what's his name?
Dominic.
Here. Well, you have to ask Beck. She'll explain it better. I mean, I'm not trying to add or take anything out of what was said.
You're good. I got the gist of it with what was said a couple of minutes ago.
Well, we are gods. I mean, they keep us drugged and doped up so that we don't have the power that we should have.
True.
Or they use, the towers and whatnot to help keep us down too. But I feel the power inside of me, and it is building more and more every day. Like one day I'm just gonna explode into some kind of super fucking volcano.
Okay, Paul, let me ask you about that, what you just said. Let me go off that.
Yeah.
Because my energy is rising and building up in me so bad that I'm doing all these techniques like ice packs. I put them on my shoulders. I'll put them on my spine because I have energy trying to come out of me, so I ground a lot. I just did a lot. I did so much pool work right now and yard work. That's why, Christos, when you said it was still wish it was 9 in the morning, so do I. I did enough work right now that I just moved in hyperactive speed where 10
Good.
people probably couldn't have done what I just did, you know? So
Yeah.
I'm working on getting this energy out of my body too. And it's difficult. It's frustrating because if you have any blocks in your body, like where you might have injured yourself, like for me, like I have a couple of issues in my spine, then the carpal tunnel surgery did on my hands. I'm doing all these weird tactics to push the energy out of my body, you know, because like you just said, I really feel like it rises and I feel it. I feel it coming up my spine, lining up, like da 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 da, lining up, like it's gonna bust out of me. And I even
Just
have
help
to,
the crown chakra. Don't try to
yeah,
shut it down. Do not try to shut that down. That is happening naturally. It's it's not like they've told us out there on the internet and in videos and articles and everything. This energy is going to build until the shit shoots out your fucking crown chakra and you got all 7 of them bitches opened.
I just keep thinking like for anyone, and I'm gonna speak for me, like for me or anyone, period. If you have any blockages or you hurt yourself over time, like you might have discs that are deteriorating or things going on. How are you gonna get? How do you get the energy out though? If it's like a blockage, see that's what I'm working on. If it's like a blockage. It's like
I
trying to
don't
get the energy out when there's a blockage, you know?
I don't think it's a blockage. I think if you leave it there, it might
You
even heal
need
you. No?
crystals or that thing Sugar Seas has, that thing that you tap it and it
Tuning fork.
makes the tuning fork. There you go.
Yeah, I do have a
Oh,
tuning fork too. Yeah, I do
oh,
use
I
my
was
tuning
just
fork.
getting ready to order those two on Amazon. Oh my, oh, tuning forks. Oh,
Yes.
and then you put them on around your chakra. Ooh, I'll have to look into that more. Do you ping them on your chakra areas? Is that what you
Yeah,
do?
yeah.
I
I
do.
think
Oh,
you gotta ask Sugar Seas, but I'm pretty sure yes. Yes.
ooh, okay. And I was just getting ready to order them. Hot damn. Okay.
Yeah, so you're like
Oh,
already doing what you're supposed to be doing. You
yeah.
already know what you need. You just need to order it.
Tuning forks. But can
Tuning
you do
fork.
it? But can you do it to yourself? You know, like,
Well, you can't do
Yeah,
your
why not?
back. You can't
yeah.
do your spine. It's hard to reach, but you can do like your forehead and your crown chakra on top, and you
Oh,
can do the
yeah.
back of your head. But if you've got anyone around you that could do up and down your spine, you can. I never ask my husband to do that. I just do the whole head area. Um,
Okay.
um, and it works for me. I mean,
Oh, and that will help
vibration.
the energy. Yeah, the energy. Okay. Yeah, because it's trying to come out through my head too. I can feel it. And I feel like
Hmm.
I'm going to explode. That's why I got to, like in my room right now, I'm in my room now. I had to light incense, smoke a little, and calm down because I felt like I was going to take off like Superman. And I was like, whoa, calm down there.
You might. We
Yeah, I
don't
was
know
like,
what's going
whoa.
to happen. We've
Yeah.
never seen anyone with all 7. We've heard people claim to have all 7 opened, but I'm here to tell you they are deceived because when
Yeah.
all 7 is open, everyone around you is going to know all 7 is open.
Right. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
it's all in your actions, how you act, how you see, how you hear everything. Oh, yeah, it's obvious.
No,
There's no
awesome
denying that.
things are going to happen that we've never seen before. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. You ascend for this reason. Oh crap! I come back and Christos jumps out. I hope he comes back up because I think he was trying to say something. But this is all happening naturally as we ascend. The dark side is descending. That's cause and effect. You know, they don't want to ascend. They like the power that they feel when they're descending. They don't realize that the ascension power is stronger than that wimpy ass shit they're feeling.
Oh my. Is that why right now there's such the conflict between people? Like you were saying
Yes.
before, Paula? Because a
Yeah.
lot of us are getting powerful and the other ones are staying in lower vibration and there's a big conflict there. Oh my.
Yes.
I'm over here joking, saying, what, do people got their period? I'm joking, but I'm like, who's got their period? Okay. So, oh, interesting.
Yeah, you see, I already chose my superhero name there. I'm Integrity of Honesty, the Defender. In StreamYard. I didn't change my channel name to add the Defender. I just decided to add it here in StreamYard because that's what I do. I defend people with the truth, with facts, with reason, with logic. It's what I came out of the womb doing. And it's what I've done my entire life. And then once I got on YouTube, I was meeting people and minding my manners while everyone, because this has happened before in YouTube communities, they've, you know, it comes to where there's another ascension period and the lower vibes are arguing with the higher vibes. And what has always been a problem is people do not understand each other's, you know, powers. My power is to defend the truth at all costs, no matter who's lying the lie. And so they think when I come against somebody that I'm being low vibe too. No, the hell I'm not. Truth is high vibe. And it's what I was born to do. So it's not low vibe when I do it because it's in my chart that I do it. And I didn't even know it was in my damn chart. I just have always done it. And though my family hated me, my older and younger sisters and my mother, because I was so truthful, whenever one of them would concoct some drama and start spewing lies and shit and making up stories, they would all three try to convince me that they were the one telling the truth. And they were so manipulative that sometimes I would think, you know, this one's right when it's actually not true because of the way they told me to lie. And they would always say, well, Paula's on my side, so you're screwed because she's on my side. They knew who I was. They knew. But then somehow in the end, even though I didn't have nothing to do with starting the drama, they would always blame me. I would end up under the bus, up on the cross, and being blamed for whatever shit they all started. But I would still defend the truth. I would learn over time to tell by the words they chose to use who was really lying and who was telling the truth. And I just know that I'm here to defend the truth no matter what it is. Because the truth is life. The truth is the Philosopher's Stone. You know, I made the video on my channel. I'm trying to make a short version of when it was just me and Seven before the other people came in. And my internet's not letting me do that. I made it to 10% left to upload the video to make it shorter for people who were interested in the topic. And I had 10 minutes left last night when I lost internet. My husband was in bed sleeping and it just would not get back online. 10% left and it would have been up already. But yeah, that's my superpower. And then when I learned astrology, I then knew why my life was the way it was. It confirmed everything I already knew when I learned about my own birth chart. So I'm hoping to feel well enough by 7 p.m. tonight to show a lot of people how to go and find a bunch of free shit online about themselves so that they can go and do what I did. You can go learn about you and why your life has been the way it is for free. You don't have to have money to pay an astrologer. You just need to know how to read. That's all.
We're all astrologers.
We are. We just forgot. And if we're all astrologers, we're all Skywalkers. All the ones that are ascending, the ones that are on the dark side, well, you know what they are.
What this is. But I'll figure it out.
Oh, I should book more.
So Paula, let me ask you something. When you do your streams or whatever, when you do your streams, you do your chats or whatever, do you everything like you were just saying? Do you say all that? Do you talk all about this on your stream? Do you come out on your stream and say all this too?
I gotta catch one of your lives, Paula.
Yeah, because I don't catch them. I never catch them.
Don't forget to click that bell. And then when you see that I'm going to be going live, click that notify button. It's the only way you're not going to miss it these days.
Okay. I was just curious because all that you're saying, yeah. If you say it I want to hear it on your stream, you know. So, all right.
Yeah. That's what I do. When you see, you know, if say Chuck's got a video up to go live, but he didn't just boom go live right away. You have a chance to click that notification on the screen of the video that's going to be live, and that'll be a third check to get it all nice and aligned. You're subscribed. You've clicked the bell to receive all notifications. And then when a notification comes through that someone's going to go live, you run your ass over there to it and you click the notification button that's on the screen. And then you will not miss that when it goes live. And if you don't do all that, you're likely going to miss it. And you really missed an awesome one. But give me some time today and I'll get the shorter version up there where it's only like an hour and 37 minutes or something like that, instead of 3.5 fucking hours. I just turned my computer on, actually. I want to start uploading that. I sat down and forgot what I was doing because I was answering your questions. And I didn't quite catch your question about the astrology, the second one. Kimba, can you remember what it was again?
About astrology, and I was just wondering if like everything you were just talking about on your channel, because I haven't seen your channel. That's why I gotta find it. You know.
Yeah.
I gotta find it. I was subbed at one time, but you know how they do us. They unsub us all over the place.
I know. I've seen you there.
Yeah.
Chuck's been so busy. I don't think he has. Oh, Mike, you might need to get me back online, dude.
I have to.
Can you screen share? Or are you still having issues? Sorry, Charles.
Oh, I'm gonna
no. My hotspot is fried.
Oh.
Meaning I ran out of the hotspot. But I really need to do something about that because it sucks. I like it so much when I share.
Yeah.
And I stuck to 2 hours a day of sharing, and that still obviously didn't work. I don't know what to do. I might just get cable. Just to get just the internet. I don't care for the cable channels.
Okay.
I just want unlimited fucking internet on my laptop.
Yeah, I heard you say at the end of your stream, was it yesterday or one day, how you enjoyed doing that, how you enjoyed doing the, you know, sharing the screen and going over the information and stuff. So I heard you say that. So yeah.
Now.
That's something I never learned to do, was screen share. I never got that far.
Well, some tablets and phones have screen share, whatever, built in. Others you have to
Yeah, it's not
actually,
that hard.
you have to get another app to be able to do it. It's insane.
Hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am getting ready to share the link to tonight's video in live chat so that you can go get subbed, Chuck and Kimba,
To your channel?
to my channel. Yes.
I'm subbed. I'll
Oh,
drop
okay.
it anyway.
You might want to recheck though. You never know. They sub all over the place. You know that,
They've been one
Charles.
all over the place. It's
Yeah.
insane.
You'll be subbed one day
Yeah.
and 2 days later, boop, gone out of there.
I haven't even. Oh, that's yours. You got 7. Okay. I was thinking I haven't even gone live yet, and I got 7 likes, but that's Chuck's video. I haven't even gone live yet, and I've got 3 likes.
Boop.
Yeah, it's good to have your own platform so you could talk. I'll tell you, when I started streaming, I went hardcore at the beginning, and I didn't really have people on the panel because, it's hard to get up being a bunch of people and then direct it. I'm not the kind to just boot people out or be like, hey, now, cut it out. I wasn't like that. I was a little
Yeah.
soft, you could
Look at
say.
that.
So I did
Look at that.
my own counseling. What is that?
Look at that. I was subbed to your channel, but
Mhm.
it said all, but the bell was off. Isn't that crazy?
All but the bell was off. Wow.
No, I had it on all. It said it. But when I went to it, it said it was on all, but the bell, they turned it off, even though it said all. It's weird.
Yes. Well, that's a new one because I've never seen that happen. If it's happening the way I think it is in my head here. But after my last video about the Philosopher's Stone, which is also the Phoenix rising from the ashes and, it's life more abundantly and everything. It's like all 7 chakras. It's like everything. I can understand why they wouldn't want anyone to see what I'm going to do next when it comes to that. Because that was the first of many videos that me and 7 are going to be doing together.
Okay, let me ask something. I want to go back to a comment here in the chat from, where's the name? Mr. Anti-Everything. He said, or whatever, can't have all 7, they're talking about the chakras in the flesh. I've been wondering about that.
Well, when you get all 7, I think you're going to leave your flesh. I think you're going to ascend right up out of it.
But, yeah, that's what I want to know, though. Ascend to what? Where? What do you do? Do you sprout wings and fly away? Ascend to where? What is the meaning,
God's forehead.
You're evolving into a new creature, into something new.
But does your physical body die? I mean, I still don't get it. I don't get it.
Probably. I would think so. If there's nothing in there to keep it live, I don't know how it keeps
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Okay, this just went off like a big old bomb in my head. Yeah, seriously. Now check this out. Listen to this. Oh my God. Okay, listen. This would make a lot of sense in my eyes.
I'm super intrigued now.
Okay, listen. If we cannot, this is disturbing as shit, honestly, but I'm gonna say it. In my eyes, if we cannot activate, or let's say, per se, you can't get all 7 chakras aligned and ascend in this physical form we have now as the human body, and this human body has to die and leave. Is what's going on with a lot of people out there? Are a lot of people running around, and I'm being honest because that's me. I'm honest. I tell you what I feel. If it's a duck, you walk like a duck and quack like a duck, you're a duck. Okay?
Yes.
So if a lot of people out there thinking, I'm done, I had it, I'm going to ascend, I'm going to get my chakras aligned, and now there's a whole bunch of people that are thinking this body is going to die and they're giving up? Is this what's going on out there in Booby Tooby land?
Who knows?
Because this is now, no, my ears are ringing. I'm feeling like this is yes. By the
Yes.
behavior I'm seeing, people like, I'm done, so they want to just die. They literally want their body. They're giving
see,
up
here's the
to
thing:
go to some other place they don't even know is even there yet. It's only because you're hearing. Oh my!
But they
That sounds like a
will.
big suicide cult to me. That's what that
No,
sounds.
it's you're seeing it, but you're seeing it kind of wrong.
Am
We
I?
will leave our bodies. The reason that people get suicidal is because they can feel something, but they can't put their finger on it. They can't explain it. And when you die to the flesh at the ascension, at the moment of ascension, this is how I see it. When you die to the flesh at the moment of ascension, you know, you leave the body. Well, what they have the urge to do is leave their body. They just don't know how to do it. They don't, and most of them don't even know about the 7 chakras. So how do they escape their body? But by suicide. But that's the wrong way to do it. That's not how it works. You have to shoot out the crown chakra.
Okay. Well, with that being said, that just solved up a whole bunch of for me. It doesn't have to be for anyone else. In my eyes, that just solved up a whole bunch of behavior amongst a bunch of people, and that's disturbing to me. It's very disturbing because I'm seeing now because people are getting irate. They're like, forget it. The world's going to shit. We're going to shit. And they're dwelling in that shit pool, I like to call, and they're not raising their vibration. They're not raising their vibration. I'm seeing a bunch of people that are just like, forget it. I'm gonna, and I call it a bandwagon. I'm gonna jump on this wagon. I want my flesh body to die, and then I'm gonna go up. Now I'm thinking more like Charles Sky Daddy. Now I'm gonna go up and
You're gonna
evolve
shoot your
into
eye out.
into this. You don't even know. This is disgusting. I'm gonna say
This is
this
how
right
we
now.
become full-blown gods.
Wow.
We will
Wow.
become full-blown gods when we do it right by truth. And since you're so honest, that is why you're vibing so high. It's insane.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, because my body ain't going nowhere. I'm sorry, you ain't taking my body. No, I actually found a time in my life
we
where
will
I'm
get
happy, you know?
I think you'll still get your body. It would just be a healed, renewed body. Something that can handle anything. You'll still be you.
And I'm already healing stuff. Okay.
Yes.
I'm already slowly healing.
Yeah,
but
you're already
it does, yeah. But it still explains a lot of behavior out there on Booby Tooby land. I'm not gonna lie. For me, it explains a lot why people are sitting around like, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not taking it. I don't want to do it and take it either. But I also want to live. I enjoy. I found a place in my life where I actually am happy. So now that I'm looking at it from that aspect, there's a lot of people that are just like, again, from my eyes, are like, I give up. I just want this body gone. That's disturbing in my eyes. That also that would explain why a bunch of people want other people to jump on their bandwagon and go wherever they think they are going. They're running around and I'm seeing it all now. I'm seeing it all, and I know every name and everything. Okay.
See, I'm pretty sure we're going to the cluster, but I don't know if we are just us or if we're going to drag the planet, because I know that we are going through the Milky Way, which is where the cluster is. And, you know, through that reason, logic, and truth, and likely fact, that planet Earth is eventually going to get to the cluster. But those who have not ascended, who have refused ascension, not the confused ones. The ones that have refused ascension are probably not going to survive that journey. But when I first got this higher knowing about the ascension process, I realized that was why people kill themselves, because they feel in them that they're supposed to leave their body and get a new one, but they don't understand it completely. So they
Oh
think, oh, I'll
my.
just kill myself and then it'll happen,
Oh
because
my.
they just have very minimal information on it.
That's when people just truly get, oh no, yeah, okay,
That's
that,
why I don't want to die, because we're supposed to leave this body, which makes the flesh die. But you will get new bodies, and you will still be you, and I will still be me, and Chuck will still be Chuck. And
it
we're
just
going to be
it just
full-blown
explains
God.
to me the behavior, Paula, the behavior, from what I'm witnessing from people running around like, come on, join me. This ain't gonna last. We're gonna do this. No, join me. Now it's all coming together in my head. It's all coming together.
Yeah.
And there are groups of people that are giving up. And guess what? They don't even want to give up alone. They don't want to give up alone.
You know
So
what
they're
the mentality?
collecting people. Oh my God.
Just
Oh
like
my
my
God.
family. Just like my family. And they would literally say this shit out loud. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
Me, yes.
That's the mentality. I got goosebumps from head to fucking toe on that shit, because I cannot tell you how many times I heard those wicked people say that shit to me. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, even though you damn well know I'm innocent. You're
Right.
gonna lie, whatever lie you gotta lie to take me down with you. You are wicked.
That's pure evil. It's a very you gotta be very hurt to say that to somebody. You gotta be so hurt that you
Well,
want to take, yeah.
or devolved, very devolved. I do believe that I was born into a very devolved family as the ascended, of the family, because I was the only one that could be honest. I was the only one that could actually love them, even though they were wretched to me. There's back to kind of the script again. Love your enemies. How? Because they're your family. It even says that. A person's enemies will be members of their own family. Absolutely. That is true.
Yep. Your own family, your closest friends, your neighbors. Yep. All the people that are. Yep.
It all makes sense when you connect the dots properly and you can see the full picture. And in the last days, which is, the sun is working, the sun is doing its thing too for us. And that's what you're feeling. That's what's causing the ascension. That and you being honest. But a lot of people, it says in the Bible, are going to get suicidal. And I think I connected the dots just like I just told you, because they know that something is supposed to die, but they don't know what, so they kill themselves.
Yeah, that's disheartening, boy. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. First of all, Charles, are you okay over there? I want to check on Charles. Charles, you there? Charles.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're okay.
If they're good people, they're not gonna perish per se. They're coming with us to the next level of ascension. They just won't be as high up on the so-called totem pole, because they didn't know what they were doing. But once they know, then they'll regret, and they'll so-called repent for taking their lives. The only ones that are going bye-bye are the literal absolute evil bastards that love the power that they feel when they're being evil.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Well, that just and I had to spend a lot of time in the sun today. Oh, you're right, Charles? You fall? What happened?
No, I fucking put this shit in the wrong.
Oh, I thought you had a
Fucked up.
revelation or something. Okay. What, Kimba?
Wait, are you alright? Are you alright, Charles? What you
Yeah.
do wrong?
No, he's like moving things and he put something in a wrong place.
Now I gotta.
No,
Oh shit. It's alright. I'm good.
But don't be disheartened at all. Everything is still for each person. It is still happening the way it's supposed to happen for them. It is still like we are all on the world stage right now. And we're all playing the part that we're here to play. And at the end, when we're on the other side of it, we're going to know why it had to happen that way. It's a learning process. Don't kill yourself just because you feel like something's supposed to die. Learn that lesson, and they will. Don't be so evil that you're willing to take an innocent down with you. They will learn that. Whether they accept it or not will be their choice. If they don't accept it, that what they did was wrong, then they're probably just going to burn up. They're just going to like spontaneously combust or some shit.
That'll be crazy.
Well, they will be remembered no more. The truly wicked ones will not be remembered anymore. And it'll be their own fault. I'm sorry. I love the power that I feel when I am being completely honest with people. I just
I'm all
feel
caught up.
alone.
I categorized them all. No, I'm lying. I got like 6 left, but yeah, I had over 1,000 3 days ago.
Wow, 3 days ago, and now, oh my God.
1,000 what? 1,000 what, Charles?
Pictures. Oh no,
Oh,
wait. I still have one more page, but most of them are alchemy pictures. I'm probably gonna get rid of them. I got so many pictures, I have to make room.
Yeah, he's overwhelmed by all the pictures. I've got the same problem on my computer. I know how it feels.
Red Squid is the same way as me, man. He's got folders on folders of pictures.
Oh, is Red Squid still live? I'm probably in subs from him now too. They do that.
He's going in. Red
Oh,
Squid. He's live
okay.
every day.
I gotta find him again.
He's one of the reasons why I don't give up. To tell you the truth, I see him going live every day, and he made my synchronism game so much better. He's really good at synchronizing pictures and symbols.
Yeah, he's good. Yes, Dominic and Christos, when are you gonna do a stream? I want to see that.
Yeah, right.
You got an older gentleman and a younger gentleman with a lot of knowledge. Okay.
I have to get these interviews. I have to edit. I have to edit the interview I did with Dean, and then I have to do Red Squid's edit. I have to do the interview with Red Squid. Oh, Red Squid. Damn it, I can't even think, man. Not Red Squid. Renegade 1.
Oh, okay. So you got a couple interviews already.
1.
2, 3. Only
I got
one?
1 done. Dean's interview's all done.
Okay.
I think we could have did a better job, personally. He was going in so much. I think I shouldn't have sent the questions, but I do out of respect so that people aren't surprised. But I'm not going to ask off the wall personal questions. But I wanted to ask the questions and then him answer them, but he knew them already. But we live and learn. The interview thing's new to me, but I think there's people that need it that have an interesting life, like renegades, Steens, like living in the bush. When I heard Dean say that, I was like, wow, living in the bush in Australia has to be interesting.
Yeah.
Oh my, right?
Yeah, but he didn't go into depth like I wanted him to. I'm a little disappointed in that area, but
But
it's
you're
all
still
good.
going to upload it, right?
Huh?
Weren't you going to upload that interview?
Oh, I have to edit it first, and I have to do it through my laptop because it has more memory. Uh, to upload a video, to edit it, it's going to be over 3 hours of footage, probably 4. And then when I go to upload 4 hours of footage, that takes a lot of gigabytes.
Yeah.
So I have to have memory for that.
Damn, you need to become a movie producer, Charles. 4 hours of
Yeah.
editing. Damn, you don't even get paid for that. All right.
That's another reason why I gave up on making videos. Like, to me, it was an artwork of like the way I took my intro was over a minute long, but it said a lot. But people didn't give me no compliments for that intro. I've played it here before. There's a lot being said in the intro I used to always put. So I'm on intro. I love the one that I use now. Probably going to use it for a while. But,
Let me tell Charles. Let me tell you let me give you my little short experience with people. What do you call it? Recognizing what I do. You know, I went years and people didn't recognize nothing, and all of a sudden I let go of just that whole feeling. You know, like no one's seeing it, and as soon as I let go of that feeling, people start to recognize. See how that works? It's like once you let go of that worry, then people will recognize it. So I know exactly how that feels. It's like I could do this and I could do that, and I'm like, no one's recognizing it. And then as soon as I was like, oh, screw it, forget it, then all of a sudden I had people going, oh my, Kim, you did this, you did a good job. I'm over here like, really? Oh, you saw it? Oh, I'm appreciated. Yeah, that's what happened for me.
Yeah.
You know, and then I still have those moments. I still get them. I get them all the time. Like I say, I get them all the time. And I jump back to those insecurities. And especially if whatever you feed your body, like when I keep jumping back to crap food, because it affects your root chakra. It affects every chakra, affects your insecurities, anyways. And when you start eating bad food, like for me, because I go back and forth, all of a sudden I go back to I'll be confident for a few days, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, why is it this way? You know, I feel like a little pissed off kid. I go back into that mode, and I'm like, oh, why don't? And I'm like, wait a minute, what are you doing? You're a 49-year-old lady. Then I stop and think, I'm like, oh, you've been eating like shit the last few days, Kim. I'm like, you are confident. Now you're eating like shit. Now you doubting yourself. Shut up. Get over yourself.
I just had
man,
a thought.
You know?
I refuse to fucking, like, I still walk down the street and rhyme to my music. Like,
There you
people
go.
be like, why you still wear those hats, man? You're a grown man now. What the fuck?
Yeah, well.
And I'm like, since when does clothes or a hat come with a fucking age restriction? You know what I'm saying? Like, people, why you listen to that music? You're not a teenager no more. Like, what the fuck's wrong with people nowadays? I
People
refuse
are,
to grow up.
yeah.
I'm like a Toys R Us kid. I'm a
I was
child.
gonna say that.
I'm not gonna
Right?
sit here and keep telling my body, "Oh, I'm old, man." 'Cause I think that plays a part
Yep.
in you aging faster.
It sure does. It's what you tell your body. It's what you tell your body. You feed your body, your thoughts, all that. You
I
know?
gotta start playing basketball again.
Oh, you like basketball? There you go. There you
I used to
go.
play. I was real good at basketball,
Is
baseball,
there is there a place
football.
around there? Oh, is there a
I
place
played
around
football.
there? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, until I got
Mm.
cracked so hard that I said, "This ain't for me." This sport. I was too skinny. I got hit. It felt like they knocked the universe out of order. I was I got fucking hit so hard that it made me quit. Real.
Well, see, that's good. Those are things to help get out energy and help your peace of mind and stuff, you know? That's why I went out in my yard today. I was laying here and I was like, I could sit in my room and do little household things for myself. And I was like, but I really wanted to get this energy out of my body and I wanted to be, you know, and I didn't want my brain to be thinking so deeply, even though it still is anyways. So when I got out in that sun and did that physical activity, it helped, you know. So you got somewhere to play basketball around there? Hell, go play. Yeah.
Man, I remember when I was in prison, and I use this a lot, but I remember trying to do push-ups for the first time after ripping and running in the streets on the run from probation. I had 2 cases, so when I violated probation, they separate your cases. So now I had 2 warrants in 2 different cities, and I was on the run for over a year, and so I didn't care. I was drinking every day, smoking weed, doing perks. So when they locked me up, I said, I'm going to take these 2 years and get in shape. And I started, but I couldn't even do fucking 4 push-ups when I first started. By the time I left, I was able to do about 300 in a clip. Not at once, but I could do a whole deck of cards, put it that way. Meaning the face cards are 10 and the aces are 20 and regular numbers are the regular numbers.
Oh, yeah.
A whole deck is like 380 push-ups, maybe more. But even basketball, I couldn't breathe. I couldn't run up and down the court like I used to. But once, it's a proven fact. Once you start, your body gets in. It takes about a while, but if you keep working at it every day, you'll get back into shape.
Yeah.
Is that Osanyemi piece? And it felt good. I felt the best shape in my life when I was 27 years old when I finally got out in 2 years. And for the most part, I almost went back again, but I bonded out right when they had me chained up to go into the paddy wagon. They were about to chain me up. I was the last one. They called me last, and I thought, man, I'm going back to fucking county again. What the fuck? They played me, man. I was the last one to get called out, and when they sat me next to the person to chain up, they told them to leave, that I was bonding out. I was like, oh. I was so mad no one would come get me. I was like, no one ain't going to bond me out. I had the money to pay. But, yeah, finally someone came and got me out.
Yeah, I can resonate with that all over the place. What, Charles, let me ask you, out of curiosity, your morning routine, I know you get up and you go on your walk, or you go do things you need to do. What if you started doing that again, like basketball? Do you do push-ups in the morning anymore or anything like that?
I should. No, I don't. I'm gonna, though. I'm gonna
Yeah.
start.
To get your energy flowing, get your body moving, you know?
I used to get up in jail and work out. They say you're supposed to get up. There's people on the block that would get up before work, an hour before, and they would work out and go to work. I just never was a morning person like that, to get up early, start working out.
Yeah.
Well, when I was 16 and younger, I first started working out. I used to get up early, work out, and then start my day when I was young, teenager still. But that's the best to do it.
Exactly.
When your body it's fresh from sleeping, and you wake up. That's when you rip all the muscles, and they can heal better.
Yep. Let me tell
Like,
you. Let me tell you, Charles. Just 2 days ago, just two. Besides that last incident I had, I fell again, and I had my bottom back, lower back swollen. But when I got up this morning, I was like, I'm not even letting that hold me down. Because you lay around more, you get more sore and pent up. That's why I went outside, and I did it very leisurely, at a slow
I
rate.
give you
And
credit.
yeah, oh, I do too. Me too. I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa, because I don't do that. This is something I don't do. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah, I
I
haven't
was out
took
there walking. Yeah.
that bracelet you gave me. I haven't took it off yet.
No. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. But you force yourself, you'd be amazed what you get through. That's what I'm learning with myself, I like to test myself, push myself through things. Like I even tested going out and doing yard work today without even taking an edible. I didn't even take any of my edibles yet. I went out there, I'm like, I'm doing this cold turkey, woman. You're going out there, and it was good. It felt good. Now, after about 4 hours, I was like, okay, I'm about to pass out, and I knew I did enough, so I came it. So, yeah, a little at a time, I
What's up,
start
Dean?
feeling better, Hey,
Yeah.
Dean.
Once the winter comes,
Dino-san.
it's
Yeah.
gonna suck. I want to move somewhere where it's always warm. Within the next 2 years, I swear, next summer I'm about to save all winter, and I'm about to just travel across country. Fuck it. What do I got to lose, man? I can survive anywhere. Fuck it.
You could survive anywhere? Okay.
Yeah. I'm just gonna
Could you?
travel.
You're going to travel? If you could go someplace warm, if you could name a warm state right now you would like to go to, where would it be?
Maybe I'll go see you, Kimba. Then I'll go up north again.
Oh,
I'll go see Native. Then I'll go see Lucid. And I'll just travel all over. Fuck it. Can't be that. Greyhound buses aren't that expensive. Unless you get like. I know
forget it.
someone. Well, this is a few
Yeah.
years ago.
Forget it
50
by then. You're going to have a car. You say that, you're going to have a car or truck. Don't say
Excuse
that in
me.
your head.
Fuck a car.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean. You say in your head you're going to have a big old van. Remember, your thoughts produce your reality.
Yeah.
No greyhounds. No greyhounds. No. $6:02 a.m. Ordina's? Oh my.
Yeah. But I have to eat soon.
So do
I'm
I.
gonna make an organic egg sandwich.
Sounds yummy.
I remember when someone told me eggs are them getting rid of their menstrual cycle, not menstrual cycle, but the women eggs. It's like them having a period, and I was like, "Oh, I've been eating this my whole life, and I'm just now learning this, motherfucker."
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What? Say that again, Charles. You got me lost.
Yeah, eggs. Eggs are the woman having a period. That's what the eggs are. You're cleaning out their system.
Wait a minute. Oh, are you talking about the eggs inside a lady?
Oh, inside of a fucking chicken.
Oh, that's what I was
Right,
thinking.
Dean?
Okay.
Right. Let me look it up now. Let me prove it.
Okay, I was thinking, okay, and gets me that bad. Eggs from a chicken, okay.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
gonna
you
go
lost.
eat snakes. Yeah.
Yeah, you lost me on that one. Eggs from a chicken, clear out, what? I don't get that.
Oh, I'm gonna look it up.
Okay. Because you throw your ideas and subjects out of left field, so I gotta keep up. I gotta keep up.
Yeah, I wanted to keep, it's my fault for opening the panel, but you know, I opened the panel earlier. You guys weren't here, and I said, "Does anyone have anything?" You know, I try to stay on topic. Like I wanted to talk about, but we stayed on topic for long enough because I was talking for almost an hour by myself about stuff, and I'm gonna leave the video up because you know, the hypocrisy. I see the hypocrisy in law just like I see it in, or the contradiction in hypocrisy in law is the same as the Bible, because the Bible is the system. And
Yeah, the lies part, definitely.
you have the right to bear arms, but you know,
But
all these buts and these laws, they always counter our so-called freedoms, and it's bullshit, man. Every state's different too. Like that's another thing. Like, how are we one united free country if every state has its own laws? You know, and none of the police defend the Constitution anymore.
Yeah.
So what the fuck's going on?
Yeah. Exactly.
All right.
And you know, they say it's one nation, but everybody has, you know, it's okay to, you know, smoke weed here, but it's not okay to smoke weed there. Well, then you're not under the same laws. But that's how they, you know, keep you moving around and confused and not knowing which way is up by doing that. You know, these poor newbies pouring into this country think they're coming here to be free because they have not been here. They do not know how it really is. And that's why they want them here. They don't see what we see because we've been here the whole time and we saw everything. And they want a bunch of people who don't know.
Oh my God. Okay, it says, what does an egg come from? The egg is formed in the reproductive tract of a female chicken called a hen. The reproductive tract is divided into two major parts, the ovary and the oviduct. The ovary is where the yolk is added. When the yolk reaches the right size, it is released from the ovary by a process called ovulation. So let's look up ovulation. Now, oh, is it the rooster? That's the male. No, you don't. You do not need a rooster in order for your chickens to lay eggs.
No, you do not need a rooster in order for your chickens to lay eggs. No.
That's weird. So now I heard the eggs were actually cleaning out the system of the fucking. What are you really eating? Here we go. Let's see.
You just need the rooster for fertilization to make more eggs.
Oh, this looks disgusting. Hey, this is University of Connecticut too. This is by Ashley Capps, this article. Salute to her. Oh, this picture looks nasty, man. It says cluster of developing egg yolks in a hen's ovary. This shit looks nasty. Two largest yolks are fully developed. Oh my God. It says hens ovulate for the same reason female humans do. Oh my God. Told you. To reproduce. In chickens, the ovary is a cluster of developing ova or yolks. Female human ovaries also contain developing eggs. That's why I say the serpent in the egg is the sperm in the egg of the woman. So everyone says, oh, the serpent's evil. They need to do some research and start learning more. In women, a mature egg is released from the ovary once a month. If the egg becomes fertilized, it attaches to the wall of the uterus and begins to form an embryo. If the egg is not fertilized, it is eliminated. This happens roughly 2 weeks before menstruation, the shedding of the uterine lining, a process which exacts a heavy toll on the female body. Although chickens do not menstruate, and thus their eggs are not chicken periods, as is sometimes asserted. The cycle of creating and passing much larger eggs relative to their body size and weight is abruptly even more physically taxing. So they're trying to say it's not like a period, but it is. How many eggs do chickens lay? I don't care. Are eggs dead baby chicks? Not technically. Of course, they're not all, because from what I heard is...
If they're not fertilized, yeah, they're not.
Yeah, right.
And you're
So,
exactly right about serpent and the egg too, in case anyone missed that. You're right.
The eggs we eat are because the chicken's like cleaning out it's like a period. That's what it is. I know this chick didn't want to admit it in this article because the higher ups probably told her not to, because it's gonna mess up their sales. But I heard it was. Wow. Ooh. Wow, this is a chicken's vagina, vent, shell
right
gland,
back.
and uterus, magnum, isthmus, whatever. Whoa, what's up with this? Eggs and the impact of laying on chicken health. Wow, this poor chicken, man, looks pain. You know, we mistreat animals. I hate fucking the way once farming became a corporation or a large industry, the animals have been mistreated, man. They got like a, you know, people don't think your little chicken wings come from baby chicks that are killed. Those fuckers don't even have a life. They're slaughtered so you can eat your little chicken wings. Your little. To me, that's fucked up. Like, I don't even eat chicken wings, so people can say, "But you eat them." No, I don't.
Right?
I'm trying not to eat meat as much as I can, but I ate some hamburger. I bought a pound of hamburger to put it with my sauce. But I'm also realizing how bad a lot of the foods we eat are, like tomatoes. I heard have really no value. I don't know how true that is, but
They come and they go. They claim that, like how spaghetti sauce is made, is good for the male prostate, to help them not get prostate cancer. So,
yeah, the food we eat, men are fucked. Sucks. I'm not letting no doctor stick no finger up my ass. Got something else coming.
more like your foot up his ass, right?
Yeah.
I'll be right back again.
Imagine the man has to do that job, sticking fingers up the rectum of men. But yeah, law, you know, the Patriot Act is disturbing when I was reading it earlier. And just, they could call, say, us here, you know, the amount of people that come here, they can say we're a terrorist, say we're protesting, I don't know, we're protesting milk. I'll just use that. They can say, well, that protest group is a terroristic act to the country. Like, how do these laws get put in play if we're a free country? If we were totally, truly a free country, we wouldn't let this happen. But people don't, they're too good. Like, you know, they want us to give up on the political part. It's all, I think it's part of their game for us to hate the politicians. So then they'll pass laws without our say-so because no one's paying attention. Everyone gave up on the. Now, I'm not saying join a political party. Fucking pay attention to the laws they're passing. A lot of laws been passed lately.
Actually, it doesn't matter. Your vote never counted anyway. They're going to make those laws anyway because they don't want their
Well,
slaves to be free.
we got to stand our ground. People have fought for everything nowadays. They don't, long as they're getting money, they don't care. And you know, you got your Christians and your Catholics and Muslims and all that. As long as their money's coming in and they say, you know, money isn't evil. Yeah, it is, because you won't even stand for anything. Because the money got them distracted. You know, I do good things with my money, but the money's controlling them. You know, they can't stop going to work so we can, you know, stand our ground. Like when they got us, if we did stand our ground, all they got to do is stop the food from coming in, and we're fucked.
Right. Yep. Yep. Everybody's like, don't go to work September 1st, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to get them. And it's just like the same thing as J6.
They got food.
And the Tucker thing. You know, I tried to tell everybody, don't do that. Find a better, safer way to protest. This isn't going to end well. And they did whatever they wanted anyway. And we all suffered for it. And there was nothing on the shelves because they were definitely going to punish us. They have too much power now. So the only thing that we can do is complete our own ascension process, because as we do that, it will become just as contagious as any virus, and it will cause a ripple effect.
Well, I got a good movie plan. I'm going to create this movie. It's called, we're going to hold them all hostage in this movie, right? We're going to get the mayor from every state. We're going to, at the same time, hold them hostage in this movie. I'm joking. But,
yeah, that wouldn't really do a whole lot. I'll be right back, though. I gotta step outside for just a little moment, and I'll be right back.
all right. Well, we got to do something one day. And I'm not saying, you know, if we're going to stop going to work and stand the ground, at least make sure if there's 80 people in your neighborhood, at least make sure 60 of them is stocked with food, so then they can help the other 30. Because this can't be at least here. That's why I like the other countries, man, because they help each other out and they're standing their ground, and they're looking for ways to fight by the law, and they're actually doing stuff. America's supposed to be the greatest country. What the fuck are we doing? We can't even come together over differences. It's a fucking joke. I might just move out of this country. Fuck traveling. Travel the fuck out of here.
They keep turning us against each other, or they're not evolved enough to come together with us. You know, it's probably all of the above there. You know, we're all on the same path, but
Yeah,
some of us don't make it, you know.
And they're saying, you know, the attitude in this country is, I could be on the same side as the people armed to the gills, but if I'm starving and I'm like hiking in the woods and I accidentally go on their property, they'll shoot me. Like, this is the type of country we live in, where they're not willing to help others. I don't have all the answers. I have to start stocking up on more food and like things people are buying. Richie from Boston. I wonder what happened to him.
I don't know. I don't know him.
I never forget the day Richie from Boston said, they need people like us. And he's so right. They do things because they want us to stand our ground so they can implement more laws. I get it now. said that.
Yes.
This
That's how
last
I
year,
say
I've been
it.
realizing that they're going to use these laws they implemented, and people think, oh, they're not going to come after us. Yeah, they are. They already are. What do people mean? I can't even fucking speak my mind on this damn platform.
Implemented. Implanted. They implanted these laws. Yes.
If it was up to me, I'll do them old school. I wish I had a bunch of, you know, we got a standing army here in America. Dominic, we got the, every state has a militia. It's the militia. We're the militia.
Yeah.
You, me. That's why other countries won't invade here, because they'll get fucked up.
Yeah. Yep.
What's up, Dean?
Good morning, Chuck. How are you today?
Hey,
All right.
Hi,
Oh, it's
Paula. How are
Saturday.
you?
Saturday morning for Dean.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
It's we got that day covered. You don't have to worry, guys. You know, tomorrows are going to arrive for you.
Peace, Salama. And we're all on the same day if you really look at it. It's time shit is, to me, it's insane how Dean is in another day, right? But he lives on the same plane we do. They got us all fucked up, man. We don't even know what day we're in.
That's a load of shit, isn't it?
Yeah, right? It's crazy.
Oh, yes, but this bloody, it's just total mind warping, but, you know, we talk about these subjects. How did you get on breaking down the drone bird part of the thing this morning? Birds as drones.
We didn't get that far because I don't know what happened, man. Argument ensued,
Okay.
but Can of Dummy came up and we just drifted off the topic. Sucked. I try to stay on topic, man, but it's very hard to stare at people and to stay on topic.
For
I've noticed
sure.
that. And I don't want to be a
I mean,
dick. It's just me. I don't want to be an asshole to people. You know, it's not about
you're not
I could be an asshole. It ain't hard to be an asshole.
You're not though, Chuck. That's the thing. I mean, you how you haven't even talked about your bloody stuff because you're not an asshole, right?
I used
to follow
to be.
every along. Yeah, but you might not. You've got a humble heart, my bro. You've got a humble heart.
Yeah.
And that's a great thing. Don't ever bloody lose it too, right? But yeah, you know, we have Maureen, myself have raised aviary birds, you know, so I can verify that that some types of species of birds are still real. When you get a baby budgie, for example, the bloody thing's absolutely hairless, featherless. It's got nothing on its body. It looks like a baby mouse when they're born, completely hairless, or a baby possum. You've seen those baby possums. They got no hair on their bodies, right? All babies like that are all born furless, hairless. I mean, it's just incredible. You know that a baby can be born hairless or featherless, left in a bloody nest. It's cold. It's springtime. There's still bloody frost and snow. How do these creatures get on when we have to put a fucking blanket on before we can go outside, right? How do they do it? You know?
I don't know. Pretty
Lambs.
amazing, though.
How do lambs get born onto frozen snow and ice They just come out of a bloody womb, the warmest place we know on the body, and they land on the snow and ice, and people, you know, have got no idea that this is going on. You know, every year farmers have got, you know, 400 cows that are going to produce calves. They're all going to be born on the cold ground. No warm blankets for them, right?
Did you see, Dean, the picture that I posted in my community page of the dragon? And it's got people having a meeting on the fucking dragon when it's walking along. Just like I had the picture of the fish, but the guys were riding this huge fish, and they were having a church assembly on the fish. Yeah, I got the dragon.
Yeah.
I found the dragon one. People are hitching a ride on the dragon.
Well, you know, this is what I want to actually get to this part of the bloody subject, and that is that we all have or should have a symbiotic relationship with everything else. You know, if you look at the realm itself, and you envisage everything working with each other, and the time when creation began, I can see that. I can actually see that in my head. But I can see us being separated away from that thinking. I mean, who's to say in 20 years' time, people in cities will believe that even a tree would exist, or that life would exist? If everybody started seeing through the eyes of all birds are drones, then nobody would see a bird as a living creature. They'd just say the whole bloody lot of them are all drones, and we live in an artificial world. And that's how easily the script can show us that we can live in a plastic world and kill off every living creature and not have any symbiotic relationship with any of it. I can see that happening. Artificial world. Only dust do we live on.
What's up, Dominic?
Dominic.
Hey, Paula. Hi, Dean. Hey, Charles. I'm enjoying
Hey, Dominic.
I'm just enjoying what Dean's sharing with us. Thanks, Dean.
Awesome,
Yeah.
Dominic.
I wanted to say on the subject of dragons, Chuck, if you go and get yourself a mirror app, and it's the kind of app that you can hold up to the clouds, and you slowly scan the clouds, you can see the dragons show up. And I captured one that looks like it has a woman riding the dragon, kind of like the picture you were describing that you shared on your YouTube community page.
Hey, Paula, do you
Hey.
think that could be primal water that's in there, that's been evaporated by living trees, by living waters, that's gone up into the clouds, and it's showing a picture of itself from times past?
Times past, future, and now. All the above. They're etheric, and you can do the same thing if you like have a whole bunch of trees, like a whole wooded forest. You could scan it until you can see like the dragon show up or whatever. I've got a phoenix, I've got a hawk, I got and on the dragon there's a woman riding it. I think they're etheric beings, and ether is everywhere. So absolutely primal, and past,
Do
future.
you think that water is not capable of shape-shifting to become that, to look like etherical beings? But I'm not saying that they didn't exist. What I'm saying is that these beings, like even dragons, were part of our old ancient. I won't say ancient anymore, but old old Earth beings or creatures, and their primal waters, whatever they went through their system, is now being surfaced in the clouds.
Yes, I think that's got something to do with it. Absolutely. And you got to see the
Yeah, I think.
video on my channel. I made a video of all the pictures that I took, 13 of them. It's on my channel. It's in shorts, so it's an easy to watch video. It's real quick. And you can see what I've captured with my mirrored camera. You can mirror it side to side or up and down, or you can quarter it, mirror it. It's awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, you know, but isn't it beautiful how your eyes can see these things, and yet you would show this to somebody else who wasn't looking at things through open eyes. A lot of people would go, you know, if they see something of a dragon or a picture of a face or something, they go, "Oh my shit! Oh god, what the fuck's happening? Oh shit! Oh shit!" You know, and they panic and they make something out of it. And I can see that happening in the future so much, and people will be going, "Oh fuck! What the fuck is that shit?" And they'll be running fucking like headless chickens everywhere,
Some
scared as
will
fuck.
panic, some will think
But
it's
us who have allowed our minds to open, to be not what would you call it, affected by what do you call it, these sort of outer, I don't know what you call them, esoteric things that otherwise would freak out a lot of people. Most of us have already had our eyes opened, so when those things come, we will not be awed, and we will not run in flight. We will not look at them like they are monsters, right?
Right. You know,
because that's what it is. That is what the world's doing to us. They're turning everything into a villain, into a monster, into something that isn't real, right?
Yeah, they're faking with all their fuckery. Yeah, but if you can see it, it's real. It's there. Period. Because also, what you're really seeing, as we here in this group know, I believe, is it's as within, so without. So with the camera, you can see what is going on inside of you. Even you could look at it that way. Because these are real beings. They're
I
up there,
think one
they're
day
on
we
us,
won't
they're
even
in us,
need.
they're everywhere.
I don't think one day we will even need like mirrors. I don't think at one point we even did then. You know, that our eyes could see maybe
Without
like
the,
our astral, maybe like our astral body can see. You know, like I do think our astral body can be in so many different places with just a mere thought. And I believe our eyes can see even more with thought. So, yeah, I sometimes I get out of my league with my own bloody
there's so
extensions.
much going on in your head that it's hard to nail down the thoughts that you want to get out. I get it. My brain does that too.
Yeah.
So I understand, brother.
But I think we're coming into a real magical time. I really believe that Revelations is not just a reveal for the book of the Bible, but it's also the reveal over the whole entire realm, right?
Yes, right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when you can see the etheric beings in the clouds, it is magical. It's like real life version of Puff the Magic Dragon type cartoons and stuff, you know? Like the never ending story. I was watching a TikTok video where a guy had taken some pictures of his clouds mirrored, and I literally saw the dog dragon from the never ending story about fell out my damn chair.
So I wonder in the future, could AI fully replace all physical life with an artificial being, and so that there is nothing left in the primal waters but this plastic world, right?
Well, they're going to try to do that, but they're going to fail. They're going to try.
I was having an interesting conversation with our young flatmate yesterday, and a couple of his buddies. They're in their 40s, these young fellas. And I was talking to him about the Earth realm. I've just about, I would say he's a flat person. He's rather more, maybe even crater or flat. He doesn't see the Earth as a spinning ball through space anymore. And it's pretty cool because he's only been here less than a couple of months, and he's already starting to see through the facades that the world gives us, right? And
yeah,
right. So like he does. He's already. I mean, we're coming back the other day, and I says, "Wow, did you feel that?" And he goes, "What?" I said, "It was almost like I felt and saw a shadow going over the car." And this is when we were arriving home. And he says, "Yeah, I kind of felt that actually." A couple of days back, we were talking about the situation a couple of days back. It was yesterday, and he goes, "Yeah, and Dean's been showing me all these things, bro." And fuck, we got a conversation going, and these young fellas started, their conversation is just like shifted from talking about cars, and doing drifting and wheelies and all this sort of conversation, to a conversation of that we're all affected by, like what we're talking about here. And it was just incredible that there's people out there, their ears are starting to open up, their minds are opening up. I don't know, maybe it's a shift in our, that's what I'm talking about, this reveal, is that there's a shift going on in people's mind state, where they can accept this as not anymore as what do you call it, fucking madman's thoughts and stories, but something real that we can all think about. It's
we're
pretty
like
awesome.
seeds. And how does a seed work? We are like seeds. How do seeds work? They have to burst open.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool that these guys are going, wow, so we don't really actually live on a bloody ball. This planet stuff is just mumbo jumbo in our head, that we get caught up in seeing a planet, and so we think with a ball type mind. And I said, yep, that's it. If you have a planet in your head, you're going to have ball type theories. You're going to have ball type thoughts. And you're going to have world type thoughts, because that's what the world wanted you to have. And when you've got those, you can make fantasies out of them. You can build little ball type worlds out in space. You can go. This is what I say to people. You can even have places to go outside of the realm that you believe heaven would be. And then, if I mean, what a fractal bloody universe would we live in then if everybody was all dead in their own little heavens. Nobody would even be with one another because all these little heavens would be space balls somewhere out in the universe, in the galaxies. And you know, they might not even be real, but that the mind is so powerful, it can build fantasies into real things. Would you, as my mother said to me, and this I said to the boys yesterday, could we all have a different fantasy of what heaven is, and we all die, and we all get fractured out into our own little different hells or heavens, and we're stuck there. And if nobody comes along to pick us up and take us back, will we be trapped in that forever? Who's to say? Who's to know? You know?
I don't think we're going to be trapped.
Well, I think our mind's a pretty powerful thing. I think our mind's pretty powerful, and I believe there's a lot of souls here that are already trapped, Paula. Already, not soul, spirit, people, beings.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in the next step of our evolution, I don't think we'll be trapped.
Well, you will be if you've got a ball in your head and you think you're spinning through space at 66.
Yes, I agree with you on that. Yes.
You know, so I mean, how many? If we've got 6 billion people living on Earth, and they're all going off on their own private spinning ball, right? That's a bloody lot of trapped spirits in hell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
All I know is we ain't flying through space now down there.
The boys were in stun mode after I started saying that, you know. Because that's how it is. It is stun mode. People have these fantasies, and are they real? My mum told me it had nothing to do with this world, and do not get caught up in it, because there's things in there that will trap your being. And I believe she was right. I see it as she was right. You know, if you've got a world and these worlds aren't even real, I mean, why did they put a facade on the front of it?
They got you caught in a whirl. That's why it's called whirl.
Yeah, War of the Worlds. I mean, hell, you could have War of the Worlds.
Yes, War of the Worlds.
Well, the whirl is like a vortex. A whirl is, vortex, a whirlwind.
Yeah.
We could say we live in a world because the North Pole is like your drain in your tub. It's a whirl. But anyway, we have to get thousands of people together, and we need to just get 80 ships together and just go to the North Pole in the summertime, and just so many people that they don't even know what to do. They couldn't stop us. We have to find out what's there.
Well, that's why I think balloons are the thing. You know, that's the one thing that the Hindenburg balloon thing showed me. It was they were collapsing the balloon trade and building an aeroplane trade that you couldn't look out the window and see things naturally, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you get up on a balloon, you'd be able to see the bloody places it was. You would float along at wind speed instead of flying along at jet speed. Right.
That's a good point. Yeah, you are high up in those balloons, man. That's a good point, Dean. You'd be able to see far, too.
Fucking A, bro. That's why they don't want balloons. That's why they never wanted them to carry on and have to have that type of travel. because the Hindenburg would have shown us, everybody, that what kind of plane we lived on. In fact, it probably would have shown how close in proximity we are to each other, instead of giving us an idea that we're hundreds of thousands, if not fucking a million miles from each other, which is a load of shit, right?
Yeah, they would not want us to know how close we actually are to each other. Exactly.
That's why the international timeline fucking gives us fucking 24 hours ahead of each other. It's all crap. If you had a balloon, you'd find out your bloody neighbours were only a couple of bloody 100 yards, or sorry, a couple of thousand miles maybe at the most. You know?
Well, if you knew how far away you were from somebody,
How fast does it travel? The sun, excuse me, how fast does the sun travel? You know, I mean, I know I've been on a plane ride to Australia, and they say it takes about 2 hours. Well, it doesn't even take that. By the time you get to the airport, they take you down to where you got to sit before you get on the bloody plane. You wait half an hour there. Then they muck around. You spend about 20 minutes getting on the bloody plane and off the plane. You probably even only have about less than 3/4 of an hour flight, right? It's so fucking quick. I tell you, the actual time in the air is next to nothing. It's next to nothing. But they make it such a long, drawn-out journey. They have people waiting in airports for fucking 18 hours. They think
probably
that's
just flying in a goddamn circle. Pun intended and shit.
Well, I mean, a latitude, a circle is a circle. It's a concentric circle. That's all it is. You know?
But if they couldn't bullshit you, they couldn't charge you hundreds or thousands of dollars for a plane ticket to get you there.
Yeah, I reckon we got to start building balloons, Chuck. Right?
You do.
Yeah, imagine everybody had their own balloon, like 2 or 3 to each balloon. They all headed out at the same height from center and see which way they went. One person stays on that longitude line. Each one goes on the longitude line outwards. I would find we would all find it a hell of a lot different from what they tell us.
Yep. Dominic, I want to say, if I keep checking back chat, my StreamYard's going to seize on me, and I won't be able to do anything. So
Dominic's the typer. You could speak, Dominic. Yeah. Whatever. There ain't no set topic no more. So.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. I was just hearing your flow. That's all. And I enjoy typing as much as I do talking. So I take advantage.
You write any books? You ever write any books? No.
I enjoy reading.
Yeah. When I read and I research, sometimes I wonder, man, is this all a waste of my fucking time? Like, really, is this a distraction for me enjoying life and doing what we're really supposed to be doing? Sometimes I wonder. All this stuff is a distraction to slow me down.
it is absolutely a distraction to slow you down. The only thing you need to worry about and work on is your own ascension. That's it. Anything else is a distraction. Crystal, spinning back.
I think ascension, as in ascension of your own personal spirit, and not and to bring our earth into our foresight instead of putting it back in the backside. Because if we keep putting the earth realm in our backside, and we just exist here, we're not going to help replace what we use and what we take. If we're going to make plastic be what we replace everything with, then we're going to end up with an artificial world. We're not a fucking beautiful, magical, organic earth. Now, I've been looking at how plastic is actually getting into the pores of, like into the actual flesh of, not say the flesh, but into the bodies of fish. And, you know, like there's the albatross is one of the biggest birds on the ocean, in the Southern Ocean out here, what they call the Southern Ocean. And they got some of these wingspans are over 1 meter of these birds, and they just float across the waters. That's their life. They are fish feeders, and they breed on the Chatham Island. And they're massive birds. They're massive. You wonder how they could fly with just the wingspan they have, but they do. And you know, the amount of people that haven't even seen one of those birds, you know, they probably don't even know. Well, let's say if the rate of plastic pollution carries on like it does, these birds will kill themselves through starvation, because what's happening is they're eating plastic out of the ocean that's entangled with fish, or the fish are entangled in plastic, and it's going into the bird's stomach. The bird cannot digest it. It's staying there. It gets to the point where these birds have stomachs that are so full of plastic, there is no room for food. They are dying of starvation because they cannot eat anything, because the plastic is coming out of their mouth.
Yep.
Dean, sorry, can I intercede for a second? I think somebody must have their YouTube volume still on. It's going to be really loud.
Yeah, that's Charles not muting up and giving us feedback underwater.
Yeah, could be.
Well, I never had that problem until all y'all came up, but I'm mute.
Yeah, we've been no one just said anything. I tried mentioning it in the live chat, but I just figured it wasn't that big of a deal since no one brought it up yet.
I wasn't hearing anything until just now. Everything's been crystal clear for me over here.
Must be different areas. Because when Dean was talking,
so recently,
I was enjoying. There was something in the background when you were talking, like another voice. So, but thank you, Dean.
Oh, it'll be Maureen snoring, Dominic.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. I won't have to take my magnesium for my snoring.
No, it's doing that because it changed my fucking setting, man. It was on default. It's supposed to be on wired headset, and if it boots me out, it switches my settings back. I hate that.
Thanks, Charles.
Yeah, now it's not doing. There's no echo. I seen it when people are talking. My avatar has the halo lights up. It's because of the settings is on default, so I don't know what to do.
Fucking crazy, eh? That's crazy, bro.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Back to the birds. Like I've had conversation with people, or heard conversations where they speculate that birds, are they actually formed to hear? Because they're different in a lot of ways. You know, the way they're able to fly, you know, compared to us humans or other animals.
Well, they may be foreign to here, but I mean, I know too, Dominic, that when the Europeans came to New Zealand, the biologist on the boat wrote that the noise was so deafening from the birds that you could barely, in the dawn chorus of the morning, you could barely handle the noise. You had to basically go out and get on your boat and sit out and anchor off out from the bloody shore because the noise was so deafening.
That's
and
beautiful.
So if they came from somewhere else, well, they sure adapted to New Zealand pretty well, bro. And we came along and fucked it all up for them, right?
Yes,
It wasn't
sir.
us. It wasn't them coming along and fucking it up for us. It was us coming and fucking it up for them.
That's what we're best known for. Parasitic we got parasitic tendencies as humans. We gotta fucking suck everything dry and burn everything down and kill everyone. Fucking rip the earth apart like we're savages.
So it sounds like they didn't have no natural predator when you're talking about that, Dean. And
They had none, exactly. We did. We're the
they
biggest.
did. They had us. We're the natural
Yeah,
predator.
but before we came along, you're right, Dominic. Before we came along, the fucking place was absolutely flourishing in bird life. There was giant mowers here that were taller than men. There was an eagle that preyed on them, but when the mower got killed off, I don't believe they got killed off by Maori either. I believe they were genocided along with the fucking Maori by the Masonians, but that's my story. But anyway, and so we had these mass. I mean, the populations of birds here in my own lifetime, Dominic, have disappeared.
So we could
in
be
my own 69 years, bro.
So kind of humorous. We could be what we call bottom feeders, like in a fish tank. We as humans, we're bottom feeders. Clean up. Not to take away the fact that nature works the way they do. I'm pretty sure other parts, they had an abundance of mooses and maybe bears and all that. But yeah, it sounds like when our species becomes present, there's usually maybe an over.
Well, I think the other thing is I don't think it's when we become present. I think it's when urbanization becomes present, Dominic.
Oh, the noise.
If
yeah,
you
the
have
frequency. Yep. Sorry.
Right, because if you didn't have the deforestation to make the urbanization in the beginning, then the birds and the animals would still have that symbiotic relationship, and they'd still be here. But the thing is, because we've cleared their fucking habitat out of our sight, out of the plane of existence, they don't have the habitat, so they can't be here like they were. Right.
So could things like that we've introduced, like radio frequency, electricity, Wi-Fi, also mess up the airwave for them, so they wouldn't even know how to go back to their natural habitat or to stay in harmony with it?
Yes, of course.
Some people call.
I mean, hell, look at us. We're affected by it. We can't even go back to. A lot of us can't exist in a natural habitat anymore without comfort. You know. I mean, I myself, buddy, like a little bit of warmth around my body. So I can't live without that kind of comfort anymore. You know, like the comfort I have now is so much more than what I had as a young fella. Hell, I could go out in the bloody scrub and just wear the one pair of clothes. It got wet. It didn't bother me. I'd dry it out with my own body heat. Now, if I got bloody wet, I'd probably start shaking and me shivering and me bloody teeth would start chattering and fuck, I'd probably come down with pneumonia, you know?
Attached to a lot of our comforts. Yep, I can see that. Yep, I can say that myself too.
Has anyone ever heard of the Rhineland massacres in Germany, when the religions massacred my ancestors?
No, I haven't heard of it.
You just bogged a bit there, bro. You bogged a bit.
Yeah.
Start that again.
Borgie.
So share,
Borg.
Charles, one of the.
I'm Borgen.
No, you're right now. You're right. You're good.
No, I was looking up the massacres of the German people, but the problem is Germany's a fairly new name, and I think I gotta put Deutschland. But yeah, the Rhineland massacre, also known as the German Crusades of 1096, or I can't say this word, the Zertotno, were a series of mass murders of the JEWS So who knows if that's true? They always want you to feel sorry for them, like other people haven't been.
Yeah.
Other people haven't been
I
massacred.
mean, you know, we look at the genocide sightings of these different cultures, but what about the genociding of all the animals, you guys? I mean,
Yeah, we've
fuck,
all
they
been
killed, they genocided animals by the billions in America. Bison or buffalo or whatever you call them. Fucking thousands. They killed them off to kill off the Burman Indian. They genocide the animals to kill the man. You know?
Hey, imagine the animals and plant kingdom actually going to the United Nations. Fuck, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to hear them. There would be a lot of noise being made.
Yeah, we really are scripted away from this realm that we live in with this
Yeah, it's
these
our job.
ideas of world.
It's
Yeah.
our job. It's our responsibility to protect this place. But we've been so
That's
materialized
what I believe, Jack.
and chasing money
I
that
thought,
we lost our ways and our path. But it's time to get back on track. Start knocking out some politicians.
well, even I reckon even any one of us, if we've got even if we only had 3 billion people in this place that were capable of planting a tree, and we all planted one a day, fuck, we'd replace some fucking trees in a hurry, bro. There's the world tree planting operation. 1 million trees gets replaced out of how many billion trees removed every year.
Yeah, every tree that's cut down they should plant too. But they're too fucking lazy. Look at all the trees when they do hillsides. I think in Oregon and Washington State, when they cut the trees down over there, they already genocided all the Titanic trees and the bigger, medium-sized Titan trees. But look how many are on that hillside when they're done cutting down. How many are left behind? You just cut them, tip them over, and they're left. And then they wonder why these,
They get erosion, and the
they got
bloody
all
water
these
river
forest
fills up with
fires.
bloody shit. Yeah.
All these forest fires. They got caught starting the fires. These helicopters are dropping fire. How do you? What's that called when they dig a hole? They'll like dig a trench and then light the fire at the end of the trench, so it'll burn towards the fire. That's called I forgot what that's called, but it's to stop the fire. It's easy as that to stop it, but they were fucking dropping fire in the woods. Like these people are making the fire burn more.
Well, that's what they call backburning. Now,
There
you
you
gotta
go,
get this.
backburning. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's called
backburning.
backburning. I worked in the forestry many years my youth, so I know all about this.
Yeah, they're doing it wrong.
Not all. I don't know all of it. I don't know all of it, of course, but I do know a fair bit. But yeah, we used to get a bulldozer and we'd carve a track through the middle of the bush. It's just a straight line, and then we'd burn each way so the fire goes back towards the fire coming towards it. So that by the time that fire gets there, the other fire's got no timber or anything to burn. It just goes out, right?
Yeah, but the helicopter was making a fire line in the middle of the woods. There was they didn't dig no trench or anything. They were just starting a fire. It makes no sense. Now it's gonna, these fires, people are saying are being purposely set, and they're blaming it on global warming. But how the fuck is the fire starting from global warming when it hasn't even been that hot this summer? We had like a week out of all summer that was 90 degrees. Other than that, I didn't even need to put my AC in this year.
I know.
It hasn't even been hot. Hasn't even been hot. Global warming in my ass. It's been cold, if anything.
Charles, if I could play once again, could fucking stick my neck out again, like usual. The advocate here. As we're planting millions of trees, Are we prepared to actually downsize? Are we prepared to get all those planes out of the air, get all those major cities that are near the waterways where nature can actually be in harmony? We've put in so much dirty noise and cheat that we've actually confused it, or we've confused ourselves. Nature by itself, with us not being here, will actually correct itself. But how many of us are going to? Yeah, but how many of us are going to say, listen, let's get rid of the trains. Let's get, because you ever see a boat? You ever seen a whole bunch of boats going through a waterway, and what it does, disturbance. Now, vision up in the air, the same thing with all those jets out there, all those planes. Would we give up our comforts to move around from one country to another? You know, and then think about all those cities, think about all those bridges, think about all the pollutant that comes from these major cities. Are people really, as we're actually planting these trees, you know what we're doing? Is the little boy that's actually at a dam and he's trying to plug out one little hole. It's our presence, and if we're not ready to downsize as a race, it's going to continue. If anything else, the next generation is going to say, well, the last generation didn't do anything, and if they did, what? They planted fucking...
That's exactly what's been going on, Dominic.
Yes. So again, I thank you, Dean, because I know a lot of times people think I'm sticking my neck out. I said, no, I'm the guy that's talking like a hypocrite. But I'm envisioning all of this stuff in my head. So when I'm sharing with you guys, I'm like, okay, so what are all the different solutions? Well, what are all the problems? The problem is constantly us. We like our comforts. To a point, we're probably the aliens here. I'm not talking about the human part, but this is where I play with the being part. But again,
yes,
we
I
act like,
understand.
So.
They're the parasites.
Yeah, you keep going, bro. You keep building, bro, because people need to hear.
Yeah.
People need to hear, bro.
Hearing is
I
one
never.
thing. Yeah, go ahead.
You didn't hear me say anything about you playing the devil's advocate.
Well,
Like,
I'm not even the devil. I'm playing an advocate. I'm playing like more or less the agitator, like in a washing machine, where
I got you, bro.
Yeah,
you bring it, bro.
I'm not calling you a devil. I'm just saying.
I get it.
It's just a saying, but.
No,
I'm not downing Bex either. She was just mad. I don't even know
she's not here.
why.
She's not. Charles, time out. She's not here. I like to have conversation with people when they're here, and I've already shared with her.
Thank you very much, Dominic.
It's a private matter, and I've already shared privately with you guys. So now let that go, please. Let that go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let that go.
It's not about me. When it becomes about somebody else, that's fine. So anyway, Charles, this is your site. You can do whatever you want with it. So at this point, when we start realizing what we're doing here, some of us are going to be a voice. Some of us are going to be doing. Some of us are going to maintain. I'm not a doer. I'm a voice. So when somebody says to me, what about you, Dominic? I said, if I don't leave a big trail, I'm contributing in a very small way. But I'm actually going to be bigger when it comes to voice. I love listening to Paula. She's talking about people being honest. How many people are learning to be honest with the self?
Exactly. Yes.
Anyway, sorry, guys. Sorry, dog.
No, keep coming, bro. Bringing it. You're bringing it.
I'm tired. I'm tired already. I'm tired of hearing myself.
Yeah. But this is what we need to hear. This is what people need to hear, bro. And I love you for it, bro. I do.
Thank you, Dean. Hopefully one day we'll meet each other and we'll go through one of those airplanes that disturbs the environment to give each other a hug.
I reckon, bro. Fucking A. I hug all my friends in town and anywhere I go. Buddy, I tell them I love them everywhere I go.
Yeah, well, people say it's not our fault, but, you know, I've said this before. It is our fault because we let this shit happen. Nobody really, you know, we just go along with it. And, you know, we've been designed to look at each other. Everyone's waiting for someone to make a move, I feel. Like, we just look at each other like, oh, so you ain't going to say nothing? Well, I ain't going to say nothing.
Yeah. I have a theory that, you know, like I say, this whole flat plane thing was when the Earth, all of its parts that are all broken up into separate continents right now, were all one continent in the beginning, when we were in harmony with the world, with the Earth. And then as we started having discord with each other, because we were no longer in harmony with the Earth, it caused the earthquakes that caused the separation of all the continents. But I also believe that once we are back in harmony, all of those continents, and I'm covered in goosebumps right now, will come back together again and fuck a plane to go see Dean Dominic.
Well, I'd love to say.
Yeah.
I'd love to say that none of them have ever been separated, that the land is always connected underneath the ocean anyway. We just see the water in the middle and we think it's separated. We see the spam of the maps they give us. And we say that's fact, and that amount of water's there, but we don't know. We've never been up in a balloon to say.
Right.
So,
Down in a submarine. Yeah.
underneath that land that goes from America to Europe, to across to Alaska, is only land that's held together under the water. The water's the only thing that separated the land. The land hasn't separated itself, right?
Well,
this is where we're going to watch out for script, because we're told these things, but are they real?
Well, yeah, this is the script I'm looking for in the Bible, where it says God told people to. I'm trying to find it so I can say it right. Dean, you know what I'm talking about when God said to grab a hold of the earth, but he said it in a certain way. He said to
I wish Phil was here. He'd come up with it.
It's Genesis something, man.
Subdue the earth.
Yes, that's the problem. They think subdue means to take control of it, and by doing that, we're destroying it. And also in Genesis, I do agree when it says that we're supposed to protect this place. We were given this place, and religion has fucked everyone's mind up.
We're here
where they think there's someone in the sky ruling over them when they're in control of everything. They listen to this fucking book somebody wrote, King James. These philosophers wrote this for King James. This book is copyrighted by the fucking crown.
Yeah, we were supposed to tend the earth, not destroy it.
Yes.
We were definitely supposed to be in harmony with it. And as soon as disharmony happened,
I'm going to take Faceplant. I'm going to take his offer, and I'm going to go squat on this piece of land and fucking live a year in the woods and have a long talk with myself.
Well, it's interesting you're talking about this land. Now I see Autodidactics, Campbell from Autodidactics brought up a subject where he found land in Australia that was delegated to the orphans, right? And so he found this big block of land in Sydney that's called orphan land. It's delegated to orphans, all right? Now, if it's free land, it's something like I don't know how many, a couple of 100 acres, 200 acres or something, of this section of land that was delegated to the orphans. Well, that might be free land, a place that where the orphans actually lived when they came off the ships. When they got shipped all over the world, all over the bloody, the realm. I mean, I know they had a ship of orphans coming to New Zealand. They had ships of orphans coming to Australia. And where did they put them? They put them in what they called them. These are big asylum houses, right? And then they what do they call it? Indentured them out as servants to different peoples, what they call the wealthy people, the founders. But oh fuck, man, I reckon it's all a big fucking story myself.
Well, founders, how can you find something that was never lost in the first fucking place? You can only find something if it was ever lost. And I called them
founders because I called them founders, Paula, because I mean, they were the founders. You got a bloody building that was founded in 1841, Well, it didn't mean to say it was built then. It was just found then, right?
Well,
it was all these Tartarian buildings that they're talking about, that the mud floods and events, all
they
these
found it when
Tartarian
they
buildings
unburied it.
that
Yeah.
that Chuck has been showing. These were founded buildings. They were constructed in a time different to now, but were founded and established as an industry of some sort. But the building was always there. And it's been, well, let's say always there, but it's been there for a fucking long time. And it was made by, I don't even know, a long time now, because I'm not even sure how long time is. But, how long ago was it when the flood went through? I was watching some of Roger Spurs yesterday, and he's showing rocks that are still leaching out blood. How long does it take for a rock to hold blood with DNA in it? Come on, we've got to think it can't be that bloody old. They tell us millions of years, but I think that might be a trick of the mind. It might only be a few thousand. Fossilization, they've proven that already to be something that can happen within a few months. There's just so much stuff that we've been given as facts that are complete bloody bullshit, facaded lies that have misconstrued our minds so much. I don't even know if I'm speaking from a place of reality or not sometimes, Yeah, the script is just phenomenal. And what I see is, like every time we find a loophole, they will cover it up. Next time we come to this point, we won't even be able to find this information because they've already bloody gone and squashed it, blocked the loopholes, and stopped us from finding stuff. I mean, I just see the Matrix, looping back. People just keep looping back because they've got even less evidence to break us out of here. Break our minds out, not our bloody bodies. Our bodies have always been here. It's just our minds that have been trapped.
I guess knowing about that, like the mud floods and all that, couldn't some of them, if not a lot of them, be stories like what they do with the moon landing? But for the masses, how would that serve them to know that, with the mud floods, somebody talks about, we have electricity below us. And when they had floods that occurred in some places, like even Tavares, whatever they want to call those things, a lot of them those are pictures, and some of them might actually be real. No different when they talk about circuses. They just show up and then they disappear, which could have occurred. But how does that assist each person, or individually, or groups of people, where they're like, okay, that's this more information? It's like watching a TV series, and then last year, go ahead.
No, I was just laughing. What you said is,
where other people will forget about last year's TV series. I'm just entertaining because you brought it up, Dean. It's not because we represent these things, but when
fully. No, thank you very much. No. Yeah, fully. Yeah,
because when they're presented. Sorry, Dean, for a second. When they present,
carry on.
There could be their own people, whoever they are, that are getting paid to do scripts to agitate it even that much more. Like this is another war tactics where they can come online and then aggravate people. Like the whole, either or, glass half full, half empty, the globe, flat earth. Those are entertainments. Now, for some people, if they're honest with themselves, I said, okay, so have you been high enough to go either way? No, I don't want to hear about NASA, and I don't want to hear you guys talking about the circumference and all that. Have you been high enough? Well, no. So then you're basically talking on a theory. And there's people, just because millions of people will talk about it, it's still a theory. It's like gravity. It's still a theory. I would lean more towards magnetic, but even that, what really is it, and how does that serve the guy that's going to the grocery store to buy his packs of smokes or buy his fruits? And if he drops it, I'm glad theory is a theory, because it elevated itself when he came to me. Again, I can play games with that for myself. I don't mind sharing things with people, but I don't give them the premise there's answers in it. I'm not saying
fully. I understand what you're saying, and I mean, I mean, for me, I mean, you know, like going to the grocery store doesn't matter. Well, it's to me. I was in there talking to some young fellas, and I mean, whenever I do, I talk to people. I talk about the Earth's shape. Usually, I do that because I feel like once you get people to break an old nonsense attachment to a theory that wasn't true, once you get them to break that, then you get their brain matter moving to look for other things that are false within the construct here, right? You know? And so, you know, like Paul has said before, it's like, you know, they had seeds in their mind, and all they needed was a little bit of a smack on the side of the, I wouldn't say smack on the side of the head, but a little bit of voice coming in to shift that consciousness to say, okay. And then because they're shifting that consciousness, then they start looking at other things that may or may not be factual. And when you start, so that to me is like snowballing the reveal. This reveal needs to happen, and it needs to keep on going until it comes to the end of its wheel or whatever.
In these groups, Dean, it serves a purpose, but for a lot of people, what would happen for most people, it would be called something about being disenchanted, and most people do not want to be disenchanted. I'll give you an example. If people actually went to the airport, you guys probably already know this, and I'll share with you. You go to the airport and you literally see how they fuel the jets or the planes, you'll realize, actually, they're not actually using that much fuel jet. So what is this thing about nuclear energy that they're talking about? People would have a difficult time with that because they realize, no, Dom, it's all a fuel jet. No, that's just to start up the motors of those things. But something else is running all of that. You just have to see a guy fueling a jet. 6,000 tons of airplane, and now you're using 10 minutes of fueling the jet? Something's going on there. Now, can there be people that are in the known and other people? I don't ever question it. Most people don't even know how to question their senses, let alone use their senses. For a lot of people, we're small in numbers. There could be millions, but small in numbers when it comes to, so this is how this realm is working. The rest of the people, they do not want to be disenchanted. They don't. They'll fucking fight.
I know that. I mean, I had a guy bloody scratch my face. He wanted to punch me, and then he wanted to scratch me. He just, I mean, the disbelief and me shattering his dream.
Yeah.
He wanted to attack me. Yeah.
It's a perpetual defense and attack. Defense and attack. Yeah. It's like when you talk to atheists. Atheists will say, I don't believe in religion. I say, okay, but then why don't you attack state, religion, biology and science, and also commerce? Yeah, why? Because you were sold some goods that nobody ever questioned it, but now you're going to join to another one, which is state. There's another one you should question. What about science? You should question that. Now, I'm not saying you guys, but I'm just saying when that information is shared, it shouldn't be shared personally. It should be a general.
Everything seems to be a religion, man. You're right about that.
Yeah. Well, commerce. A lot of it's commerce.
Everything is a religion.
Well, true. You're religiously following it, but most things are commerce. Selling the ideal of religion and state is commerce. You're selling ideals, and most of us want to consume
ideologies.
Yep.
Well, we've been scripted and taught to consume, Dominic. And I mean, how can you bloody not think like that when you're taught it, right?
I'm looking at the program from within the program. That's all I'm doing. I can't see it outside the program. For me personally,
I mean, I find myself in the same situation where I'm trying to separate these scripts. Our young flatmate came in yesterday. It was a bloody frost outside, and I says, "Fucking hell!" He's standing there in a singlet. I said, "Go and get some bloody clothes on. You're making me feel cold." But he says. But I don't feel cold. It's only you that's feeling cold because you've already been scripted to feel cold.
That's right.
And he was right. Yep, he was bloody right, you know?
It's all projection. We smell barbecue. We think we get angry if somebody else. No, that's already there. You know, it's not the other person that disturbs you, it's your own self. Now I get it, then remove yourself. Remove yourself if you find something's disturbing you. But for people to become aware of that, then they would have to stop saying, okay, well, it's not about pointing fingers, whether outwards or inwards. It's just being aware of it. I'm just using the word aware. Like it could be anywhere.
Of course. Yep, and bringing awareness is a major in this. I mean, if all the people here on YouTube that have opened their eyes up to certain things, if they'd been like the collective and remained the same, then we would have no YouTube streets. We wouldn't have all of this. Everybody would conform, and we'd probably already have all the world as they wanted it. You know, right? As they wanted it, say, like 60 years ago instead of now, because we've had people always bucking the system. They cannot really make the system complete until everybody is in agreement with it. And I kind of say this, well, if you're in a matrix and you've even having a life-death experience, you could be already in the matrix coming back to the same thing every time because you haven't opened yourself up to the possibility there could be something else. So you're going to keep coming back to this thing. And you know, we could keep rebirthing ourselves into the same delirium every time because we're not going to shift our consciousness. But each time that you have shifted yours, I have shifted mine, Paula, Charles, Arma, all the people that come up and talk have shifted their reality enough to be able to speak on things and say that that is maybe not correct, that might be a fallacy, that might not be a fact. Then all of these things that we're talking about, we are slowly but surely getting to another seed. And so why would we even bother breaking out those seeds? Why don't we just all fit in and become the AI perfect agenda thing with them? No, I don't want to. You don't want to. I know there's a lot of people who don't want to. So we got to break the what would you call it? The fantasy. What did you call it? Oh, you just called it.
Well, fantasy, hallucination, I don't know.
The chasm. You don't want to break the chest. Oh, you just put the.
I guess, Dean, if I can input, every age brings different things. We've had the age when people learn how to speak, so it's the same story. Then it was written. Then they gave us numbers to calculate it. Then they gave us colors. Now we had just recently the written work. See how many people that have written all these kinds of books. Same old, same old. Now we're living in a digital system. It's the same old. It's still a handful. When I say a handful, for every 30, there might be one. For every million, there might be 3. You know, the rest of the people, they continue doing what they do. Now, I could be speculating. Maybe the last time I was an NPC character, maybe, I doubt it, but maybe. You know, and when I choose to reawaken myself when I'm in the program, I think, okay, that's nice. And then we can share with other people. I'm looking for my tribe. I'm not looking for the masses. Because to me, the masses are already shown quite clearly that they're not interested in the few that are trying to help them
Oh, for
awake.
sure. I know what you're saying. Yep. But, you know, like you're looking for your tribe, and I'm looking for my tribe too. But I'm also, of course, and but I mean, by my voice, I can bring others awareness that might be part of my tribe. If I kept my mouth shut, I won't be able to find my tribe. It's like Maureen's buddy, Maureen always says, the most stupid question we have is the one we don't ask, right? So if we keep our mouth shut, we're not going to get anything. And we're not going to change anything either.
My tribe is not the tribe I'm looking for. Is not the tribe that actually is fighting the system.
Of course, and I mean, I'm not even really looking for them. I believe that by example, they will come to me, right?
It could be. Yep, I'm with you, Jim. I'm with you. Like I said, I'm not here to denounce other people. I will gladly hear any other human being. I'm not here to judge them. I'm not here to say it's right or wrong, likes or dislikes. But I'm hearing them. And then when I do hear another human being, whether they write it or talk about it, I can apply discernment to that. I'm like, okay, if they're on their path, that's not what I'm looking for. I do spend time being aware of how the system works to a certain point. You know, whether it's the Illuminati's, the G8 or whatever you want to call them. I just spend time putting that because I'm always practicing discernment. I don't put weight on that stuff, but other people do. All the power to them. You know, but when they get caught up and they realize their feelings aren't developed, then that's something they got to learn. Well, we got to fight them. I said, I'm pretty sure they've already structured that. They've even got your own kids working for them, which is fine. You know, whoever they may be. You know, because really, we like to pinpoint somebody. Say, it's this guy named Bill Gates, or it's this guy Elon Musk. Those guys are just, they're just people that are there, no different me and you working for a company. We're just there. We might be a little bit more aware as we're chasing fiat currency or supplementing these vessels that really, if we really stop long enough to think about it, some people might come to the awareness. I spent most of my life feeding and sheltering a vessel that's actually not me. Wow, that's exhausting.
Yeah, well, I don't think that. I think I've been feeding and keeping healthy a vessel
Yep,
that has served me well, actually.
Beautiful thing. Here's your suit. Take care of it. I'm with you, Dean. But if you fast long enough, 30 or 40 days, you'll realize, holy fuck, my body's been hooked on this stuff the whole time. Yeah. So who am I really then if I'm not the body? Interesting. And then you can go into that. I'm not going to denounce.
Well, yeah, I mean, the body, you can fast and get rid of that shit, but you still can't get rid of the body. The body's here as long as you're alive. As soon as the old ticker stops, then you can discard the bloody thing. But until then, you've got to hang with it and do as much as you can with that bloody thing as possible, because that's the experience you got here while you're here.
And some people experience the thing called suicide. Some people like to play with it. I don't encourage it.
Hey, I bloody near done it quite several times, Dominic. I know. I mean, I've tested the waters of suicide more than once.
I'm glad you're still with us, Dean.
So am I. But yeah, I've been, you know, I could have been a bloody ghost coming back here and doing the whole bloody shit show again and might miss the point next time and never get out of the bloody place.
We might have all died already. Who knows?
That's true, Charles. Yeah. Or we could be in a vessel called, and then literally everything outside could actually be dead.
Well, if the mind is that powerful that it can have a memory of a body and memory of ways of hurting it, well, that's you know, I mean, that's very possible. But I see that as a past life, not a life I'm existing now, right?
Have you ever died, Dean?
I had a car accident where I probably fucking, you know, I mean, I've had bloody heart palpitations to the point where I bloody think my heart's actually stopped.
How do we know it? I was in a car accident and other stuff, but this could be another realm, an alternate realm.
I don't believe that. I reckon that's all fucking mumbo jumbo shit for the head that will take us away from this place. Another excuse not to do anything here. Just another irresponsible motive to run away from not doing what your job is.
What? Oh.
Thinking that we came from another time, or we existed in another time, that makes, we don't have to plant any trees. We can still abuse the earth because we're not really here, right? Yeah, great.
Well, as much as I've complained for 7 years, what has gotten done? Like, I think about that, like 7 years, almost 8 years.
Yeah, people sitting on their ass doing nothing.
What has happened? Nothing. Still running in the same fucking place.
That's because nobody does anything. They talk about it. They fucking talkers, bro. How many people actually get out and planted? How many people in this bloody chat here today actually planted a tree this year?
I'm a talker. I'll be honest.
Marcel,
I'm a talker.
I'm tired of talking. Me, like sometimes I get in bad moods and I'm just tired, man, of talking. I thought I had found like not anyone here, but when I first started this journey, I thought I found a truth community that was willing to come together and do something. And then I realized through the years, they're still talking the same shit, and they're making money off of it.
Not many, I reckon.
Yep, exactly, Chuck.
But my
I don't
ego
own
has
land.
to, yeah.
I can't plant trees, really.
My ego has to defend itself now. I do plant in the last 10 or 15 years, I feed squirrels, birds. I do help in my own small way. And I actually, any kid that comes around, hangs out with us, their parents come on over. Let's have a chit chat about life. So I do it in my own small way. That's my ego talking now. But for a lot of people, yes, some people, you're like you said, how many people truly go out there and plant a tree? I've actually done it with my wife, but that's something she knows. But on a constant thing, that's what I do. I make it a point every day. Hey, come on, squirrels, 10, 13 squirrels. Hey, a bunch of pigeons, come on over. You know, I'm like the Pope to them.
And I mean, that's what we just us being out here already. I mean, we haven't even really gone out of our way to put out extra food for the wild creatures and the wild birds and that. But because we feed our birds and because we feed our animals, these other animals and other birds are coming around now, and they're anchoring themselves around us because we're sharing with the environment, you know?
I see birds in the city downtown eating fucking McDonald's and trash off the ground, and I feel bad. I'm like, damn, don't eat that shit. But
well, they got nothing else. People have fucking killed their environment. The natural food sources are fucking dying off. They got to eat fucking the shit that we provide.
Yep. I've seen dead animals in the street in the last week. The same bunny that I seen that morning that brightened my day up got fucking turned into roadkill a week later. Now I don't see the bunnies. They're gone. I don't know if what happened to the baby bunny I seen. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe they took off.
Well, once one dies, that's it. They bugger off and find a new place, Chuck, because that's not a safe place anymore, right?
I hope so. I hope they did.
Sorry for interrupting. Dean, you said, sorry, Charles, you said something a while earlier and it got my attention. Well, a lot of things get my attention. You're Canadian, are you not?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm German.
Oh, okay. My apologies. What I meant to say, you live in Canada, right?
No, Connecticut.
Oh, okay. Because I heard you say something about the Bruce Trail. That's what got me confused. I'm like, oh, is he in Canada? Because Bruce Trails.
Blue Trail.
Ah,
the blue.
Okay. So, well, there you go. I misunderstood. My apologies. Thanks for that. I was going to ask if you're Canadian, you go to the Bruce Trail. We should hook up sometime and do a couple hikes. But since you live in Connecticut, that's a different story now.
It's not far from Canada. What part of Canada do you live on? The East Coast or West Coast?
In the middle. I'm in Southern Ontario, so in Toronto. So it's more or less the
near Michigan.
Yeah, near Michigan. Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't even know that whole thing about crossing the border if you have to get that little like spiky thing on your arm or whatever.
Well, that's crazy, man. Canada's really, really treating their people like shit. Oh boy.
It's okay. I'm pretty sure everybody gets treated like a certain way.
These fucking politicians.
Boys, I'm just gonna. I'll put my mic because I'm gonna go and make a cuppa.
I'm going to go ahead and bounce and give my voice a break because I do want to try to go live at 7 tonight to show people how they can find free information about their astrology without having to pay a dime, except for their internet.
Thanks, Paula. I'll come on to support you from the chat. Thank you, Paula. I really appreciate that you're doing that again today.
Yes.
Peace, no.
Peace and love to you all.
And Candy said she's been awake 15 years. And thanks for coming up, Paula. Yeah, I started to wake up in like 1995, 94 was the beginning, but it was because, like I said before, my grandfather, my mom's boyfriend Pete, which they're all dead now, but and believe it or not, a lot of hip hop music I would listen to. A lot of Wu-Tang Clan talks about the government and shit. Fucking the RZA was talking about Ebola in 96, 97, and look, that's how many years before that became a thing. Like, I didn't even know what that was till I heard, you know, the RZA has so many songs where his entire verse is just, it speaks about science and political stuff, and that's why I don't like the new so-called rap or hip-hop music. There's nothing positive in it. It's all about killing and doing drugs and hoeing women. It's like, it's fucking worthless music. It's not even music. It's a headache.
Scripted. At that point, most of the guys that are really good at their craft are told, your songs that you write, put that aside, and we're going to give you other scripted music to listen. So the fact that you opened your ears to hear another human being through, in this case, through poetry, through rap, well done for you, actually, Charles.
Even a lot of bands my mom listened to, like Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin, to my uncle. Like, my mom listened to like country, bluegrass, and some rock. And then my grandfather listened to classical stuff, but he barely listened to music. It's not like, and my aunt listened to the Beatles and the Monkees and all that type of music. And I was like the outcast. My mother would be like, turn that shit off. She hated hip hop, but I like all types of music, actually. It's not just hip hop.
You get that sense.
There's a message in everything if you look for it. Everyone should listen to the song by the RZA called Tragedy. That song, he took remember that song in the 80s, Here Comes the Rain Again,
yes,
falling on your head like a tragedy. Well, he took that and he sampled that for the chorus, and I think he sampled the beat a little bit, but he changed it, and he put like a kung fu video to it, and like rap. Yeah, a lot of people have said rap is crap candy, but there's a lot of good poets that write good music, like Killer Priest. Now, people might off the name say, I like his name because he killed the priest. And even the or I just want to say, even the Gravediggers, they named themselves the Gravediggers because they used the music to dig people that were mentally dead out of their grave. And yeah, they speak a lot of their second album, The Pick, The Sickle, and The Shovel, has a lot of good poetry in it. I played some of their music, but I just don't like the copyrights that come along with it.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with the industries that they work for, right? It might not actually even be the band anymore at that point. That's restricting it.
The label.
Yep. Yep. That's why some of them. That's why you hear about Paul McCartney bought whatever the Beatles or Michael Jackson, because they never was belonging to those industries. Especially most of those bands were boy bands. The Beatles were a boy band, whether people know it or not. They're boy bands. They're like Medulla or whatever you call it. They put people that are under other bands together, and then the industry can make them whatever they want, and they can actually disassemble them when they want to, right? So yeah, I personally like Killer Priest. I like more when he has his own live shows and he brings all kinds of different characters on there, and they talk about all kinds of stuff, which is great. You know, but I get it.
You
He
like?
has a platform.
No, you said his characters that he creates. Like, you ever notice his albums are like different for like he creates different characters? That's what you meant.
Not that much about him is in his career. I can imagine he's probably good as a singer, but I'm talking about when he does his YouTube chats and he brings on kinds of different hosts. And then and then you get to hear all that information. But at the same time, he's building a platform, which, hey, all the power to him. This way he doesn't have to demand anything money-wise on that platform because he's earning it somewhere else. Even though probably the music industry, like most industry, there's a lot of dirty business involved in that. That's no different than the hospital industry.
He has a song on his first album was Heavy Mental. And you ever heard like in I think it might be like India or damn, I'm gonna play the song one day that's called Heavy Mental, but he did an entire song. There's no beat to it. It just has that that type of like meditation type sound. I can't explain what the sound is, but I'm gonna play the song. Maybe tomorrow I'll open up with it. Just Killer Priest taught me to be. He was one of the rappers that are my favorite, like the RZA, Killer Priest. The RZA and Killer Priest are very. The way they use their poetry and the way they tell, I don't want to say stories, but yeah, the Killer Priest tell stories, but more or less the way they bring the information and the words they choose to use. It teaches you how to use different words. Unlike today, there's no lyrical skills. It's just they repeat the same thing. They say 2 words and repeat it 100 times. It's like,
well, they're paid at that point.
Yeah, like you were saying, the label gets paid, and I remember the RZA was saying in his interview, the first Wu album, 36 Chambers, went, man, I forgot how many times platinum. They only got $5,000 that first album. And that's the split between 9 people. So they got raped, just like many other groups. And, you know, like it amazes me, like, because the labels know their first album is going to go crazy. And they get freaking raped, basically. It's insane. Like, you got to know your worth. Maybe they underestimated how they would do. And the Wu-Tang, yeah, they didn't have, how could I put it? They weren't being pushed by the labels to have commercials, and they still were big. But after like 97, they kind of went commercial, and I didn't like that. But anyway.
Well, I think what happens in an industry, you know, think about even the band U2. They had causes, and eventually after that, then once a band becomes somewhat well and established, think about a product, then they start watering it down. So then a lot of people, they want to become singers, but then when they realize, okay, you have a very natural talent, you're a dime a dozen to us, because a rapper could be found at every corner, and then they say, okay, but this is what we really want from you. We want you to wear this outfit like they did in rock and roll, and we want you to perform this way. Now, some of them say, I'll be independent. I said, to who? Because most of those industries will say, okay, you want to have those big tours like Madonna and all these other characters? Well, there's only certain families that have those big tours that they're allowed to use their equipment. So they say, okay, well, I'm going to go private. Okay, so who are you going to go to? Jay-Z? He's one of ours. You know, so this is where it comes to, where if a person's really truly want to have their message sung and all that, a lot of times it's going to be in small numbers, but if they want quantity opposed to quality, then they got to play the game. And that's why a lot of things, I don't care if it's rap, country, new wave, it could be Bollywood music, as far as I'm concerned, or Asian music. You know, if a person really loves all kinds of music and then realize even European, you know, you get the disco music and all that kind of, the Euro music and all that. Besides the lyrics, there's also that humming in the background. You're probably aware of this, Charles, where it actually puts you in a sedated state. No different when you listen to movies. There's always the music in the background. There's a lot of people that are trying to produce another movie. And then they say, okay, yeah, but we're going to rewrite it for you. It's like people that write books. There's lots of people that are behind books. Same with music industry. A lot of them, they're just staged, okay, we're going to put this outfit on you. you know, like MC, all these other different characters. You know, there is a lot of musicians out there that were able to sing their lyrics. But for more times out, most of them, no, the industry is not going to flourish if they don't control it from top to bottom.
Like, they say the Wu paved the road for a lot of, like they did, like the RZA, you know, a lot of people, you listen to the albums he produced, which is probably first, every Wu member's first album was produced by the RZA. They're like movies, like you said, like you could, and to me, the skits, everything was like, the tape was a whole movie, and they were the first to come out with clothing lines, video games, they did liquor commercials. I mean, but what do you think about Tom McDonald? Like, a lot of these rappers talk about being independent, but how independent are they? Like, Tom McDonald had proof, like, he packages his own stuff, he makes his own CDs, he doesn't have a major label, and he showed he had a room that was stacked with, wow, thousands of envelopes he had to send out. And
well, I guess it's kind of like the latest craze in the last couple of months was a guy named Tate, and he'll talk about things I own nothing. I said, yeah, because you're not telling the people. You all your stuff is tied up in corporations. You just siphon from it. So when he says that I'm an independent label, from who? That industry is so big. If they want to squash him, they will. Unless he's feeding off of people thinking, oh, he's independent. Oh my goodness, and they're feeding off of us. No, he is. He might literally in certain parts be independent, but how does one become independent when an industry depends on everything in all its parts?
True.
That's true. Good. Yep. Good point. Good.
As he said, he does make his own beats. He writes his own music.
Yeah, hold on.
He buys his own CDs. He ships all his music. He creates all the covers. Like, he don't have no what is that called? Like, the people who make covers and they put out commercial. I forgot what that's called, man. You have a you know, you got to pay to get the album covered, and you got to pay the people to print it out. Then you got to pay like that. I think, and you know, who provides all that.
Advertising.
Yeah, the record label provides all those people because they work for the record label, so the record label's getting paid to do all that.
Yep.
But Tom McDonald did kind of prove on how he's independent, but I still wonder because I don't know.
Okay,
He's
let's go
using
with that.
YouTube. He's using YouTube, so that ain't independent.
No, it isn't. So let's go with that ideal that he is an exception to the rule. He went to university, learned about marketing, he learned about all this stuff and stuff. A person that's looking at him as a young singer, looking at him, discernment. Am I discerning what his message is through the singing? His message that he can run his own business? Because a lot of times people are going to say, okay, so Tom McDonald's, how do you get your music covered by all these radio stations that are basically told what to sing and what they don't? Unless you have something that's a freak, it's kind of like somebody selling drugs in my community. I'm not selling drugs, but let's say I'm selling drugs and somebody's selling drugs in my community. I will allow him to sell drugs in my community till he actually has a clientele. And then I'm going to actually come to him and say, I'm going to give you an offer that you can't refuse. What do you mean? I'm going to offer you money. You're going to be working for me. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, well, then here's the other part. You're not going to refuse the bullet in the back of the head. So this is why when you hear this ideal of independent, I'm just using that as an extreme case, by the way, Charles. So what they
No, I know. Yeah. You're not lying, though. That's why I was like, oof.
Yeah. So now at that particular part, it's like when humans live in a city. When everybody said to me, Dominic, I'm independent. I said, how can you be independent when the clothes that you're wearing, you didn't make those things? The car you did. The best we could be is interdependent inside of it. But most of us are so dependent. So I take it with a grain of salt that he could be the unicorn, but he's not the test of the example for the rest of the people in the music industry. It wouldn't be fair, you know, because
he is on the Billboard chart, so he can't be that independent. Yeah.
Look at Kiss. Look at Gene Simmons. He runs that show. Why? Because he's a Jew and Jewish, and at the same time he's in clubs. The rest of the bands are interchangeable. Outside of Paul Stanley, the rest of them are interchangeable. You know, but hey, somebody can say he's independent too. Yeah, you got to get to a certain level, like Madonna, or whatever. But even that, when they tell Madonna it's time for you to wear this certain outfit at the Super Bowl, guess what she's going to do? She might be independent, that she doesn't have to be told. I mean, sorry, this guy McDonald, whatever, he's probably independent. He doesn't have to do certain things that the industry would say, okay, I want you to wear a dress. I want you to wear these kind of uniforms.
That's crazy, right? Wear a dress.
No, they could turn around and laugh and they say, oh, well, but I don't want to wear a dress. I say, we got the Muslims wearing a dress. So why couldn't we think we're going to convince you other ways? You know, this is the whole ideal. If you want to be in those industries.
Do you want your $5 million? Do you want your $5 million?
Yeah, I won't do for 5 million. Let's make it 5 billion. Okay. You know, I get it. The community turns around and says, well, Dom, you know, they're all selling out. I said, no, they bought into a system unaware. And once they're in it, they turn around and say, listen, Chappelle, this is what we want from you. What are you going to do?
He sold out.
No, it's not that he sold out. He realizes he's up against a wall that he was either unaware or aware of. So then when he presents him to Oprah, who's already bought into the system, why you think Oprah's, well, you guys probably know this, but do you honestly think people think that Oprah's
I seen that interview. Oprah was giving him the look like, I want to choke you out right here.
Yes. And then when they put Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley in the same room together talking to Oprah, that was damage control. You know, people don't realize, you know, there's a good chance a guy like Michael Jordan had many walk-ins. And then people say, oh, geez, he's an amazing athlete. Yeah, yes, because there could be other principalities that are jumping in and out of that body whenever they want to. Now, I'm playing hypothetical here, but people have talked about
Did you see that? Did you see the footage when they slowed it down and his hand was stretching? You seen that? That was crazy, man.
Hey, for Toronto, when it was Kylie or whatever, with the extra 4 bounces on the rim to get the winning shot. You know, they talk about magnetics in those balls. Sure they do.
I think so. People argue with me with that and say, no, there's not. And I'm like, I got proof they put it in there. I made a video showing. You can look it up and I'll show you how they do it.
Yeah, and the thing is, you put billions of dollars involved in it, they can make anybody disappear. I know this sounds hideous and sadistic, but I think we are cattle to a certain point. I'm just glad I'm not
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
But even the commissioner of NFL said it's rigged. Then there's players that come out and say, well, you know what practice is for? When we go to practice, we're practicing the plays, and that's why you'll see the team play themselves, because they're playing the other team, and they're practicing the exact plays that they're going to use, and the other team knows who you're going to use them plays. And the team already knows if they're going to win or lose that weekend. It's already, the whole season's already scripted out. It's all, they're practicing the script for that week. The players come out and said this, so you know, it's all rigged. And that's what pissed me off. Like I was like, man, and I used to look up to these players. I would say in the '90s it wasn't that rigged, but it was starting.
It was rigged back then too. It was rigged back then. It's all scripted, and they probably do point spreads and all that kind of stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Some people get disenchanted and they say, fuck, I've been lied to. I said, really? What part didn't you understand? Why, you think they actually have wars everywhere? They make lots of money or generate a lot of money from the ideal of having wars.
Do you think these players actually get like these contracts, like $180 million for 4 years? They can't see all that money. That's insane.
No, it's a lot
Play
of money.
with balls.
No, but the thing is, you know, there's players that have broken down. They might make $90,000 in a week, but that once you break it all down, that maybe once they pay their agent and all that, they might make $45,000. And then there's other players that have explained. You might work a whole week and come Tuesday, Wednesday, they give you a slip. And then your contract's over. So you didn't even get paid for the following week. It's a dirty secret out there, like a dirty game or whatever. And then there's some people that are in the clubs, like LeBron. When he used to do that powder thing, he was just showing to all his club members out there, I'm one of yours. I'm one of yours. I'm not with you. I'm one of yours, which is fine. You know, most of these guys are in clubs, and that's why their kids are going to be the ones that are going to be in the NBA, let alone they teach people. Yeah, Shaq too.
Shaq.
He openly talks about being a Mason, but it goes back to, let's get a whole generation of young kids to become quarterbacks. So let's give them a whole bunch of money for all these quarterbacks. We'll give them $200 million. So we're going to have a whole bunch of young women that are going to teach their kids to be football players. So then they can go to our colleges where they make a shitload of money off all that stuff. And then a couple of them actually make the NFL. Most of them probably are lucky enough to say, oh, I'm like, picture yourself being a nurse or a doctor or a plumber, and every year there's a draft. Oh, they're getting a job to somebody to replace me. You know, that's a tough industry to be in. You know, not to take away from that, those athletes are probably very good at their craft, but once a lot of them don't want to know whether or not it's scripted because they're probably getting paid enough, and they say, listen, I don't want to lose my $3 million or my 5 or 50 or 60, like you're talking about high contracts. You know, are they getting paid? I think to a certain point they are getting paid, like not all of it, because they got to pay the government, they got to pay, you know, and then think about a couple of years ago when they started paying a lot of quarterbacks a lot of money years ago. Then they started finding linemen and all that for extra hits on these other guys' assets. So now you got to pay $25,000. And I think the NBA, the way they do it is, Rodman, when he used to get a fine, the team used to pay for half of it. Partially because it was PR. It helps the game. It promotes it. Hey, look at this bad guy with different color hair. And what is Rodman doing now? He's the parrot. He goes and talks to the guy from Korea. Then he goes talks to the guy from Russia, Putin. He's a parrot.
Yeah.
Actually, Rodman, not Dennis Rodman. No.
A lot of them players are in the lodge. You have to be.
Sure.
It's a ritual, these games.
Yep. Think about, do you remember with Sinead O'Connor, what she did? Okay, when she kind of went up against the Vatican, well, she paid for it, and you know what they did in exchange by just suppressing her? They made Bono their bitch. Like, think about where Bono goes. Wherever Bono goes, he's showing everybody he's somebody's bitch. He's either talking to the Pope, and then he's talking to Putin.
The Pope is a piece. Pope, I think the Pope runs the show, man. I think he wears the triple crown.
Which one, the white one or the black one? The white one or the black one?
There's an actual black Pope.
So supposedly there's like the undercover, you know, you got the Pope wearing the white, but there's actually somebody else.
Oh, yeah. They have different, like, and I only say that because what fucking person in a religion gets bulletproof cars and when he turned around and walked away, he disappeared because it was a hologram. Like, it's a guy that speaks religion and you're protecting him that hardcore, you know, but he wears that triple crown. That's the means he has the crown for military, religion, something else. I always forget the third one, but yeah, he's like the leader of the freaking mafia and shit.
But even that, Charles, we could be guessing. This kind of like talking like a flat Earth. You hear these stories, and a lot of it comes from books or YouTube. And unless we actually experienced it, and who knows, we'll probably be in some ditch if we did actually experience it. So it's kind of, a lot of it could be speculation, but it does make people start thinking about, so then how does this system really work? Like, you know, some people want to think it's just magic, which could be magic, but not the way they think it is. Like, governments in a city, they just make all the numbers work. No, they run in the red. It'll be like me and you getting a Visa card and having a minimum of maybe paying $1,000. No, we don't even pay that. And then we get rewarded for it. They'll give us even more money to spend.
Yeah, those people that are in the 1%, they don't pay for nothing. They get whatever they want, when they want. They don't pay for shit. They can do what they want, when they want. They got all the toys, all the unlimited amount of money. You can do whatever.
We could do the same thing. If me and you were billionaires, we could literally go to the bank and say, listen, I'm not going to touch a dime in my bank account, but I'm worth this kind of money to borrow. Next thing you know, people have done this with sports where people will go to like in London, they'll go borrow money from the bank. They'll buy like Manchester United, and then they'll keep it for a couple of years, use the bank's money, pay interest, and then all of a sudden now it's worth a couple more $1 billion. Because to me, buying teams are like buying a painting. You're just moving money around. Who cares if it's valuable or not? It's kind of like laundering your money at a casino or through real estate. And a lot of rich people, that's all they do. They launder money. I got this illegal money that I got from my people from another country. How do I move it to another country? Well, buy real estate.
Lotto, I think, is one way they clean their money. Is Lotto. They're the biggest the cocaine dealers are the politicians. They sniff the most coke.
That's so true. Well done, Charles, by the way. See, this is the kind of stuff I enjoy talking about this stuff too, because it's just awareness. I'm not here to say it's right or wrong, because I realize I don't know the whole gambit of the story. That might be designed that way, and the rest of us just aren't in it.
They created the law, right? It's like an illusion. So the little people, he get nabbed, and it makes it look like they're doing something about it. But in reality, the people you think are doing something about it are the real drug dealers. They're the fucking ones pushing the fucking megatons of cocaine. Fuck a little 20 bag. They're the ones bringing in boatloads.
Boatloads. Isn't that what's his name? Clinton, wasn't he known for that when he was the senator of Arkansas? It was the drug capital of America through Arkansas.
Man, like me, I got arrested so many times for marijuana. It fucking ruined my record. And then 4 years ago, it's damn near illegal.
Yeah.
You could buy it in the fucking store, and I'm like, my record should be wiped clean of all them charges.
Sure. You would think so. You would think so, right? You know, it's the whole idea of making something legal after you made it for so many years illegal, which is stupid. We know that. To put anything in my mouth, that's my choice. If I want to drink poison, I'm just going to avoid my life insurance. That's my stupidity. But to tell me that I can't put a tomato in my mouth or smoke something, I get it. And think about a lot of guys that are still in jail because of marijuana. Oh, that's the way it was. I said, oh, okay, so you're going to use the statutory bullshit on me that you raped a child 30 years ago. I'm not saying you guys, but you raped a child. But if it goes, they can prolong it, and then they say, now you can't try them for that? Get out of here with that crap. Hanging is hanging.
You ever notice how, even in prison, like, there's always somebody watching the news because the news would tell stories of these cases and stuff, or you know, it's not just people talking. The CEOs, if Chomos came in, a CEO didn't like it, he would go tell the people, hey man, this Chomos coming in. But now, you know, they mostly put him in PC. They'll give him programs. They do way less time than a drug dealer. You know, you get what, 3 years for Chomo activities. It's like, what? That's it? And they're protecting them in these prisons. Like,
feeding them well too, probably.
What are these judges doing behind the scenes? Where, you know, what are they protecting that guy for? What does he know that you don't want to come out? You know,
because they're probably stockholders. They're probably stockholders. The guys selling drugs. Yeah, it is twisted, Charles, and I get it when people get really upset and all that. I try not to get so passionate, but when I do get passionate, I realize fucking the injustice. But for most of them, it's not about injustice; it's about commerce for them. It's all commerce for them. They don't give a shit. We're just like drive-bys, you know, like we just happen to be in the wrong place in their way of thinking.
Yeah.
So I to a point, I don't think it's even personal. But when they do make it personal, I say, listen, guys, you didn't make it personal with yourself. So well, then why would you make it personal with somebody else like Charles? I'm just using you as an example, Charles, where he's just selling a plant. What's your issue? What they do with it? They want to shove it up their ass. That's up to them. But I get it. They make the rules. Now, if they've been bestowed those rules, then they got to pay the piper. I like to think there's something above them, and if they're being rewarded, they might. You know.
Yeah, a lot of the sometimes I would smoke weed. You just sit back and think and be like, they could find a fucking guy in a hole, supposedly. You know, even though that might not be true, but you can't stop drugs from coming in the country. Come on. You know, and I get passionate because it's so much. I know a lot of people supposedly don't have time. But not only don't they have time, when people that do have time, like me, that research and read all types of stuff and talk to a lot of people, and then I try to talk to people and tell them this is bullshit or that, they don't even want to hear it. So it's like they don't even care.
Oh, they don't know how to care, Charles. So I'll give you an example. If they actually did some research on the pharmaceutical industry that most people take, they would realize, okay, if you do your research on a pharmaceutical, then do your research on, say, hemp, okay, or all the other different things that can help the body with its pain, whether it's in a gel form.
That was a big hemp. I know. Go ahead, speak on the hemp, man. Because
yeah. So now at that point, then people would realize, oh, okay. So what Charles is talking about is actually trying to help the body. So now, but for most people, a different kind of drug lord that's out there now, and it's usually the pharmaceutical industry, and most people put way too much onus on doctors and pharmaceutical by asking, like, if I'll ask a doctor, did you take chemistry when you were in school? Not really. I said, so then you really don't know what you're promoting when it comes to whatever kind of medicine through, like, pills and all that. Not really. And that's just me having a private conversation with my doctor. So I'm not here to scorn him, but at the same time I said, but I'm also not going to follow you. Even though that might be advisable, but why would you tell me something that you haven't done work yourself? In the old days when doctors used to experiment with things, whether it was a plant form or whatever, and they can say, okay, this is what I've learned from it. So in this particular case, people that understand hemp or marijuana, whatever word you want to use to describe these different, or DMT and all that, you guys are doing the experiment. I'm assuming, Charles, you're like a scientist when you're actually doing all what you're doing.
Yeah, hemp is when I started to look into hemp and stuff, like you can make rope that's very strong. You can make paper, clothes, and I'm like, man, and hemp oil too. There's something else to the hemp. It's the reason why they I forgot the biggest reason of why.
Cotton had a good time with that. Yeah,
there we go.
Clothing. And the thing is, when you wear clothing, can you imagine when your body's absorbing that energy opposed to smoking it or putting it in a capsule form? It's whoever knows this stuff are trying to deny the masses that opportunity, whether they understand it, but at least give them an opportunity to experience it. That's not everybody's going to understand how things work, whether it's ayahuasca and all that. But if they get to experience it, hopefully with somebody that they can trust and walk them through it, such as what diet do I need, when should you do it, because you shouldn't do ayahuasca just because you want to do it. You should understand how, or at least have somebody that understands where the planets have to be aligned, what kind of diet you're doing, what's your intention. It's the same with even doing marijuana. There's a science behind it, not just growing it, but when do you do it? Should I always do it orally? And if I do, when should I do it? Alcohol is no different. But we're not taught that in school, to break things down. Maybe that could be my natural trait, being a Virgo, or under the sign of a Virgo. But for a lot of people, that's of no interest. It's kind of like, either I want to do it or I don't want to do it. I trust my neighbor and that's it. Oh, okay.
Excuse me,
Man, there's so much hypocrisy in this religion and politics. I call it politics. It's just a trick. It's a fucking joke. And you would think by now people would get the fucking picture. As many people that speak out, you think people would realize the government don't give two flying fucks about none of us. But people still touch the hot stove, man. They can't help it. They teach you to have faith. Faith, man. Faith will get you. How many decades has people had faith in religion? This guy, Jesus, nobody knows when he's going to come because he ain't coming. It's a fucking load of shit.
The economy's going to collapse. Hey, Charles, the economy's going to collapse. When? When? I want to know. Jesus is coming. Is he coming at the same time? I get it. There is a story, and whether it's Santa Claus or Jesus, but when people put a lot of value to it, which is fine, give me at least some backbone. It's like, when people talk about building, give me the foundation. What is the foundation we're building on first? So for some of these people, not to offend them, whether it's religion or somebody says, I'm a liberal, I'm a conservative, I'm democracy, I'm socialism, give me some details to it. I get, people say this jokingly, oh, the devil's in the detail. I love details, so I guess I'm working with the devil. I'm okay with it. I'm not going to be offended, because if I get information from somebody that I just don't like the way they present it, but I still can't ignore the information. But some people, what they want is, it's the way it has to be presented to me. You better make sure you have your hair combed to the right. You better make sure that, you're a kind human being. I said, okay, you're putting a lot of restrictions Just take the information for what it is. Like me and you, if I told you the name Socrates, how could you put discernment to a guy named Socrates? There's no teaching in that. That's just a name.
You want a sock or a tea?
Yeah, there you go, Socrates. I love it. I got to wear a jock now.
Psychological warfare is just it's amazing sometimes when I think about how they duped a lot of people, man. Like when I was 7 years old, I thought, why is everyone waiting for this guy to come out of nowhere to help us solve these problems? We can do it now. But is it an excuse for everyone to just sit back and put everything on this imaginary person? They just, you know, it's like the biggest excuse ever. And then if you turn your cheek, right, and you don't do nothing to these evil people, they'll pay one day in this lake of fire, which is so full of shit. They should be paying now, right? Like, oh, they poisoned our water. When we die, we'll go to heaven. Like, come on, dude.
There you go. You know, but hey, Charles, that's our error. I say this jokingly, but I said, are we trying to apply reason to this? That's our fault. Trying to make sense of this stuff.
It is.
Damn me.
It is our fault.
Foolish me. You know, but hey, there could be a guy named Jesus who said, okay, let's go with the ideal. It's like a bunch of guys waiting for their boss to show up to tell them what to do. I said, guys, you guys are craftsmen. You should know what to do with your boss. Are you looking for instructions? You want him to babysit for you? You want him to tie your construction boots? Come on, guys.
All right.
We
got life. He gave us life. What more do you want? We were given this beautiful realm to take care of and live lavishly, but instead we choose a slave system. It's easy. We could end all this if we would just come together and walk away and help each other. But everyone's so selfish-minded, and they're addicted to money and material things. It's like a drug. They have to have it, and if it was cut off, they wouldn't know what to do. They would not. They would go insane. They would fucking lose their mind.
Well, hopefully, Charles, me and you are older, and same with Dean. He's probably more of our elder, but I appreciate him sharing where, because of this kind of technology now that leaves an opening, maybe we're going to be like an echo chamber, but hopefully younger generation will probably say, okay, among us, which ones are doers? Because obviously we've listened to people that wrote about it, talked about it. Right now we're at a point where we wait to the last possible minute to do something, which might happen. It might get to a point where even the elites have to do something about it because they've dirtied up their water too much. And then hopefully then they're going to have to turn around and expect the masses to assist. And at that point, it's kind of like a father that's been an alcoholic most of his life, and now he's make amends. Well, you have to be prepared to accept the consequences or the rewards.
Yeah, that's a very, very poignant bloody point there, Mr. Dominic, because that's what happens when, you know, I mean, we look at our lives. What have we done to shift the bloody the consciousness? And you know, it's like, I mean, I can say the same. I've been an alcoholic most of my bloody life, so I was hiding, I was running from the system, because I mean, obviously, it's, you know, it was the system was forcing me to feel like that, or to feel like a, I mean, you know, through whatever bloody traumas that we're all put through, and we are, every one of us made to suffer something sort of trauma. So, you know, I mean, the brokenness of us, how can you say, well, you know, who's an example? Who is the example when we're fucking, everybody's broken, right?
Well, what happens too, Dean, sorry, what happens also, Dean, sometimes then they manipulate us by doing this thing called recover. So now some people, I'm just using the alcohol as an example. A lot of times with people that are alcoholic, their spirit is actually the energy, the emotions that's attached to alcohol, and that's what they're covering up is their emotions. They're angry. So if people that are alcoholic are very angry, people that are smoking, usually the emotion that's attached to it is cigarettes. So the spirit, whatever we want to call ourselves, is actually angry because there's a part of us that knows we're pissed. We're grieving the fact that the world is the way it is, or the humans that are in it. So as you said earlier, Dean, about planting trees, sometimes some people, that's the doing part, but then there's the other part where we have to actually shift the way we think. And in that shifting, we could just say, okay, I'm no longer going to participate in cutting down trees or using things that do cut down trees, and then nature will heal itself. Because nature itself is a beautiful organ.
Well, I'd love that to be the case. But you know, the Roman Empire were fucking. If you ever look into the history of deforestation with Roman history, you will find that they were trying their best to get people to understand back then that deforestation and urbanization was a threat to the eco environments. But has it changed? Fucking 2,000 years has shown nothing. Nobody has shifted, right?
True. Not enough to justify it for the taking away and replanting ideal. It's probably changed in a small amount, but not enough to look at and say, okay, so what makes nature grow more naturally is when we're absent from it. Because we've shown when we're in it, you know, even now, like when you live in some of these cities, you want to cut down an old tree, and then you have to say, okay, well, you got to pay for all of this stuff. I'm like, okay, but I want to plant something else. You can't even burn shit in the back of your house. Well, again, that just validates that the land doesn't belong to you. You know, so.
Of course, and I mean, you know, there's lots of those sorts of things to get through too. Well, I mean, as I say, I feel like they've covered every bloody loophole. I mean, you could say that everything that we're finding out now, getting information from, if they're going to have another reset, they'd make sure all those bloody holes were covered, all those bases were already stacked, right? So if we had another reset, I mean, you could reset us right out of anywhere, you know?
Yeah, I'm about to end it soon. It's going on 8 hours.
Yeah.
Thanks, Charles.
Cool.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks very much, Dominic. Great to have a chat with you. And you too, Chuck.
Let's not forget, Paula's going live after, guys. You want to support her?
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed women Phil's live yesterday. I wanted so much to be in that.
Oh, I wish you were there. Me and him went back and forth like brothers on that one.
Yeah, I wanted so much to be there, but
I'm getting these alerts.
Yeah, well, I had that, and I even turned it on, but it wasn't that. It was just that something came up, and you know, daytime. I mean, I can plan a little bit more at night, but in the daytime, if I've got a job that somebody said, "Hey, bro, can you give me a hand with?" I drop everything I've got, and I'll go and give them a hand. You know.
Well done. I mean, I get it. We need ourselves in this technology, but you were doing life. Sorry, Charles. You were doing life. You were doing actually being a human.
Me, bro. I'm doing life.
I gotta check this. Phil's live didn't show up, man. And I try to support everyone who supports me, like and Bex and Phil, everyone that goes live. But sometimes after doing 8 hours, 5 hours, it's like trying to get. Like, it's no disrespect to anyone.
But you also
I have
do
to
editing
go watch
too,
that.
don't you? Yeah. But you do editing too, don't you, Charles? You do editing too, don't you?
Do
you edit some of the stuff?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
No. I had uploaded a 7-hour stream and I wanted to keep it. And then I realized downloading it was one thing. Then when I put it in the editor, now I gotta upload it. So I have so much stuff on my phone, there's no room to re-upload. Like you have to piece everything you edited back together. Everything I took out, it's gotta piece it together now. And I don't have the room to do that. So otherwise, I would never take a stream down. I would, if I had terabytes on a laptop, now I'm gonna get one. And then I'll never take the stream down. I'll record every one and then just go back and take out and leave them up. But
if you don't mind, Charles, maybe in future, if you don't mind.
Have a great evening, guys.
Same with you,
I've got some stuff to do. It's a beautiful day here, so I'm head out. We're going to go for a little bit of a walk. We're going to check out a natural spring in the area and see what that's like. And yeah.
Do you go
Have a good day, guys.
Dean, do you go barefooted? Do you go barefoot?
Well, I'm actually going into an area where there's going to be a lot of prickles today.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I do. I still walk around in bare feet. Hell, I was just telling about a young fellow the other day. I left hospital. I'd been in hospital for a couple of bloody weeks, and I hadn't done any work because I had the bloody appendix out, and you know, like I was getting a bit soft. But anyway, rather than ring up somebody to wait for an hour and a half for somebody to come and get me, I thought, bugger, I'll just walk home. By the time I got home, I had bloody blood blisters on my heels and my under my toes. Yeah. You know, my feet were a bit soft for the tar seal. But I'm a stubborn bastard, mate. I can just keep walking. Yeah.
I'm stubborn
anyway,
too. All right,
have
Dean.
a great day.
Have a good day.
Great night.
You too.
Much love to everyone. One love all around. And have a great Take care. Take care of each other. Laters.
Later, Dean. Charles, once again, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, my channel will get better. It's all about funding and getting more equipment, but sooner or later, when I really set it in motion, I really want something, it'll happen. It's all about me. I'm in control.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the important part. Yeah, that's to me when I hear you, Charles. That's important. You know, the rest of it's kind of out of our hands. You know, the Wi-Fi and the computers and all that stuff. But I get it.
yeah, this is a great build. But yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow. I'm gonna do some more research on this topic about the genocides. Like when I read the history too, I just want to say before I end it, I'm starting, the more research I do, I'm starting to like wonder if all this shit is even real. A lot of stuff we read about history.
You know, yeah. Take it with a grain of salt. Isn't that the old saying? You have to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Like, not to take it the fact that there has been genocides. It's just how big was it and who was it done upon? You know, it's and for what purpose? You know, like we might do the same thing to animals, not intentionally, but people do. You know, let's remove all these moose, and then eventually let's let them rebuild again.
It seems like at one time everyone was on the same page. We all lived in a tribe. We lived in not worship for the most part, but we're thankful to Mother Earth, took care of Mother Earth, took care of the animals. And then these crusades started with religions, and they create these gods that you must bow to, and yeah, it gets crazy at that point.
I usually just say I have bad knees. I got bad knees. I can't be a Muslim to get both of my knees, honey. I can't marry you because I got bad knees.
You ever been to a Catholic church?
Yeah, I was raised Roman Catholic, so there you go. Yes.
I used to watch my grand's funeral. Was the first time I ever went to a Catholic church. They were kneeling, standing, kneeling. I'm like, what the hell? Make up your mind. What's going on here?
Yeah. Am I supposed to up? Am I supposed to be down? Am I supposed to be up? It's, you know, but then again, I've also been in mosques before. I'm like, okay, how do you not know when I leave my shoes at the door, they're still going to be there?
Right.
You know, or go to the Buddhist temple. I'm like, I really don't like to bend my legs that way. Come on, guys. Can you guys just give me the whole overview in the written part?
Why they do that? I never been to a Buddhist temple. What do they do?
You know how people put themselves in those meditated poses or whatever.
Oh man.
Yeah, which is fine. I've actually done like a thing called the Vipassana. I think it's called. It's a 10-day retreat. It's a silent retreat, and it was an overkill, but it showed me where a lot of my emotions are stored in my body. That's what meditation does for me when you do the postures and all that. But I'm not flexible that way. So, but I get the whole ideal of meditating and maybe listening, maybe hearing all that chatter of the ego and all that. The rest of it's just showmanship. It's like me and you playing basketball and we're doing open threes. That's good and all that's good practice. But what happens when somebody's like 3 inches taller than you, putting a hand in your face? Then it becomes
You
a
back
challenge.
up, you do a fadeaway, you fade away from them.
No problem. I'm with you. I'm with you. But
I used to play a lot of sports, and it makes you more stretchable. The more you
Yes.
work out and run, but I have to get back into that because I feel out of shape.
yeah, I can relate. I used to love playing all kinds of sports when I was too myself, Charles. Maybe that's how we can relate with each other, where it brings character. No different. Some people they were in bands, for example, or people that played all kinds of like the hiking groups or whatever that were in schools.
Yeah, team player. That's where a lot of people, just so many excuses. Religion thing, politics thing, gender
Oh,
thing.
you're cutting it. You're cutting in and out. By the way, Charles.
Oh, it's because I'm playing with the cord. That's why.
Oh, okay.
I said, in this country, it's hard to come together. There's always an excuse. It's either politics, religion, gender, fucking, you name it, man. There's always something. Race, so-called race, all these labels and groups they put us in. Or no, we put ourselves in, more or less.
That could be by design, eh? From what I understand, back in the days of the Romans and other nations, they used to purposely send people out to make strifes among the community just to keep them busy, distracted with each other, opposed to really uniting together and really going after the people that are really doing the damage. But it happens. Whether in America, I see more in America.
Yeah, propaganda.
Yeah, it is, and hopefully people that can be aware.
People in America will bow to Jesus, shit on their mother and father who they could prove gave them life. Then they'll go and die for the queen or king. They never shook their hand, don't even know them, but they won't die for their own family. It's all fucked up.
Yeah, it's so true, Charles. I'd almost want to say, I think, Charles, you're telling me a story, but I've seen enough for myself to realize that's exactly what you just said. Yeah, I'm going to shit on your mom and dad, but I'm going to wave myself to that flag. No, but I get it.
It's mind control.
Yeah, it's a lot of it. It's a lot of mind control. I'm with you on that, Charles. And hopefully, I say hopefully that even hope should be thrown out the door. That people start at least being a crack in their veils and maybe start questioning things. Not questioning others that are explaining it, but questioning what they're sharing. I don't want to be questioned personally. It's what comes out of my mouth you can question. Same with you. I like to think, Charles, you might share ideals with me and I can question those ideals. I don't make it personal with you, Charles, because I don't know you well enough. And if I did, hopefully that it'll be a private conversation. It wouldn't be a public conversation. So everybody else can be entertained from me and you. I don't mind entertaining people, but I don't want to make it about things that are somewhat important. And a lot of the stuff that you talk about is actually important.
Oh, wow. I didn't know I had this video. Still, I think I'm going to start. Here it is. I'm going to use this as my outro. I'm going to show you one of my old intros. I think this is it. And I found this other video. This is the one I was saying. They call it a sundog, but I think these people might be somewhere close to the so-called firmament. I'll play that video first. Why isn't the other one? Oh, it's going to take a while to upload, more or less.
Are you going to play that tomorrow?
No, I'm going to play it now. I'll play this one and then I'll play my old intro. I stopped using it, because Soama made me the intro I use now, and I love it. And Soama, I love the intro she made me. But this one was a minute long, 51 seconds. It's so long, people don't. The intro is like a freaking, I think this is the right one. I had 3 different versions of this intro, but I'll play this video. It's 26 seconds to see what it is.
Sundogs form when sunlight is refracted by ice crystals that are suspended in the atmosphere. This makes the phenomenon related to atmospheric halos, which are white and colored rings in the sky that form by the same process.
Wow, I've never seen one. That's
Music.
beautiful. That's actually a beautiful sight to see. Now, I'm assuming that has to be done at certain parts of the world when it's cold, or that's just, it can happen anywhere.
I seen a video. I thought this was it, but it's not. Where the moon was like the size of a man. It was so huge. It looked like you could reach out and grab it. You know, and I was thinking, man, these people must be near the firmament or something. I think the sun and moon are a reflection from something. I don't think they're actually solid objects at all. Especially the moon. Other people seem to think you can land on the moon and all this crazy shit. And there's bases on the moon. Well, how? You can see through the fucking thing. People argue with me. Oh, you can't see through the moon. Someone had told me, you think you're seeing through the moon, but you're seeing the sky between you and the moon. And I'm like, what? What the hell are you talking about? Someone told me that. I'm like, yeah. That was the craziest shit I ever heard.
As you see clouds in front and behind the sun.
Yep. In the moon, you can see the sky through it in the daytime.
Yes.
But I've never seen clouds behind the moon. That's the problem, ever.
Yeah, when you say that, that's a valid point. Yeah, I when I'm thinking about myself too, I'm not the biggest gazer up there, but yeah. Hey, you know something? I wonder if Crow 77 has done that before. 777, I think his name.
Yeah. Wow, I forgot about his channel.
He's still.
Wow.
I've listened to him every so often. There's a whole bunch I got backed up, but hopefully, because you have a lot of interesting guests on there. But yeah, 777. You're talking about a bunch of the people.
Yeah, he's cool with Richie from Boston, I think.
Yeah,
that's
Richie,
his friend.
Yeah,
there.
You're asking. I think Richie at one time did he not go to another channel for a while there? Because I know he was always in this truck. Poor guy, he was always in this truck, and he was always telling us, which is probably legit. He probably just lives off grid now.
Yeah, he had his truck, and he was going around showing people his journeys and stuff.
But I think he was also trying to sell certain kinds of packages, and maybe that went south.
Oh yeah, for the food and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. When you start trying to monetize yourself in that way, when he was trying to do that at the very beginning before YouTube and did what they did, you know, it can go south really quickly, especially when you're relying on another source to deliver all that stuff. So, but the information that he shared were valid. I enjoyed what he shared with us. So.
Damn, is this the right? This is my old intro. Let me see. I hope this is the right one. We'll see.
No, this is not a Hollywood blockbuster. The planes crashing into these towers are real. And these buildings crashed to the ground, including one that wasn't hit by anything at all. The American population was terrorized, hypnotized, and traumatized by repetitive showings of the devastation, with the media repeating over and over that it was a terrorist attack.
Race don't matter. Your faith don't matter. The enemy is government tyranny. All that other shit don't matter.
Nice one. I like that one, Charles. That was a nice one.
That was one of them. The other one starts off with, this is psychological warfare. Damn, I thought that was it. Damn, what happened to my other one? It's here somewhere. It's probably buried. Let me see. So I could have sworn that one was over a minute, 51 seconds. And then I got these two here, a minute and 11. This is the one. I like my other one better. It's got to be here somewhere. Hold on. Yeah, that has to be it because there's no other one. Right here, 1 minute. Why is it taking so long to upload? It's only a minute. Damn. Probably because I made this and it's so long. Came in a chat. Oh, Christos. Yeah, I seen London went live.
Oh, he's live too now?
Yeah, that's probably everyone went. And Soama was live too. I wonder why Soama used to come up, but I think I know why she don't. You know, I'm not even gonna bring up why, but I have my theories. I'm just gonna ask her. I'm gonna ask her personally and figure out. But yeah, I know when I made my decision to piece it up with a certain person, I knew people wouldn't like it, but I'm not gonna sit here and play childish games and fucking, you know, like I'm not about to smoke and fucking talking shit about people and, you know, debating and getting on a high horse. Like I don't. To me, I did that shit when I was fucking 12 years old. I've grown way out of that. It's like a waste of time to me.
A waste of energy. I'm with you.
Unless
I get it sometimes.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I get it. You know, it's sometimes, you know, I just keep emphasizing it. It's more of a private matter. This is a public platform, and I have to respect the fact that. And I do apologize. You're the host, and for whatever reason it got whatever it got. Hopefully it got resolved in a private matter. If not, I will deal with it privately. I don't like bringing other people's name into it, especially when they're not there. You know, and even that, I forget. Like I try to be a really good friend to people by saying, okay, I have to respect where I'm at. Some of the things I said, I had no intention to stir up somebody's feelings at all. But I get it, and I've heard some people talk. Yeah, I can be like a parrot, and I repeat myself. And there's a lot of times I just keep quiet. You know, as quick as I came in, as quick as I can leave. But I thank you, Charles, for putting your part out there because I don't do a channel. So, but my wife does, so I know what effort it takes for somebody to do a channel. That's why I was asking you: do you do a lot of uploading and all that other stuff and editing? So,
yeah, I have a lot of my channel. I have videos. My latest one was I went to downtown Hartford, Connecticut, and there's this old cemetery. That was my latest one. I took footage and edited, put it together, and showed people. I had to actually jump the fence to get there, locked it closed because homeless people. Someone is ruining it. Their things over. I noticed, and a lot of the what do you call them? The stones where people are buried, the headstones, are very old. Like some of them are granite, and they're above ground. They're like laying down like you would lay on the ground. They're not upright. They're actually, it's weird. You can see it in the video. And I have a lot of older videos. I erased a lot of them, but I have some still up. I used to do videos on like the fraternity of police. I did a video how the gang signs are the same as the politicians' hand signs, and you know, the red and blue, the Democrat, Republican, Crips and Bloods. It's all the red and blue thing they like to use. And I've done a lot of videos. I would do more, but people don't really share or watch my stuff that much. So I said, you know, I like the live thing where I can actually interact with people and pick their brain, and then they can pick my brain. I did the editing thing for a few years and creating stuff, but I wasn't happy with the outcome. I always know I could do better, and I need better. Like, I want to create my own graphics. I don't want to use other people's articles and pictures. I want to do everything on my own, so I can say it's mine. And I'm just like, I want to. I'm a very artistic person. So
I get it. You know, you're meticulous. You want to make sure that the out turns out to reflect who you are. I know that of certain people. Some people call it anal. I call it being meticulous. So you take pride, or whatever you want to call it, in what you do. So thank you again, Charles. And I will continue saying thank you, by the way.
thank you for coming up here, and it's like a breath of fresh air every time someone new comes. I appreciate everybody, but it feels good when there's new people and they have a new point of view and share things. I love that. And
just do me a favor.
I did carpentry.
I was going to say, do me a favor. When my parole officer asks where I've been serving my time, you can vouch for me. Crystal does it for me already. I'm saying this jokingly.
Oh, huh. Yeah, I've done carpentry, painting, and working with my hands. I've always liked hands-on work. So it's the same thing to me as writing lyrics or creating videos. I'm all into the art. Like, I like to stand back and look at what I created and be like, damn. So finally it uploaded. Damn, it took forever. A stupid video that's 1 minute. It's not stupid, but a minute long and 11 seconds. It took this long to upload. Maybe because I have too many videos? I don't know.
Well,
what's
I'm
up,
off,
Chris?
guys. I will watch the video when I come back. When you end it, I'll watch it. Thanks again, Charles and Christoph.
Thank you, Dominic. What's up, Christos?
Yeah, thanks, Dom.
You at work still?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. No. I'm home now.
Well,
what kept you alive? Just having a good conversation with Dom?
yeah. And just, I don't know. I seen that Salama went live. I went, peace, Sugar Seas. So I went over there and said peace to her. But I had Dominic was still here and Dean. So I just let them talk. And then, I don't know, I just kept it going.
Good shit.
The beginning of the video is good. But we can't, stay on the same topic for 8 hours. I mean, we could, but people would get bored with it.
Yeah, not on this topic. I mean, but yeah, a lot of different topics could be stretched out and made interesting for sure. Some topics have a lot to break down. Yeah, I'm kind of a blank slate right now. I'm in a good zone. I've had my caffeine still kicking in from my tail end of my shift.
Shit, I drank too many cups.
Took magnesium, L-tyrosine, which is good. It's a nootropic amino acid, good for flow state. And I'm packing a bowl right now.
Hey, yeah, I don't have no weed. It sucks. Sugar Seas, can you heal? Like, I forgot what Kimbo was talking about, man. I told her to get one of those. What is that thing again? Where you hit it?
Yeah.
Tuning fork. Kimbo was asking about, and I told her you could heal with the tuning fork. I forgot what she said, but my inner self quickly thought of the tuning fork, and I'm gonna start trying to use that crystal in certain parts of my body. Like, man, that thing I never felt energy from black quartz crystal I have, man. I've never held a crystal and felt energy like that. Like my hand was vibrating, and I thought I was tripping. It's amazing, and it kills me when Christian people or religious people say that's from the devil. Well, make your mind up. I thought God created this place. You know, right?
Oh yeah, the way they pick and choose is insane.
That's the point. That religion makes people have insanity. You don't even realize it. Like if I was walking down the street talking to invisible people, they would put me in a fucking psycho ward, right? But if I walk down the street and talk to Jesus, it's okay. I see right through there. There you go. I was like, what the hell is that noise? Until I heard the bubbles and I said, oh. I thought a fucking tidal wave was coming. Oh, Sugar Seas might be in the beginning of the video. She said that the Trumpsters.
You don't have any weed right now, Charles?
Nah.
When you getting more? Why not?
I will.
I hate hearing when people are on E.
I have funds, but I have to make it another 2 weeks till I get my pay again. So, you know, I have to get food and shit and survive. And if I get herb, then that's less food. And, you know, sometimes I have to pick which way I want to lose. But it's all good.
I know what you mean.
It's all good. I'm not crying about it.
Yeah, I got good people. They take care of me, man. Very blessed to have the connections that I still have. You know, people that I've known since high school. You know, they're friends of friends. I never got to know them too much in high school per se. I got to start to know them in college. And yeah, man, it's nice to have a network and different people that can help you out with things. People that will give you deals or front you. Yeah, people that just make sure, you know, you're always good. They're always stocked up. You're always stocked up. Yeah, bro. But yeah, I need to work on managing, you know, my consumption of cannabis for sure. Because I've been just smoking day by day, steadily, little by little, more and more.
I've been wanting to smoke too lately. Like today.
I go in cycles. Yeah.
I was like, fuck. But I'm like,
just do some fasting.
That's what I'm doing. I haven't eaten today. I eat once a day.
Good shit, bro. I love to hear it. Bro, you can feel the difference in your energy and in your spirit. Your spiritual power to fasting.
The other day, I didn't eat all day. And when I ate a big bowl of spaghetti with hamburger and stuff, I started to fall asleep sitting up. And I'm like, man, see, it slows your body down, man.
It does, bro. Yeah, and you can tell even more after fasting. You know, and they even say, I've heard multiple smart people say this, and I know it's true. I've done it or felt the difference. But eating fruit, preferably organic, everything as much as you can get organic, of course, that's implied, but fruit after you're breaking any type of fast, even if it's just an intermittent fast, like the bare minimum, like 16 or 18 hours, breaking the fast with fruit is the move, man, because the body's going to be able to break that down and digest it the best compared to eating like a hamburger or protein bar or some type of grain. You know, it's like you want to start the body off with something that's going to be having no problem breaking down and digesting. That's going to be some type of organic fruit. I heard that actually initially from Mike Tyson's sports medicine coach. He was a sports medicine coach for Mike Tyson, Novak Djokovic, and like the other #1 skater in the world. Bro, this dude's like the medical. I'm pretty sure it's sports medicine, sports and nutrition medicine, or whatever it's called. Basically, they're an advisor on those things, and basically kind of act as like a trainer, and again, advisor on those different things, the nutrition, mobility, and all that fucking shit with the sports and exercise. Anyway, this dude's name is Shervin Jafaria. He owns, doing a little plug here, he owns Symbiotica. It's a holistic health company. He makes super high grade supplements. Some people would say fuck no to buying for the price, but I think it's worth it. It's literally the highest quality of like anything else out there when it comes to these certain supplements like magnesium, vitamin D3, K2, CoQ10. Couple different formulas, man. It's like, but the point of what I was saying, bro, is this dude Shervin. He's Iranian, cool ass dude, man. Very smart, and he's administered DMT to fucking Mike Tyson a couple times, bro. Literally, he's talked about this on podcasts, and I actually had a back and forth. It was brief. It was literally just like I sent him a message, he sent me a message back, and then I was like, thanks. But what is that?
Oil. I was gonna make brownies and stuff. Put it in there.
Nice. You're not just gonna vape it?
No. I have never ate brownies like that, so I was like, man, I gotta make some. But I don't want to F them up. Somebody's going to show me how to do it right. But yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. You look it up on the internet. It helps to have a can of butter machine, though.
What's that?
Honestly, bro, I don't promote or suggest vaping carts, but
hold on.
If you've never made edibles, bro, I would just get a fucking pen and vape that shit. You'll get more out of it than trying to use that shit to make edibles, bro. What happens when you fuck up and these things don't get you high and you messed up the edibles somehow because it's your first time? You're going to be wishing you vaped that shit instead.
Fuck. I fucking dropped the cap. Went under my bed. There's a monster under there. Fucking. There's nothing wrong with weed, man. I never considered herb a drug, except for nowadays when the government got a hold of it. We fucking put all this chemicals and shit in there. So who knows? I gotta burn some sage. I got 3 sticks of sage. But I'm gonna break the sticks down, man. That's too big. Like, who the fuck burns big things of sage that big, man? That's a lot of smoke. Yeah, I never dabbed either. No, that's a lie. I tried it once.
Sage? Oh, my bad, bro. What'd you say?
I got 3. I got dragon's blood sage, and I got 2 regular things of sage. But
is it incense or sage?
Sage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you only dabbed it once?
Yeah, I took 1 dab and I felt stoned. So I can't imagine people like AK that take fucking 100 dabs. They'll be fucking ripped.
Yeah, bro. My cousin does that. My cousin's like that, but he's a heavy weed user because he has Crohn's disease, which definitely like. But he uses it therapeutically and medically, basically, for Crohn's disease. But he dabs all the time. Yeah, that's nice.
And then I got another one here. I had cones, but I burned 1 a day. I got 1 left. Hey, where'd it go? probably fell out. Oh, here it is. I gotta get more. And then there's this. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Spirits are scared of Chuck. They don't come around. They'll get sent back to where they came from. Well, one day I'll be able to dab. It's an expensive habit, put it that way. Dabbing is very expensive. The Trumpsters are in the dumpsters. Wow, there's no here. I might just end it soon.
Hey, bro, what'd you just say before you talked about ending it? That no one was here.
I said Trumpsters are in the dumpsters. I want to see if this is my other. Hold on, let's see what this is.
Yeah, I'm going right back to see what you had just said so I can collect my thought.
Alright. I just want to see what this is real quick. This video.
This is about psychological warfare.
Mic check.
Okay.
They seem to freeze up there. I don't know if you saw that too, but you were talking about dabs are an expensive habit, bro. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Some people would argue that it's more cost efficient actually than flour. I've heard multiple people say that, and I can see what they mean. I was actually getting a gram of wax from Colorado a while back for $40 to $50, which is pretty good. Whereas, you could get charged 80 some places or more for a gram of wax. But anyway, bro, yeah, man, I think it can be expensive and an expensive habit depending how much of a heavy user you are. My cousin's a tattoo artist. He also is big about cannabis and psychedelics. He's a really good artist, really cool guy. But like I said, he uses dabs at this point. He dabs more than like using flour, and like he's got nice setups, bro. Like it's good stuff. Like, and there's definitely arguments to be made for the benefits of dabs, but I would have to agree with you. I wouldn't want to be doing dabs all the time because it will skyrocket your tolerance to the point where you won't want to even use flour, and you'll just want to use dabs because flour won't get you high enough because dabs are so highly concentrated. But I think if you just make it every once in a while thing, or just certain occasions, maybe only on the weekend, like. But people that dab every day, I'm not judging, especially because like my cousin specifically has a health condition that he uses it for as medicine. So like, if medicine to some people is going to be firing up dabs, kind of like AK does, I mean, so be it. But yeah, me personally, that's too hard on the lungs, and yeah, man, it's just it's going to skyrocket the tolerance too much, man. Ultimately, long run, I think it is debatable on how cost efficient it is, because really that cost efficiency base is based off how often you're using, how much you're using, and so on. So, but yeah, bro, I used to dab beginning of 2021. Did that for a couple months. It was fun. I was dabbing with this chick that we're not going to get into that right now, but it's a funny story, bro. I'll tell you off of stream. You'll get a laugh out of it. But yeah, man, dabs are cool. I used to do them like on a special occasion. Every time on the weekends, I'd go over to my buddies, and he would offer everyone dabs, and like he would ask me if I wanted another one. So it's just kind of like, hell yeah, if you want to be offered that. And so sure enough, but it was actually the first time that I ever smoked weed and got high in high school. Literally before I think I maybe hit a bong first, now that I think about it. But to be completely honest, the first night that I was smoking, yeah, I think I hit a bong before. But they loaded up a dab for me. My buddy was like, yeah, he'll be fine. And that was crazy, man. I didn't go back for a while because I got so high. It was too much, bro. I was high into the next day, like, and I had to go to bed when I went home. I was just so, I was just so high, man, just so fucking out of it, bro. Never done THC before. And that one night I did. Oh my God. It's like the epitome of greened out.
Hold on. I'm going to end this now, but you can stay
you're
on
good,
if
bro.
you want.
Yeah, I'm going to stay on with you. We'll keep talking for a little bit before I head out.
Peace to everyone. Appreciate everyone. And check you out tomorrow. Peace.